Aham Krishnasya Jagata Prabhava Pralayas of all that is material and all that is spiritual in this world, know for certain that I am both its origin and dissolution. Asterisk. Look at these words of Gita Upanishad. Here two natures, superior, para, and inferior, apara, are described. The superior nature is the Jivasakti, and the inferior nature is the Mayasakti. Because it is a particle of spirit, the Jivasakti is here called superior. On the other hand, the Mayasakti is made of matter, and therefore it is called inferior. The individual spirit souls are different from the inferior, material potency. The inferior potency has 8 elements, the 5 gross elements and the 3 subtle elements of mind, intelligence, and false ego. When they are manifested in the material potency, mind, intelligence, and ego are material in nature. These 3 form a body made of consciousness, but that consciousness is not spiritual, it is material consciousness. From the material mind all else is manifested. The mind is thus conscious of material objects and engaged in directing material activities. The material mind is the root from which material things grow. It is not the root of spiritual things. In the material consciousness is placed the conception of what is good and what is not good. This is called intelligence. This intelligence is material in nature. From this material intelligence material ego is manifested. This kind of ego is not spiritual in its nature. When these 3 material elements, material mind, intelligence, and ego, combine they form a second body, which is called the Lingasarara. The material ego of this material Lingasarara then covers the eternal spiritual ego of the individual spirit soul. In the soul's eternal spiritual form, the spiritual ego understands its relationship with the spiritual Krishna Son. When the soul attains liberation, this original spiritual ego becomes uncovered and is openly manifested. As long as the Lingasarara covers the soul's eternal spiritual form, the soul tends to identify itself as matter. At that time the truth, that the soul is spiritual, is almost completely lost. The Lingasarara is made of subtle matter, and because it is subtle it is easily covered by another body, the Stilasarara, which is made of gross matter. When the covering of the Stilasarara is in place, the ego identifies with one of the castes or other groups, varnas, of this world. Because they are perverted manifestations of their counterparts in the soul's original spiritual body, the material mind, intelligence, and ego think they are really conscious of the world around them. Vrajanatha, understand now that the individual soul has an eternal spiritual form, each limb of which is very graceful and beautiful. When the soul is imprisoned by Maya, that original spiritual form is covered by the Lingasarara. In this way the soul's beauty is covered and hidden. Then the Lingasarara is covered by the gross Stilasarara. In this way the soul's original form is completely hidden by a great apparatus of material things. My question is this: is the liberated soul completely perfect and free of any defect? Babaji, although he is free of defects, the atomic spiritual soul is not perfect. Why not? He is very tiny and very weak. For this reason one defect may be seen in the individual soul, because he is so weak. When he comes into contact with the Maya Sakti, the soul is easily overpowered and his original form becomes covered. In Srimad Bhagavatam, October 2, 32, the demigods speak the following prayer to the Supreme Lord: Yenai Ravindaksha Vimadamananas Tive I Astabhavita Visudabudaya Ruyakrakrina Parampadam Tata Patanti Adho Nadrudayusmadang Rayao Lotus Id 1. Those who think they are liberated in this life but do not render devotional service to you must be of impure intelligence. Although they accept severe austerities and penances to rise to the spiritual position, to impersonal Brahman realization, they fall down again because they neglect to worship your lotus feet. Asterisk. Therefore, even when he is liberated, the individual spirit soul is not very great and is always imperfect. That is the truth of the individual spirit souls. The Vedas declare that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the controller of Maya, but on the other hand the individual spirit souls are so weak that at any moment they may be overpowered by Maya. Chapter 16 Nityadharma o Sambandhabhidhaya Prayahana, Pramayantargatamaya Kavalita Jivavikara, Eternal Religion and Sambandha Abhidhaya and Prayahana, the individual soul swallowed by Maya. After he had heard the Dasamala's teachings about the individual spirit soul, Vrajanatha lay in his bed in his own home and deeply thought, "Who am I?" That question was answered. Now I know who am. I am an atomic particle of light shining from the spiritual sun of Lord Krishna. Am atomic in size, and therefore possess consciousness, a spiritual identity, and a single drop of spiritual bliss. Have a form made of a tiny fragment of spirit. Am very tiny, and my form is somewhat like the moderately sized form of Lord Krishna. I cannot see my spiritual form. That is my misfortune. That I am now very eager to see this spiritual form means that now I have become fortunate. Why did I fall into this unfortunate situation? Must understand that very clearly. Tomorrow will place this question before Sri Gurudeva's feet. He thought about it again and again. After 6 hours of the night had passed, the goddess of sleep came like a thief and gradually stole away his wakefulness. When the night was ending, he dreamed that he had renounced the material world and accepted the garments of a Vaisnava. When his sleep broke, he thought, "Now the Lord will take me from this material life." He went to the family shrine of goddess Durga. His students came, fell at his feet, and requested, "We have come to study logic. Please teach us the book Kusumanjali. That is our wish." Vrajanatha humbly replied, "Like Nime Pandita, I too have closed my books. I have made my mind place its gaze on a different path. Please find another teacher." One by one, the students left. Then the matchmaker Kaitarbuja Misra visited Vrajanatha's grandmother with a proposal for Vrajanatha's marriage. He said, "Vijayanatha Bhartacharyya comes in a good family. His daughter is very beautiful. She would be good for your grandson. The Bhattacharya has not yet promised his daughter to anyone." Hearing this marriage proposal, Vrajanatha's grandmother became very happy. Vrajanatha thought, "What a calamity. Now I have decided to renounce the world. How can any good come from this talking of my marriage?" With Vrajanatha on one side and his mother, grandmother, and the elderly ladies of the family on the other, there was much talking about it. In that way the day passed. At sunset there were clouds, thunder, and rain. That day Vrajanatha did not go to Mayapura. The night passed. The next day there was more talk about the marriage. Vrajanatha could not peacefully take his meals or do anything else. At sunset Vrajanatha approached the elderly Babaji's cottages. He offered Dandavat obeisances. The saintly Babaji said, "Last night it rained, so you could not come. Now am very glad to see you." Vrajanatha replied, "O Master, many calamities have fallen upon me. Later will tell you about them. For now I will ask this question: the individual soul is pure spirit. Why does the calamity of residing in the material world fall upon him?" The saintly Babaji smiled and recited this verse: Svartaparthar Hinan Nijasukaparan Krishnavimakan Harar Maya Dandian Gunanigata Jalakalayati Tathastidlair Lingair Devi Ividhavaranai Klesanakarar Mahakarmalanair Nayatai Patitan Svarganareo, covering them with gross and subtle material forms, chaining them with the modes of material nature, and pulling them with the painful ropes of karma. Maya leads to Svargaloka and to hell the criminal souls who, forgetting their own spiritual welfare, have turned from Krishna and become intent on their own happiness. In Goloka, which is manifested by Lord Baladeva, and in Vaikuntha, which is manifested by Lord Sankarsana, numberless individual souls are eternal associates of the Lord. There they taste the nectar of worshipping and serving the Lord. They are always inclined to spiritual things. They seek the happiness of worshipping the Lord. They are always eager to serve the Lord. Empowered by the Lord's Jivasakti and Cit Sakti, they always have great spiritual strength. They never touch Maya. They do not even know that a potency called Maya Sakti exists. Staying in the middle of the circle of the spiritual world, they are very far away from Maya. They always swim in the ocean of pleasure that is worshipping and serving the Lord. They know nothing of suffering, material pleasure, or selfish pleasure. They are eternally liberated. Love for the Lord is their entire life. What are grief, death, and fear they do not know. When he glances at Maya, Lord Krishna sends numberless atomic spirit souls to the material world. Because they are now on Maya's side, the many creations of Maya now enter the pathway of their eyes. These souls have all the qualities of the soul I have already described. However, because they are atomic in size, from the border of matter and spirit, Tatastha, they must place their glance on either the spiritual world or the material world. The individual souls are very weak. How can this not be? These souls did not obtain the spiritual strength that comes from the Lord's mercy, mercy that comes from properly serving Him. That is why these souls develop a desire to enjoy the pleasures that Maya offers. These souls enter Maya's world, and their Maya imprisons them for what seems an eternity. When these souls again turn to spiritual life and service to the Lord, they can attain the Lord's mercy, which will give them spiritual strength. Then they can return to the spiritual world. Baba, am very unfortunate. Have forgotten that am eternally a servant of Lord Krishna. Have entered Maya's world, and here Maya keeps me imprisoned. I have forgotten my own spiritual welfare. 1a am very unfortunate. Vrajanatha, O Master, why did some souls leave the borderline of matter and spirit and enter the world of Maya? Why did other souls go to the spiritual world? Babaji, Lord Krishna's own qualities are present in a very small degree in the individual spirit souls. Because Lord Krishna has free will, so the individual souls eternally possess a small quantity of free will also. When that free will is used properly, the individual soul is favorable to Krishna and turns toward him. When the free will is misused, the soul is averse to Krishna and turns away from him. Then the soul tries to enjoy Maya. Puffed up with petty pride, the soul thinks, I am the enjoyer of matter. Then the pure spiritual form of the soul becomes covered by the 5 kinds of ignorance that begin with illusion and false ego. Thus is the proper or improper use of free will that bring us either liberation or imprisonment in the material world. Vrajanatha, Lord Krishna is supremely merciful. Why, then, did he make the individual spirit souls so weak that they fall into Maya's world? Babaji, as he is merciful, so Krishna is also playful. Desiring many different kinds of pastimes with individual spirit souls in many different conditions of life, he created many exalted conditions, which culminate in Mahabhava, great ecstatic spiritual love for the Lord, and he also created, with the help of Sri Radha's expansion Maya, the degraded material conditions of life, which reach their nadir in Ahankara, the soul's misidentification with matter. In this way, by the influence of Sri Radha there is the attainment of limitless transcendental bliss, and by the influence of Maya there is a descent into the lower depths. The souls that thus enter Maya's abyss are not interested in their own spiritual well-being. They are averse to Lord Krishna and interested in their own selfish pleasure. Thus they go down lower and lower. However, supremely merciful Lord Krishna sends his own personal associates from his own spiritual world into the material world to make these souls favorable to him and to lift them out of the abyss. In this way some of the fallen souls gradually become elevated and eventually return to the spiritual world, where they become eternal associates of the Lord. Vrajanatha, why must the individual souls suffer so the Lord can enjoy pastimes like these? Babaji, what should be said is this: it is by the great mercy of the Lord that the individual souls have free will. Why not speak in that way? Inanimate matter is very lowly and unimportant because it has no free will. It is because they have free will that the individual souls can become masters of the world of matter. Pain and pleasure are 2 destinations the mind can attain. What you and I may call pain, another person, who is attached to it, may call pleasure. All material pleasures bring only pain at the end. They do not lead to anything but that. Therefore a person attached to material pleasures becomes unhappy at the end. When that unhappiness becomes very acute, the soul begins to desire happiness that is not mixed with sufferings. From that desire comes intelligence, and from that intelligence comes the spirit of inquiry. From the spirit of inquiry comes association with saintly persons, from association with saintly persons comes faith in spiritual life, and from faith in spiritual life one becomes gradually elevated. In this way what began as pain became at the end the giver of auspicious happiness. When it is heated and burnished, impure gold becomes pure. In the same way, when they suffer in Maya's material world, the impure souls averse to Lord Krishna and yearning to enjoy Maya become purified. That this suffering turns into the giver of happiness is the mercy of Lord Krishna. Therefore they who are far-sighted see that these sufferings of the conditioned souls eventually bring auspicious happiness. They are short-sighted cannot see that. They see only sufferings. Vrajanatha, although they may bring happiness at the end, for the present the conditioned soul's sufferings are very painful. Could not the all-powerful Lord invent a different path, one without these sufferings? Babaji, Lord Krishna enjoys many different kinds of wonderful pastimes. This is one of his wonderful pastimes. A person who is supremely independent can enjoy many different kinds of pastimes, and this may be one of them. Why not? If the Lord has every kind of pastime, then no pastime may be rejected. If one pastime is substituted for another, then still some kind of troubles must be expected. Lord Krishna is the Supreme Person and the Creator. Everyone is subject to his will. If one person is subject to another's will, is there not some difficulty in that? If that difficulty eventually leads to happiness, then it is no difficulty at all. Why do you say it is suffering and difficulty? If to expand Lord Krishna's pastimes the individual souls go through some difficulties, the difficulties are only happiness. Lord Krishna's pastimes are naturally full of bliss. If an individual soul of his own free will voluntarily leaves those pastimes and enters the world of Maya and accepts the sufferings there, then if anyone is at fault it is the individual soul who is at fault. Krishna is not at fault. Vrajanatha, in that situation, what is the harm that Lord Krishna does not give the soul free will? Krishna knows everything. Therefore Krishna knows if a certain soul will misuse his free will and bring suffering to himself. In that situation it is cruel of Krishna to give such a person free will. Is it not? Babaji, free will is a precious jewel. In the material world there are many inanimate material objects. None of them were given the jewel of free will. That is why inanimate objects are lowly and unimportant. If he had not been given free will, the individual soul would be lowly and unimportant, just like inanimate objects. The individual soul is a tiny particle of spirit. Whatever qualities spirit has, the soul must also have. Free will is one of the qualities of spirit. Spirit can never be separated from its eternal qualities. Therefore, as a tiny particle of spirit, the soul must have free will. It is because they have free will that the individual souls are superior to inanimate matter and are the masters of the material world. The souls, who all have free will, are all the dear servants of Lord Krishna. When they misuse that free will and enter the world of Maya, merciful Krishna weeps to see how they are suffering. Eager to deliver them, he follows the individual souls into the material world. Aware that the souls will not see his nectarian pastimes in the material world, he brings his inconceivable pastimes there. Seeing that the conditioned souls do not understand his pastimes, he descends to Navadvipa and teaches them about his form, qualities, and pastimes, and about his own holy name, which is the best way for spiritual advancement, and he also teaches them by acting the role of his one devotee. Baba, how can you place the blame on merciful Krishna? Even though his mercy is fathomless, you remain unfortunate and very pathetic. Vrajanatha, is the Maya Sakti then our enemy and the cause of our misfortune? Krishna is all-powerful and all-knowing. If Krishna had driven Maya far away, then the individual souls would not have to suffer. Babaji, Maya is the reflection of the Lord's internal potency. She is a perverted manifestation of the Lord's pure spiritual potency. She purifies the criminal rebellious souls. She gives them a way to reform themselves. Maya is a maidservant of Lord Krishna. She punishes the souls averse to Lord Krishna. She gives them medicine and cures them. By forgetting I am eternally a servant of Lord Krishna, the individual souls commit a crime. They are at fault. It is because of this crime that the witch Maya punishes them. These criminal souls are sent to the prison that is the world of Maya. As it is out of kindness that a king sends criminal to prison, so it is out of kindness that Lord Krishna sends these criminal souls to the prison of the material world and placed Maya there as the warden. Vrajanatha, if the material world is a prison, then what are the shackles? Babaji, Maya's shackles are of three kinds: 1 shackles made of the mode of goodness, 2 shackles made of the mode of passion, and 3 shackles made of the mode of ignorance. The criminal souls are bound with these shackles in different appropriate ways. Some souls may be bound with goodness shackles, others with passion shackles, and others with ignorance shackles. All are shackled. There may be golden shackles, silver shackles, or iron shackles. Shackles made of different elements do not cease to be shackles. Vrajanatha, how can the shackles of Maya bind the soul, which is an atomic particle of spirit? Babaji, material things cannot touch spiritual things. When an individual soul gets the idea I am the enjoyer of Maya, the subtle covering of material ego is placed around him. Covered in this way by subtle matter, his feet are bound with the Maya's shackles. The individual souls covered with material ego in the mode of goodness are the demigods residing in the higher material planets. Their feet are bound with the golden shackles of the mode of goodness. The individual souls covered with material ego in the mode of passion have a nature that is a combination of the natures of the demigods and the human beings. Their feet are bound with the silver shackles of the mode of passion. The individual souls covered with material ego in the mode of ignorance are intoxicated by material pleasures. Their feet are bound with the iron shackles of the mode of ignorance. None of these shackled souls can leave the prison. All are troubled by many kinds of sufferings. Vrajanatha, what activities are done by the souls in Maya's prison? Babaji, firstly they do what they can to enjoy material pleasures, and secondly they do what they can to avoid or negate the sufferings that come from the shackles they wear. Vrajanatha, please describe to me the first of these actions. Babaji, the Stilasarara is the gross material body covering the soul. It has 6 stages of existence: 1 the birth of the material body, 2 its maintenance, 3 its decline, 4 its growth, 5 its change, and 6 its dissolution. The gross material body undergoes these 6 changes. Hunger, thirst, and other like desires are also part of the material body's nature. Pushed by the desire for material pleasures, the soul within the material body becomes an obedient servant of eating, sleeping, associating with women, and other material activities. To attain material pleasures he performs the 10 pious rituals that begin with birth and end on the funeral pyre. He performs the 18 kinds of yajnas described in the Vedas. He hopes, by following the path of pious deeds, karma, I will enjoy with the demigods in Svargaloka. When I again enter the human realm, I will take birth in a Brahmana's home and will enjoy many happinesses. Or, the imprisoned soul may follow the impious path. By performing many sins, he enjoys sense pleasures. By the first course of action one attains Svargaloka and other higher material planets. Then, when his period of enjoyment ends, the soul again attains a human body. By the second course of action one goes to hell because of his many sins. When his period of suffering ends, the soul again attains a human body. In this way the soul imprisoned by Maya travels on the wheel of karma. Day after day he struggles to enjoy material pleasures and he tastes the fruits of his actions. Thus, beginning at a time he cannot trace, the soul wanders in the material worlds. By performing pious deeds, he briefly enjoys, and by performing sins, he briefly suffers. Vrajanatha, now please describe the second kind of action. Babaji, caught in a trap of many needs, the soul in a gross material body suffers. To drive away these sufferings, He acts in many ways. To drive away hunger and thirst, he struggles to get food and drink. So these things may come easily, he labors to collect money. To drive away the cold, he collects clothing. To stop the thirst for sense pleasures, he becomes married and he performs many other activities also. To fill the needs and increase the happiness of his family and descendants, he labors hard. When the gross material body is attacked by disease, he must find medicines or other ways to cure it. To protect his property, he enters disputes in the law courts. Tossed about by the six waves: lust, anger, greed, bewilderment, pride, and envy, he engages in fighting, argument, violence to others, tormenting others, robbing others' wealth, cruelty, senseless pride, and a host of other evil deeds. So he can live independently, he builds his own house and performs other deeds. In this way the soul in Maya's prison struggles day and night to attain pleasure and stop distress. Vrajanatha, had Maya only covered the soul with the lingasarara, subtle body, would that not have been enough? Babaji, no. With just the lingasarara, no one can perform actions. Therefore the covering of the stilasarara, gross body, is necessary. Following the results of actions performed by the stilasarara, various desires are created in the lingasarara. Following these desires, at the time of his next birth, the soul attains an appropriate new stilasarara. Vrajanatha, what is the relationship between actions and the results they bring? The Mamatansa philosophers say that God, who awards the results of actions, is only a fiction, that every action produces something called an apurva, and this apurva gives the result of the action. Is this true? Babaji, the followers of Karma Mimamsa do not understand the true conclusion of the Vedas. Quickly glancing at the Vedic yajnas and other pious deeds, they come to a hasty conclusion. The true conclusion of the Vedas they do not grasp. The Vedas explain, Svetasvatara Upanishad, 4.6 and Mundaka Upanishad, 3.1.1 DVD Suparna Sayojad Sakaya Samdnam Vrgasam Praises Vahatayur Anya Pipalam SVDDV Attorney Anasnan Neobhk Kasitai. In the individual spirit soul and the super soul, Supreme Personality of Godhead, are like two friendly birds sitting on the same tree. One of the birds, the individual atomic soul, is eating the fruit of the tree, the sense gratification afforded by the material body, and the other bird, the super soul, is not trying to eat these fruits, but is simply watching his friend. Where is there any mention here of the Mimamsa philosopher's conclusion that denies the existence of God cannot be good? Aptirva? Any Vrajanatha, why did you say that karma has no beginning? Babaji, material desire is the root from which all karma, irritative action, grows. Ignorance is the root from which material desire grows. That ignorance did not begin within the boundaries of material time. The ignorance that is the root of the individual soul's karma begins at the borderline of matter and spirit, tatastha. Therefore the beginning of karma occurs outside the framework of material time. In that sense karma has no beginning. Vrajanatha, what is the difference between Maya and ignorance? Babaji, Maya is Lord Krishna's potency. Using this potency, he created the material world to purify the rebellious souls. Maya has two features, avidya, ignorance, and pradhana, the primordial form of matter. Avidya directs her efforts to the individual souls, and pradhana directs its efforts to inanimate matter. From pradhana the material universes are manifested. From avidya the material desires of the conditioned souls are manifested. Maya also has two other features, vidya, knowledge, and avidya, ignorance. These two both direct their efforts to the individual spirit souls. Avidya keeps the souls imprisoned in the material world, and vidya releases them from that prison. When the criminal souls turn toward Lord Krishna, the vidya potency acts on them, and when the criminal souls forget Krishna, the avidya potency acts. Knowledge of Brahman is a specific feature of vidya. The first phase of vidya is pious deeds, and the concluding phase is understanding the truth. Avidya covers the soul and vidya uncovers him. Vrajanatha, What does Pradhana do? Babaji, in the beginning the Supreme Lord employs time to agitate the material energy. In this way the Mahatma is produced. Agitated in this way, Maya's feature called Pradhana creates things. From the Mahatma, the false ego is manifested. When false ego is transformed by ignorance, the sky is manifested. From the sky, air is manifested. From air, fire is manifested. From fire, water is manifested. From water, earth is manifested. In this way the 5 material elements, which are called Panchamahabhita, are manifested. Now please hear how the 5 Tanmatras are created. When time agitates avidya, ignorance, jnana, knowledge of the impersonal, and karma, fruitive action, are manifested from the Mahatma. From the karma thus manifested from the Mahatma, the modes of goodness and passion are manifested, and from them come jnana, knowledge, and kriya, action. From the Mahatma, false ego is manifested. From false ego, intelligence is manifested. From intelligence, the quality of sound is perceived in the sky. From sound comes touch. Thus sound and touch are manifested the air. From them come prana, the life force, oya, energy, and bala, strength. In fire are manifested form, touch, and sound. Then, by the transformation created by time, water is manifested. In water are taste, form, touch, and sound. A further transformation brings earth, in which are fragrance, taste, form, touch, and sound. The all-knowing Purushavatara helps these changes become manifested. False ego has 3 features, Vaikarika, goodness, Tejasa, passion, and Tamasa, ignorance. From false ego in the mode of goodness, material objects are manifested. From false ego in the mode of passion, the 10 material senses are manifested. There are 2 sets of senses, knowledge-acquiring senses, and working senses. The knowledge-acquiring senses are eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and skin. The working senses are voice, hands, feet, genitals, and rectum. Even when the gross and subtle elements are assembled together, nothing can happen until the individual soul, the tiny particle of spirit, enters. With a glance, the Supreme Personality of Godhead places the individual soul in the body of gross and subtle elements, and only then does the body begin to move. In this way the senses manifested by the modes of goodness and passion come into contact with the sense objects the pradhana has manifested through the mode of ignorance. In this way avidya and pradhana act. Maya is divided into 24 categories, the 5 great elements, namely earth, water, fire, air, and sky, the 5 tanmatras, namely fragrance, form, taste, touch, and sound, the previously described 10 knowledge-acquiring and working senses, and, in addition to these, mind, heart, intelligence, and false ego. Altogether these are the 24 categories of matter. The conscious individual spirit soul is the 25th category in the body, and the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Super Soul, in the 26th. Vrajanatha, in the human body of 7 spans, what part is the subtle body, what part the gross body, and where in the body does the spirit soul reside? Please tell me. Babaji, the Stylasarara, gross body, consists of the 5 gross elements, Panchamahabhita, 5 sense objects, Panchatanmatra, and the 10 senses. The Lingasarara, subtle body, consists of the mind, heart, intelligence, and false ego. The individual spirit falsely thinks of this material body in terms of I and mine. In this way he does not understand how his own welfare is best served. The soul, a tiny fragment of spirit, exists in a dimension beyond time, space, and the other features of the material world. Even though it is a tiny particle, the soul is all-pervading within the material body. As a tiny drop of sandal paste cools the entire body, so the soul, situated in one place within the material body, is aware of the pleasure and pains of the body as a whole. Vrajanatha, If by his actions, karma, the individual soul creates his own pleasures and sufferings, what does the Supreme Personality of Godhead do? Babaji, the individual soul is the immediate cause, but the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the ultimate cause. By his various actions, the individual soul makes himself qualified to receive various results. However, he does not have the power to simply take them. All results must be given to him by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the ultimate cause. The Supreme Personality of Godhead gives the results, and the individual spirit soul receives them. Brajanatha, through what different stages of life do the souls imprisoned by Maya pass? Babaji, the souls imprisoned by Maya in a gross material body pass through 5 stages of existence. They are, Akatadasitana, covered consciousness, Sankusadasitana, retracted consciousness, Mukuladasitana, budding consciousness, Vikasadasitana, blossoming consciousness, and Purnavikasadasitana, fully blossomed consciousness. Brajanatha, which souls are in the stage of covered consciousness? Babaji, the souls who reside in the bodies of trees, grass, and stones are in the stage of covered consciousness. They are close to being unconscious. Forgetting that they are servants of Krishna, they have entered deeply into the realm of matter. They have no understanding of spirit. All they know is the 6 changes of material life. This is the lowest depth to which the soul can fall. Ahalya, the Yamal Arjuna trees, and the 7 Tala trees are some examples the Puranas give of souls in this stage of existence. Great offenses push souls into that state, and Lord Krishna's mercy delivers them. Brajanatha, which souls are in the stage of retracted consciousness? Babaji, animals, birds, snakes, fish, other water creatures, worms, and insects are examples of the beings with retracted consciousness. The beings with covered consciousness exist on the verge of being unconscious. The beings with retracted consciousness have their consciousness a little opened. That consciousness is directed toward eating, sleeping, fearing, and bustling to and fro to fulfill a host of desires, arguing with others over property claims, and anger when someone is wronged. However, that consciousness remains unaware of the existence of a world beyond the circle of matter. Monkeys may be mischievous, may give some thought to understanding the way things work, by thinking this will happen, and that will not happen, may plan for the future, and may show signs of gratefulness and other like feelings. Some animals have knowledge of the different properties of various objects. However, the animals do not search to find God. Therefore their consciousness is said to be retracted. In the scriptures it is said that the great devotee Bharata took birth as a deer, and in that condition he was fully aware of the holy names of the Supreme Lord. However, Bharata was a special case. In general, animals do not have spiritual knowledge. Because of offenses, Bharata and Enraga became animals, but then by the mercy of the Supreme Lord, they again attained an auspicious condition of life. Brajanatha, which souls are in the stage of budding consciousness? Babaji, conditioned souls in human bodies display 3 stages of consciousness: budding consciousness, blossoming consciousness, and fully blossomed consciousness. There are 5 kinds of human beings: immoral people, atheists who follow moral principles, people who believe in God and follow moral principles, people engaged in practical devotional service, sadhana bhakti, and people engaged in loving devotional service, bhava bhakti. Thus the categories are: people who because of ignorance or because of improper knowledge become atheists, the immoral people, the moral atheists, the moral people who have a little faith in God, the people who believe in God, the people who, following the rules of the scriptures, engage in sadhana bhakti, devotional service in practice, and the people who have attained love for God and thus engage in bhava bhakti. The immoral people and the 2 kinds of atheists are situated in the stage of budding consciousness. The people who believe in God and the people engaged in sadhana bhakti are situated in the stage of blossoming consciousness, and the people engaged in bhava bhakti are situated in the stage of fully blossomed consciousness. Brajanatha, for how many days do the souls situated in bhava bhakti continue to stay in Maya's prison? Babaj, This question is answered in the 7th verse of the Dasamala. Now it is night. You should go home. Thinking and thinking, Vrajanatha returned home. Chapter 17 Nityadharma O Sambandhabhidhaya Prayahana, Pramayantargatamai Amutajivavikara Eternal Religion and Sambandha Abhidhaya and Prayahana, the souls free from Maya's prison. The grandmother had already made arrangements for Vrajanatha's marriage. That night she told Vrajanatha all about it. Not giving any reply, Vrajanatha took his meal and went to bed. Again and again thinking about the pure spirit soul, he fell asleep late at night. The old grandmother kept thinking, how can I make Vrajanatha agree to the marriage? At that time Vrajanatha's cousin Vanamadhava arrived. The girl in the proposed marriage was Vanamadhava's cousin. Vijayavidyaratna had sent Vanamadhava to complete the arrangements for the marriage. Vanamadhava said, "O great aunt, why is there a delay? Please quickly make arrangements for Vrajanatha's marriage." Vrajanatha's grandmother lamented, "Brother, you are very expert. You convince Vrajanatha to agree to the marriage. Told him about it, but Vrajanatha will not reply." Vanamadhava was short, with a short neck, dark complexion, and blinking eyes. He started many things, but he did not bring any of them to completion. Hearing the old lady's words, he said, "Nothing can stop me. If you command me, what can not do? Do you know how expert am? Can multiply a single coin into a great sum. Well, we'll talk to Vrajanatha. Will you not cook me a feast if succeed?" The grandmother replied. Vrajanatha went to bed right after his meal. Hearing this, Vanamadhava said, "Tomorrow I will come and take up the task," and left. The next morning came. Vrajanatha was sitting outside the shrine to goddess Durga. Seeing Vanamadhava, Vrajanatha said, "Brother, why have you come?" Vanamadhava replied, "O noble brother, for many days you studied and taught the Nyasastra. You are the son of Haranatha Sidamani. Your name is famous in every country. However, you are the only male in the family. If there are no descendants, how can the family continue? Brother, that is why we all request you, please get married." Vrajanatha replied, "Brother, why do you agitate me for no reason? Have taken shelter of Lord Gaurajandara's devotees. Why would want to marry? When I stay near the Vaisnavas of Sri Mayapura, become filled with happiness. Do not think worldly life is good. Will take sannyasa. Will take shelter of the Vaisnavas' feet. I tell you this confidentially. Please do not reveal it to anyone." Seeing Vrajanatha's state of mind, Vanamadhava thought, this will not be an easy path to tread. I will have to trick him. Cunningly concealing what was in his heart, Vanamadhava said, "I have always helped you. When you were a student, carried your books. When you take sannyasa, will carry your danda and water pot. Cheaters speak with a forked tongue. To one person they say one thing, and to another person they say something different. In this way they make trouble. From what they say it is not at once seen what is really in their hearts. Honey sits on their mouths, and poison in their hearts." Hearing Vanamadhava's sweet words, Vrajanatha said, "Brother, know that for many days you have been my true friend. My grandmother is an old lady. She does not understand anything that is very deep. She wants to push me together with this girl and throw me into a hell of household life. If you can stop her, I will be forever indebted to you." Vanamadhava said, "Rest easy. No one will do anything against your wishes. Friend, tell me one thing with an open heart, so we'll know how to help you. I wish to know, why do you hate the idea of getting married? Who taught you to become renounced?" Vrajanatha told Vanamadhava all about how he had become renounced. He also said, "Elderly Raghunatha Dasa Babaji in Mayapura is my teacher. Every evening I go to him. He has extinguished the blazing fire of my materialism. He has been very kind to me." Fashioning a sinister plot in his mind, Vanamadhava thought, now have found his weak point. Now will construct an expert stratagem. Will turn his weakness against him. Then he said aloud, brother, in secret will change your grandmother's mind. But for now we'll go home. After speaking these words, he first went home and then by a side road he quickly went to the entrance of Srivasa's courtyard in Sri Mayapura. Sitting under the Bakula tree, he thought, these Vaisnavas are plundering all the good things in the world for their own enjoyment. What beautiful homes! What a pleasant garden! What a graceful courtyard! What a beautiful place! One by one they sit in their bhajana kudiras. The Vaisnavas sit and chant on japa beads. They are like the bulls of religion. They are free of all cares. After bathing in the Ganges, the respectable ladies of the neighborhood bring them gifts of water, fruit, and various kinds of food. The Brahmanas used to get gifts like that for performing karmakanda rituals. Nowadays these Babajis enjoy them. O fortunate age of Kali! He says he is a devotee of Ramacandra, but in truth he is a devotee of Kali Yuga. Now understand what that old saying means. Alas! Am born in a Brahmana's family in vain. Nowadays no one gives us fruit. No one gives even water. The Vaisnava says the followers of Naya are fools for talking so much about clay pots and scraps of cloth. I think they are right. At least about Vrajanatha. Now has fallen into the hands of these wicked people wearing only loincloths. Amvanamadhava. Will straighten out my friend. Will straighten out these wicked Vaisnavas too. Thinking in this way, he entered one of the cottages. By chance he had entered the cottage of saintly Raghunatha Dasa Babaji, who was sitting down and chanting the holy names of Lord Hari. A person's nature is easily seen on his face. When the elderly Babaji looked, he saw that Kali Yuga personified stood before him in the form of a Brahmana's son. Vaisnavas naturally think themselves very lowly and fallen. When enemies torment them, they are patient and tolerant. They wish good for all. They don't require that others honor them, although they give honor to everyone else. That is why saintly Raghunatha Dasa Babaji gave all respect to his guest and politely offered him a place to sit. Vanamadhava was very emphatically not a Vaisnava. He did not understand the proper etiquette of how to approach a Vaisnava. Thinking the elderly Babaji a Sidra, he gave a blessing to him. The saintly Babaji asked him, Baba, what is your name? My boy, why have you come here? When the elderly Babaji used the words to me, you, the young boy, and Ami, one, the respectable gentleman, Vanamadhava became angry. Speaking crookedly, Vanamadhava said, Babaji, do you think by wearing a loincloth you are now equal to the Brahmanas? Ah well, it must be. There is one thing I, a respectable gentleman, would like to ask you, O young boy. Do you know of Rajanatha Pankanana? Babaji, please forgive my offense. Please do not find fault with an old man's words. Vrajanatha kindly comes here sometimes. Vanamadhava, he is not an honest man. He will be humble and polite for 2 or 4 days. That is how he will bring you under his control. Then he will be able to make you do what he likes. Seeing the way you act, the Bhattaccharyas of Balapukara have become your bitter enemies. Consulting among themselves, they have sent Vrajanatha to you. You are an old man. You should take care. From time to time I will come and tell you of their plot. Don't tell anyone about me. If you tell them, it will not be good for you. Now I must go. After speaking these words, Vanamadhava returned to his own home. After finishing his lunch, Vanamadhava went to Vrajanatha and said, Brother, today I went to Mayapura on business. There I saw an old Vaisnava. Perhaps he was your Raghunatha Dasa Babaji. As I talked with him, the topic of you came up. He used a very bad word to describe you, a word one should not use for a Brahmana. At the end he said, I will make Vrajanatha eat the remnants from the plates of 36 low caste people. In that way I will destroy all the Brahmanas. Ha! If Panditas like you stay with such people, then no one will ever respect the Brahmana Panditas. Vrajanatha was very surprised to hear all these words of Vanamadhava. There was no knowing why the firm faith he had in the Vaisnavas and the devotion he had for the elderly Babaji suddenly became doubled. Vrajanatha said, "Brother, today am very busy. Please go home, and in time we'll think about what you said." Vanamadhava went home. Vrajanatha knew well that Vanamadhava was double-hearted. Vrajanatha had been involved in Nyaya logic, but he did not like dishonesty. Now he could see why Vanamadhava offered to help him take sannyasa. He could understand Vanamadhava's crooked reason for speaking favorably about sannyasa. As he thought about it, he concluded that Vanamadhava must have something to gain from this matriarch, and Vanamadhava must have gone to Mayapura to do something to further his crooked plot. In his thoughts Vrajanatha prayed to the Supreme Lord, "O Supreme Lord, please give me strong faith in my spiritual master and in the Vaisnavas. Let it not diminish because of the misdeeds of cunning men." As he thought about these things, the day came to an end. With an agitated heart, he went to Srivasa's courtyard at dusk. After Vanamadhava had left, the saintly elderly Babaji thought, that man is a Brahma Raksasa. The scriptures declare, Raksasa Kalim Ashrityajayant Brahma Yonishu in the Kali Yuga, Raksasas take birth in the families of Brahmanas. That man is seen in those words. He has pride of caste, pride feven asterisk though he has nothing freely fito tb asterisk proud about. He hates the Vaisnavas. He is a hypocrite, proudly waving the flag of piety while he sins. All these things are written on his face. His short neck, blinking eyes, and devious words all show what is in his heart. Ah, how pleasant and gentle is Vrajanatha, and how much of a demon is this other fellow. O Lord Krishna, O Lord Gauranga, please let me not associate with people like him. Today I will warn Vrajanatha about him. Vrajanatha entered the cottage. The saintly elderly Babaji, his affection for Vrajanatha now doubled, said, "Come in, Baba. Come in." And embraced Vrajanatha. Tears flowing from his eyes, Vrajanatha kissed the dust of the Babaji's feet. Embarrassed, he could not speak. The saintly Babaji said, "This morning a dark-complexioned Brahmana came here and spoke some very disturbing words. Do you know him?" Vrajanatha, "O Master, you have explained to me that many different kinds of living entities live in this material world. Among all these living entities, some envious beings delight in troubling others. Among these envious beings my cousin, one am embarrassed to call him my cousin, Vanamadhava is one of the foremost. If we do not talk about him, that will make me happy. The truth is that to you he speaks bad things about me, and to me he speaks bad things about you. He does this so we will think badly of each other and our friendship will break. When you heard his words, did you not form an opinion in your mind? Babaji, O Krishna, O Gauranga. For a long time I have served the Vaisnavas. By their mercy have a little power to tell who is a Vaisnava and who is not a Vaisnava. Have understood everything. You need not say anything about this. Vrajanatha, let us forget all he has said. Please tell me, how is the soul released from Maya's prison? Babaji, when you hear the 7th verse of the Dasamila, you will find the answer to your question. Yada Bitramam Hari Razagalad Vaisnavajanam Kadasit Sampasian Tadnugamansyad Rosur Iha Tadakrasan Vrityataya Jati Sanakayar Madhyakadasam Svarapam Bibitrano Vimalarazabhagam Sa Kurid. When a soul wandering from one species to another in the material world sees a Vaisnava filled with the nectar of devotion to Lord Hari, he becomes attracted to follow that Vaisnava. By chanting the holy names of Lord Krishna, that soul gradually renounces materialism, and in the end he regains his original spiritual form. In that form he enjoys the pure and sweet nectar of the spiritual mellows of direct service to Lord Krishna. Vrajanatha, I would like to hear 1 or 2 quotes from the Vedas as evidence for these truths. Babaji, in the Vedas it is said, Mundaka Upanishad 3.1.2 and Svetasvatara Upanishad 4.7 Samain Verghese Puraso Nimagno Nisaya Sokadima Yamana Justam Yada Pajyati Enyam Isamasiyam Ahimdanam Iti Vidasoka. Although the two birds, the supersoul and the individual soul, are on the same tree, the eating bird, the individual soul, is fully engrossed with anxiety and moroseness as the enjoyer of the fruits of the tree. But if in some way or other he turns his face to his friend who is the Lord, and knows his glories, at once the suffering bird becomes free of all anxieties. Vrajanatha, it is said that when he sees the worshipable Supreme Lord and understands his glory, the individual soul becomes free from anxiety. Do these words describe liberation? Babaji, when one is released from Maya's prison, that is called liberation. To attain liberation one must associate with saintly devotees of the Lord. When he attains liberation, the soul regains its original spiritual glory. That kind of liberation should be sought. In Srimad Bhagavatam, 2.10.6, it is said, Mutir Hitvanyatharapam Svartapina Vyavasthita. Liberation is the permanent situation of the form of the living entity after he gives up the changeable gross and subtle material bodies. When the soul is released from Maya's prison, at the moment he is at once liberated. However, when he is thus situated in his original form, the soul begins to perform an endless series of spiritual activities. The soul's first need is to perform these activities. It may be said that liberation puts an end to a great host of sufferings. However, beyond that, liberation brings with it spiritual bliss. This is described in the following words of Chandogya Upanishad, 8.12.3 Avamavisa Samprasdo Smac Charirat Samathaya Param Jyotir Upasampadias Venus Virat Ipanabini Spadiate Sa Uttamapurasa Sa Tatra Paridi Jak Sankritan Ramamana. Then the soul leaves the material body and goes to the effulgent Supreme Personality of Godhead. The soul then regains his original spiritual form, and in that form he enjoys many pastimes, eating and playing with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Vrajanatha, what are the signs that show one has been released from Maya's prison? Babaji, 8 signs are described in these words of the Chandogya Upanishad, 8.7.1 At Mapaheta Papma Vyaro Vimrtiravizako Vijayatso Pipasas Satyakama Satyazankalpaso and Vestavya. One should seek a soul who is free from sins, old age, death, lamentation, hunger, and thirst, who desires the truth, and whose thoughts are fixed on the truth. Vrajanatha, in the verse from the Dasamala it was said that when he attains the association of a Vaisnava who relishes the nectar mellows of service to Lord Hari, the soul wandering in the cycle of birth and death can attain auspiciousness. I have a question. By practicing impersonal speculation, Astanga Yoga, or other auspicious deeds, does one not at the end attain devotional service to Lord Hari? Babaji, with his own transcendental mouth, the Supreme Personality of Godhead declares, Srimad Bhagavatam 11.12.1-2 Na Radhayati Mam Yogo Na Sankyam Dharma Eva Ca Na Svadhityas Tapas Tyago Nestapurdam Na Daksana Vratani Yajanas Shandam Z Tirthani Niyamayamayathai Varundhi Sat Sanga Sarvasangapeo Hi Mam. Neither through Astanga Yoga, the mystic yoga system to control the senses, nor through impersonal monism or an analytical study of the absolute truth, nor through study of the Vedas, nor through practice of austerities, nor through charity, nor through acceptance of sannyasa, nor through Yajl.sy 241 as, nor through Vedic hymns, nor through going on pilgrimages, nor through religious duties and self-control can one attain me as much as one can by associating with saintly devotees whose good association releases one from all that is inauspicious. In the Hari Bhaktisiddhanta 8.51, it is said, Yajya yatsangata puraso manivatsyat sa tadgunasvakulardya idatod hymansvayathani eva samsrayat. Association is very important. It acts just like a crystal stone, which will reflect anything which is put before it. Similarly, if we associate with the flower-like devotees of the Lord, and if our hearts are crystal clear, then certainly the same action will be there. Therefore association with saintly devotees brings an auspicious result. When the scriptures say one should live alone, the meaning is that one should associate only with devotees. If by accident one unknowingly associates with devotees, he attains a great benefit. In Srimad Bhagavatam, March 23, 55, it is said, Sango yasams rudar asatsu viatodaya sa eva sadhu sukrutonis anagatva kalpate. Association for sense gratification is certainly the path of bondage. But the same type of association, performed with a saintly person, leads to the path of liberation, even if performed without knowledge. Asterisk. In Srimad Bhagavatam, July 5, 32, it is also said, Nazam matis tavat urukramangram sparsati anarthapagamo yadarthamahiayasam padaraju bisksam niskankandnam en avernita yavat. Unless they smear upon their bodies the dust of the lotus feet of a Vaisnava completely freed from material contamination, persons very much inclined toward materialistic life cannot be attached to the lotus feet of the Lord, who is glorified for his uncommon activities. Only by becoming Krishna conscious and taking shelter at the lotus feet of the Lord in this way can one be freed from material contamination. Asterisk. In Srimad Bhagavatam, 10.48.31, it is also said, Na hyam mayani tirthani na deva mrc kiladmaya te pananti urukadlina darsandat eva sadhava. One can take advantage of the place of pilgrimage only after going there. By worshipping the particular demigod, it takes a long time for fulfillment of the desire, but saintly persons like you, my dear Acharya, can immediately fulfill all the desires of the devotees. Asterisk. In Srimad Bhagavatam, 10.51.53, it is also said, Bhavapavargo by tramato yada bhava genasia tarhyasi utha sat samagama sat sangamo yare itadeva sat gata paravarese tiva jade radi. O my Lord! O infallible Supreme Person! When a person wandering throughout the universes becomes eligible for liberation from material existence, he gets an opportunity to associate with devotees. When he associates with devotees, his attraction for you is awakened. You are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the highest goal of the Supreme Devotees and the Lord of the universe. Asterisk. Vrajanatha, by performing pious deeds one attains the association of saintly devotees. What are these pious deeds? Are they not karma, Vedic rituals, and jnana, impersonal speculation? Babaji, the scriptures describe pious deeds. Pious deeds are of two kinds, one pious deeds that bring devotional service, and two pious deeds that bring useless results. Regular and occasional Vedic duties, Sankhya philosophy, and impersonal speculation all bring useless results. Association with saintly devotees and contact with places, times, and things that bring devotion bring the result of devotional service. As one accumulates these results, they eventually become so powerful that they bring devotion for Lord Krishna. The useless results produced by other pious activities do not accumulate in this way. One enjoys their results, and then they are gone. In this material world, pious activities like giving charity bring material enjoyment as their result. Impersonal speculation and other like activities bring impersonal liberation as their result. These activities do not have the power to give devotional service. Associating with saintly devotees, observing Ekadasti, Janmashtami, Gaura Purnima, and other holy days that instill devotion in persons observing them, worshipping Tulasi Devi, worshipping the Lord in his temple, honoring Mahaprasadam, visiting holy places, and seeing and touching the devotees all bring the result of devotional service. Vrajanatha, if a person tormented by the troubles of material life flees from material illusion and intelligently takes shelter of Lord Hari's feet, will he not attain devotional service? Babaji, if he intelligently understands that his sufferings are all caused by the illusory potency Maya, and that the entire material world is by nature inauspicious, and that his only shelter is the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord and the association of the Lord's devotees, then he will take shelter of the feet of the devotees who have taken shelter of the feet of the Lord. Taking shelter of their feet is the most effective means to attain devotional service. That is the way one attains the feet of the Supreme Lord. In the beginning, renunciation and the intelligence to understand what is auspicious and what is not auspicious are certainly present, but they are of only secondary importance for a person striving for devotional service. Association with saintly devotees is the most important factor in attaining devotional service. Aside from that association, no other means is very important. Vrajanatha, what is the objection to saying that karma, pious deeds, jnana, impersonal speculation, vairagya, renunciation, and viveka, the ability to understand what is auspicious and what is not, are secondary means that also help one attain devotional service? Babaji, there is an objection. Generally, these means bring results that are trivial and useless. After giving the soul material pleasures, pious deeds go away. Renunciation and the ability to understand what is auspicious and what is not tend to lead the soul to impersonalism. Impersonalism tends to cheat the soul of the opportunity to attain the Lord's feet. One should not trust these means to bring devotional service. Sometimes these means may take one to devotional service, but generally they do not. On the other hand, association with pure devotees does not bring results that are trivial and temporary. Their association inevitably brings one to pure love of God. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, March 25, 25, the Supreme Lord explains, Satyam prasaragan mama virya samvido bhavanti hrt karnarase anakatha tajjosanad vape vargavartmani sradaratir bhakti anukramijyati. In the association of pure devotees, discussion of the pastimes and activities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is very pleasing and satisfying to the ear and heart. By cultivating such knowledge, one gradually becomes advanced on the path of liberation, and thereafter he is freed, and his attraction becomes fixed. Then real devotion and devotional service begin. Asterisk. Vrajanatha, association with saintly devotees is then the way to attain devotional service. First one hears from the devotees' mouths the descriptions of Lord Hari, and then one attains devotional service. Is that the right sequence? Babaji will tell you the right sequence. Please listen. A soul wandering from birth to birth in the material world may by destiny attain something that leads to devotional service. In the course of his life, by destiny a soul may encounter one of the limbs of devotional service. By chance he may fast on Ekadasi, or see and touch a holy place, receive a pure devotee as a guest, or hear the holy names of Lord Hari, or the descriptions of him, or songs about him from the mouths of saintly devotees who have Lord Hari as their only possession. If a person performs these activities with a desire to attain material sense pleasures or impersonal liberation, he will not attain devotional service by performing them. However, if an innocent person by chance performs these activities with any motive to use them to attain sense pleasure or impersonal liberation, then these activities will lead him to devotional service. When these devotion-giving pious deeds accumulate after many births, one finally attains faith in pure devotional service. Faith in pure devotional service creates the desire to associate with pure devotees. By associating with devotees, one gradually becomes engaged in sadhana, devotional service in practice, and bhajana, worship of the Lord. By performing bhajana, one gradually casts all unwanted material desires far away. When material desires are cast far away, one attains pure faith. When faith becomes more and more pure, one gradually attains rusai, attraction to the Lord. As one becomes more and more attracted to the beauty of the Lord, the attraction becomes transformed into attachment, asakti, to the Lord. When this attachment becomes fully manifested, one attains ecstatic love, bhava or rati, for the Lord. This ecstatic love turns into rasa, the nectar mellows of a relationship with the Lord, which brings premapati, pure love for the Lord. This the root of devotional service is seeing and following pure devotees of the Lord. The conclusion, then, is that in the beginning one associates with devotees. Then one develops faith. Then one continues to associate with devotees. The result of associating with devotees is that one attains faith. Faith is also known as surrender, saranapati, to the Lord. The first association with the devotees brings attraction to the places, times, things, and persons dear to Lord Hari. The first association with devotees brings with it a faith that becomes manifested as surrender to the Lord. This is seen in the Lord's final teaching in Bhagavad Gita, 18.66 Sarvadharman Parityajya Mamakarn Saranam Vraja Aham Tivam Sarvapapya Moksayajyami Me Sukha. Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. Shall deliver you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear. Asterisk. Here the word Sarvadharma, all varieties of religion, refers to Smarta Dharma, the rules of the Smriti Sastras, Astanga Yoga, Sankhya, Jnana, impersonal speculation, Vairagya, renunciation, and all other like varieties of religion. None of these kinds of religion is able to fulfill the soul's true spiritual needs. Therefore in the Gita it is written that these religions should be abandoned. In Pravritas Radha, positive faith, one thinks, I know that Lord Krishna, whose form is the perfection of eternity, knowledge, and bliss, and who enjoys pastimes in Vraja, is the spirit soul's only goal. Therefore, completely rejecting material sense gratification, impersonal liberation, and any other non-devotional goal, with unalloyed spiritual love now surrender unto him. When this kind of faith arises, one becomes the humble follower of a saintly Vaisnava. In this way one surrenders to a saintly Vaisnava's spiritual master. Vrajanatha, what are the soul's anarthas, unwanted things? Babaji, there are 4 kinds of anarthas. 1 Svasvarapai Prapti, things that prevent one from reviving one's original spiritual nature. 2. Asatrusna, thirst for material things. 3. Aparadha, offenses, and 4. Hirdaya Durbalya, weakness of heart. Forgetting ilm pure, a particle of spirit, a servant of Lord Krishna, the imprisoned soul goes far away from his original nature. That the first anartha, svasvartyapai prapti. One may think I am material, and these material objects are my property. In this way one thirsts for happiness in the realm of material things. This is called asatrusna. The 3 kinds of asatrusna are, 1 desire for good children and descendants, 2 desire for wealth, and 3 desire to reside in Svargaloka. The 10 kinds of aparadhas, offenses, I will describe later. From hirdaya durbalya, weakness of heart, come lamentation and a host of other problems. These 4 anarthas are the natural property of a soul shackled by material ignorance. By associating with devotees and cultivating Krishna consciousness, the soul gradually throws these anarthas far away. The path of yoga, which consists of the 4 parts pratyahara, withdrawal from sense objects, yama, self-control, niyama, restraint, and vairagya, renunciation, is not an easy path to follow. It is filled with problems. It does not easily lead to the final goal. On the other hand, cultivating Krishna consciousness in the association of devotees is an easy path to follow. It easily eclipses anarthas and materialism. When materialism is eclipsed, the original form of the soul is spontaneously manifested. Vrajanatha, should persons free of anarthas be called liberated? Babaji, please reflect on these words of Srimad Bhagavatam, 6.14.3-5 Rajobhis Samasankyata Parthavar Iha Yantavatisam Yakekan Shanti Sryobai Manujadaya. In this material world there are as many living entities as atoms. Among these living entities, very few are human beings, and among them, few are interested in following religious principles. Prayo mumuksavastasam kekana evadvijatama mumuksanam sahasrazokasan musaita siddhyati. O best of Brahmanas, Sukadeva Gosvami, out of many persons who follow religious principles, only a few desire liberation from the material world. Among many thousands who desire liberation, one may actually achieve liberation, giving up material attachment to society, friendship, love, country, home, wife, and children. And among many thousands of such liberated persons, one who can understand the true meaning of liberation is very rare. FN 2 Mutand May Pi Siddhanam Narayana Parayanasuyajur Labhaprasantama Kotis Vai Pi Mahamun. O great sage, among many millions who are liberated and perfect in knowledge of liberation, one may be a devotee of Lord Narayana, or Krishna. Such devotees, who are fully peaceful, are extremely rare. Asterisk. Only pure devotees are really free of anarthas. Such devotees are very rare. One must search among many millions and millions of liberated souls to find one who is a devotee of Lord Krishna. Therefore in this material world there is no group more difficult to associate with than the devotees of Lord Krishna. Vrajanatha, does the word Vaisnava refer only to a Vaisnava who has renounced family life? Babaji, the word Vaisnava refers to a pure devotee of Lord Krishna. Such a devotee may be either a householder or a sannyasi. He may be a brahmana or a kandala, outcast. He may be wealthy or poverty-stricken. To the extent that he has pure devotion to Lord Krishna, to that extent he is a pure devotee. Vrajanatha, you have explained that the souls swallowed up by Maya are of 5 kinds. In those 5 kinds of souls imprisoned by Maya, you included the sadhana bhaktas, devotees in the stage of devotional service in practice, and bhava bhaktas, devotees in the stage of spiritual love. Which devotees are released from Maya's prison? Babaji, from the moment he begins to live as a devotee of the Lord, the soul may be said to be released from Maya's prison. However, the final stage of release from Maya's prison is only attained when one attains the final stage of mature devotion to the Lord. Before that one is situated in the preliminary stage of release from Maya's prison. When the gross, stylasarara, and subtle, lingasarara, material bodies are both finally broken, the soul attains the final stage of release from Maya's prison. By practicing sadhana bhakti, the practical activities of devotional service, one gradually attains bhava bhakti, spiritual love of God. When bhava bhakti becomes strong and firm, the soul is able, at the time of leaving the gross body, to leave the subtle body also and be situated in his original spiritual form. Because material life lingers during the stage of sadhana bhakti, and because it is not yet completely removed even in the beginning stages of bhava bhakti, the sadhana bhaktas and bhava bhaktas are included among the 5 kinds of souls swallowed by Maya. The materialists and the impersonalists are certainly to be counted among the souls swallowed by Maya. Among the liberated souls, they who have attained liberation by engaging in devotional service to Lord Hari have alone attained the true perfection of liberation. A soul who commits offenses and is therefore imprisoned by Maya forgets I am a servant of Lord Krishna. That forgetfulness is the root from which his offenses grow. Without the mercy of Krishna, that soul is not excused from his offense. In the same way, with the mercy of Lord Krishna, that soul will not be released from Maya's prison. The impersonalists' Sampradayas faith that by cultivating impersonal speculation they will attain liberation. That faith is groundless. Without first attaining Lord Krishna's mercy, no one is released from Maya's prison. In Srimad Bhagavatam, 10.2.32-33, the demigods speak these 2 verses to explain this truth. Yen I ravindaksa vimadamananas tive I astabhavata visudabudayataruyakragrina parampadam tata patanti adho nadradayusmadang raya copyright Lotus Id 1. Those who think they are liberated in this life but do not render devotional service to you must be of impure intelligence. Although they accept severe austerities and penances to rise to the spiritual position, to impersonal Brahman realization, they fall down again because they neglect to worship your lotus feet. Tith nat imthavatavakak vasid by trajyanti margative badasaurta tive abhigupta vikar anti nirbhaya vinayakanikapama erdasuprabho akmadhava, Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord of the Goddess of Fortune. If devotees completely in love with you sometimes fall from the path of devotion, they do not fall like non-devotees, for you still protect them. Thus they fearlessly traverse the heads of their opponents and continue to progress in devotional service. Vrajanatha, what are the different kinds of souls free of Maya's prison? Babaji, the souls free from Maya's prison are of 2 kinds, 1 Nityamutta, the souls who were never placed in Maya's prison, and 2 Badamutta, the souls who were at one time imprisoned, but now are free. The Nityamutta souls may be divided into 2 groups, 1 Aisvaryagata, souls who appreciate the Lord's feature of opulence, and 2. Madhuryagata, souls who appreciate the Lord's feature of sweetness. The Aisvaryagata Nityamata souls are personal associates of Lord Narayana, the master of Vaikuntha. They are particles of spiritual effulgence emanated from Lord Mila Sankarsana, who resides in Vaikuntha. The Madhuryagata Nityamata souls are personal associates of Lord Krishna, the master of Goloka Vrindavana. They are particles of spiritual effulgence manifested from Lord Baladeva, who resides in Goloka Vrindavana. The Badamata souls, who were once imprisoned but now are free, are of 3 kinds: 1. Aisvaryagata, souls who appreciate the Lord's feature of opulence; 2. Madhuryagata, souls who appreciate the Lord's feature of sweetness; and 3. Brahmajyotirgata, souls situated within the Lord's spiritual effulgence. Souls who during their period of practicing sadhana bhakti are attracted to the Lord's opulence become eternal associates of Lord Narayana, the master of Vaikuntha. They attain Salokyamati, the liberation of residing on the same planet as the Lord. Souls who during their period of practicing sadhana bhakti are attracted to the Lord's sweetness, after liberation enjoy the sweetness of direct service to Lord Krishna in the eternal spiritual abode of Vrindavana and other like abodes. Souls who during their period of sadhana are attracted to become one with the Lord, after liberation attain Brahmasayojyamati, the liberation of merging with the Lord. In this way these souls are completely destroyed. Vrajanatha, what is the final destination of the soul who is a devotee of Lord Gaurakisara, Lord Chaitanya? Babaji, Krishna and Gaurakisara are not different. They are both shelters of the feature of sweetness, Madhurya-rasa. They do have one difference. Madhurya-rasa, the Lord's sweetness, has 2 features, 1 Madhurya, sweetness, and 2. Audarya, mercy. When sweetness is prominent, Lord Krishna is manifested. When mercy is prominent, Lord Gauranga is manifested. The spiritual world of Vrindavana is divided into 2 abodes, 1 the abode of Lord Krishna, and 2 the abode of Lord Gaura. The eternally perfect and eternally liberated souls who have sweetness first and mercy second reside in Lord Krishna's abode. They are Lord Krishna's associates. The eternally perfect and eternally liberated souls who have mercy first and sweetness second reside in Lord Gaura's abode. They are Lord Gaura's associates. Some souls manifest 2 forms and reside in both abodes simultaneously. Other souls manifest only 1 form and are present in one of the abodes and not in the other. Souls who during the time of sadhana worship only Lord Gaura, at the time of attaining perfection go to Lord Gaura's abode and serve him there. Souls who during the time of sadhana worship only Lord Krishna, at the time of attaining perfection go to Lord Krishna's abode and serve him there. Souls who during the time of sadhana worship both Lord Krishna and Lord Gaura, at the time of attaining perfection manifest 2 forms, go to both Lord Krishna's abode and Lord Gaura's abode, and in their 2 forms serve the 2 lords simultaneously in both places. This truth, that Lord Gaura and Lord Krishna are simultaneously one and different from each other, is a very confidential secret. After hearing these teachings about the souls released from Maya's prison, Vrajanatha, now filled with ecstatic love, fell at the feet of the elderly Vaisnava and stayed there for some minutes. Weeping and sweeping, the saintly Babaji picked up Vrajanatha and firmly embraced him. A good portion of the night had already passed. Taking leave of the Babaji, Vrajanatha returned home. Traveling on the path, he deeply thought about the soul's final destination. When he had returned home and was taking his meal, he said to his grandmother, "Grandmother, if you wish to continue seeing me, you should stop all this talk of marriage and you should not allow Vanamadhava to come here. He is my bitter enemy. Tomorrow I will refuse to talk with him. You also should ignore him." Vrajanatha's grandmother was intelligent. Thinking about her conversation during the daytime with Vanamadhava and what Vrajanatha had just told her, she decided to stop the marriage. She could see that if too much pressure was placed on him, Vrajanatha would go to Varanasi or Vrindavana. That she did not wish. She decided, what will be, will be. Chapter 18 Nityadharma O Sambandhabhidhaya Prayahana, Pramayantargata Bhedabheda Vikara, Eternal Religion and Sambandha Abhidhaya and Prayahana, simultaneous oneness and difference. Vanamadhava was a vicious person. Reproached by Vrajanatha, in his mind he plotted how to harm both Vrajanatha and the Babajis. He met with some thugs and together they decided that when he returned from Srivasa's courtyard, Vrajanatha would be attacked at a secluded place near Laxmanatila. Hearing of this plot, Vrajanatha decided to visit the saintly elderly Babaji only during the daytime. Also, he would not visit Srivasa's courtyard every day, and when he did it would be only in the daytime and accompanied by a bodyguard. Vrajanatha had some tenants. Among them was an expert fighter named Harisa Doma. Vrajanatha said to Harisa, "Today a great calamity has fallen upon me. If you help, I may be protected from it." Harisa replied, "Sir, I will do whatever you ask. Give the word, and I will kill your enemy." Vrajanatha said, "Vanamadhava wants to harm me. I am no longer able to visit the Vaisnavas in Srivasa's courtyard. Vanamadhava plans to have me attacked on the road." Hariya replied, "Sir, how can he attack you when Hariya is there? Know that this bamboo club will fall on Vanamadhava Thakura's head. Sir, take me with you whenever you go to Srivasa's courtyard. Who can harm you? I can defeat 100 fighters." Accompanied by Harisa Doma, Vrajanatha would visit Srivasa's courtyard only once every 2 or 4 days. He could not stay for long. He could not hear discussions of the spiritual truth. In his heart he became sad. 10 or 20 days passed in this way, and then Vanamadhava died of snakebite. Hearing the news of Vanamadhava's death, the Vaisnava Vrajanatha thought, "Is this fate of a person who hates Vaisnavas?" In his mind he remembered these words of Srimad Bhagavatam, October 1, 38 Adyabhabdasatan va murtyurvi praninam dhruva. One may die today or after hundreds of years, but death is sure for every living entity. Asterisk. He thought, no one lives forever. Everyone must die. What obstacle now stops me from going to Srivasa's courtyard every day? That evening at sunset Vrajanatha went to Srivasa's courtyard and offered Dandavat obeisances to the saintly Babaji. He said, "From today on we'll visit your feet every day. The obstacle Vanamadhava has left this world." The very merciful Babaji was at first silent and thoughtful, unhappy to hear that a person whose spiritual intelligence was not awakened had died. Then he said, "It is said, Sri Caitanya Karatamrita Antya 2.163 Svakarma Phalabhuk Puman * a person is sure to achieve the results of his fruitive activities. * The soul must go where Lord Krishna sends him. Baba, are you unhappy at heart?" Vrajanatha, "The only unhappiness in my heart is that for some days I have not heard the nectar of your teachings. That has troubled my heart. I wish to hear the remaining teachings of the Dasamila. Babaji, am always ready to teach you. Just tell me how far you have heard and what questions have risen in your mind." Vrajanatha, "What is the name of the pure philosophy Sri Sri Gauraki Sarad taught to the world?" Advaitaveda, Sudadvaitaveda, Visistadvaitaveda, and Dvaitaveda are the names of the philosophies taught by the previous Acharyas. Did Sri Gauranjadeva accept one of these philosophies, or did he teach a different philosophy? In describing the Sampradayas, you said that Sri Gauranga is in the Brahma Sampradaya. Did he teach the Dvaitaveda of Sri Madhvacarya, or did he teach something else? Babaji, Baba, please listen to the 8th verse of the Dasamala. Hari Saki Sarvam Sid Asidakilam Syat Paranadavivardam no Satyam Srutim Iti Viradam Kalimalam Harar Bedabheda Srutividatatvam Suvimalam Tata Prina Siddhar Bhavati Nitaram Nityavas. The entire spiritual and material creation is manifested from the potency of Lord Hari. The impersonalist idea is an impurity of the Kali Yuga and it is refuted by the Vedas. The pure truth taught by the Vedas is the philosophy of Asantyabhedabheda, simultaneous oneness and difference. By understanding this truth one eventually attains the perfection of love for the Supreme Eternal. The conclusions taught in the Upanishads are called Vedanta, The conclusion of the Vedas. Srila Vyasadeva summarized these conclusions in a book of 4 chapters, a book called the Brahmasutra or Vedantastra. The truly learned people of this world respectfully accept the authority of this book. The general conclusion is that the Vedantastra gives a proper exposition of the truths taught in the Vedas. The different acharyas have each explained Vedanta Sutra in a way to support their conclusions. Sri Sankaracharya used the Vedanta Sutra to support his philosophy of impersonalism, Vivartaveda. He said that the philosophy of Parinamaveda is not correct, for it must lead to the conclusion that Brahman is not the highest. He taught a philosophy called Vivartaveda, which is also called Mayaveda. To support this philosophy of Vivartaveda, he collected quotations from all the Vedas. It seems that the philosophy of Parinamaveda must have been popular before his time. By establishing his Vivartaveda, Sri Sankara suppressed the Parinamaveda. Still, the Vivartaveda is only one of many theories. Displeased with it, Sri Madhvacarya created the theory of Dvaita Veda. He collected quotes from all the Vedas to support his theory of Dvaita Veda. In the same way Srimad Ramanujakarya established the Visistadvaita Veda and collected quotations from the Vedas to support it. Sri Nimbarka Acharya established his philosophy of Dvaitadvaita Veda and he also collected many quotes from the Vedas to support it. Sri Venusvami preached the philosophy of Suddhadvaita Veda, which he based on the Vedanta Sutra and the texts of the Vedas. The Mayaveda philosophy preached by Sri Sankaracharya is opposed to the truths of devotional service. Each with his own philosophy, the 4 Vaisnava Acharyas taught that devotional service is the highest conclusion. Sriman Mahaprabhu based his philosophy on all the statements of the Vedas. His philosophy is called Asankhya simultaneous oneness and difference. This philosophy accepts the basic framework of Madhvacarya's teachings. Vrajanatha, what is the Parinamaveda? Babaji, there are 2 kinds of Parinamaveda, Brahma Parinamaveda and Sakti Parinamaveda. The Brahma Parinamaveda teaches that Brahman becomes transformed into the individual souls and the material world. Thus they say that only Brahman exists, and to support their idea they quote these words of the Chandogya Upanishad, 6.2.1 Amivadvatayam Brahman is one without a second. This theory may be called Advaita Veda, impersonalism. Look. In this context Vivarta and Parinama are synonyms. On the other hand, the philosophy of Sakti Parinamaveda declares that Brahman himself never becomes transformed. Rather it is Brahman's inconceivable potency that becomes transformed. The Jivasakti becomes transformed into the individual spirit souls and the Maya Sakti becomes transformed into the material world. If this version of Parinamaveda is accepted, Brahman does not become transformed. The act of transformation is defined in these words, Asadativito Neathabudharvakara ity Udurta. Transformation is when something appears to be what it is not. What is transformation? Transformation is when something appears to be different than what it is. Milk becomes transformed into yogurt. It is still milk in essence. It only appears to be something else. That is transformation. According to the Brahma Parinamaveda, the individual spirit souls and the material world are both transformations of Brahman. This idea is not correct. Of this there is no doubt. The impersonal Brahman has no qualities. Therefore it has nothing that could be transformed into something else. Therefore it cannot be said to be the origin of transformations. Therefore the Brahma Parinamaveda theory is not good. On the other hand, the Sakti Parinamaveda does not have these defects. According to Sakti Parinamaveda, Brahman is not transformed. Rather it is Brahman's potency, which can do any impossible thing, that is transformed into the atomic individual souls and into the perverted reflection that is the material world. When Brahman desires, let the individual souls come into existence, numberless souls are manifested from his potency. When Brahman desires, let the material world come into existence, material universes without limit are manifested from his potency. These things are not transformations of Brahman. If someone says, if Brahman has a desire, then Brahman is transformed. The desire itself is a transformation of the original desireless Brahman. How is it possible that Brahman can be transformed in this way? Then reply, you are assuming that Brahman's desire is like the desires possessed by the individual spirit souls. That is why you say Brahman's desire is evidence that Brahman becomes transformed. The individual spirit soul is very small, and therefore his desire naturally touches Brahman's other potencies. For this reason the soul's desires are actually transformations. However, Brahman's desires are completely independent. They are part of his intrinsic nature and are not subjected to outside influences. They are at once the same as and different from his potencies. Therefore Brahman's desires are part of his original nature. They do not involve any transformations. Ordered by his desires, his potencies act. His potencies then become transformed. The living entity's small intelligence does not have the power to discover these subtle truths unaided. These truths are known only by hearing the testimony of the Vedas. Now we may consider the nature of the transformation of the potency. The example of milk being transformed into yogurt is not the only example to show the transformation of potency. Although material analogies cannot give one a complete understanding of spiritual realities, they can help one understand certain aspects of it. Even though it is material in nature, a Cintamani jewel is said to produce many other jewels within itself being changed in any way. The spiritual Supreme Personality of Godhead creates in a way like that. The Supreme Personality of Godhead remains completely unchanged after creating, by his desire and with the aid of his inconceivable potency, the numberless individual souls and numberless material universes consisting of 14 planetary systems. This explanation that the Supreme is untransformed does not mean that the Supreme exists only as the qualityless impersonal Brahman. The word Brahman means the greatest, Brat. Therefore the word Brahman directly refers to the eternal Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the master of 6 opulences. If we only say that he is untransformed and do not say anything else about him, we do not accept his Cit Sakti, spiritual potency. The truth is that by the power of his inconceivable potency, he is simultaneously the qualityless Brahman, and the Supreme Person who possesses a host of spiritual qualities. Therefore to say only that he is untransformed means to understand only half of his nature, and thus not understand him in full. The Vedas have used the instrumental, by, ablative, from, and locative jin, cases to describe his relationship with the material world. In the Taitirtha Upanishad, 3.1.1, it is said, Yato va imani bhyatani jayant. Yena jaitani jivanti. Yat prati abhisam visanti. Tad vijajanasva tad Brahma. Please know that Brahman is he from whom all living beings are born, by whose power they remain alive, and into whom they enter at the end. When it is said that the living beings are manifested from Brahman, the ablative case is used. When it is said that the living beings live by Brahman's power, the instrumental case is used. When it is said that the living beings enter into Brahman, the locative case is used. In this way it is said that the Supreme has qualities. This shows that he is the Supreme Person, for it is a person that has qualities. Srila Jiva Goswami describes the Supreme Person in these words, Ekam eva paramam tatvam svabhavakasantya saktya sarvadeva svartapatadrayapavabhavajiva pradhanaripnakated habitasthate. Sir yantara mandala stita tija eva mandala tadbayar gata tadrasmi tat pradakavirai ipana. The absolute truth is one. Still, by his inconceivable potency he is manifested in 4 ways, 1 Svaripa, his original form, 2. Tadripavabhava, his incarnations, 3. Jiva, the individual spirit souls, and 4. Pradhana, the material energy. These 4 features are like, 1 the interior of the sun planet, 2 the sun's surface, 3 the sunlight, and 4 the reflection of the sunday. This example, of course, explains only a small part of the Lord's nature. His Svartpa, original form, is his form of eternity, knowledge, and bliss. His Svaripavabhava, manifestations of his form, are his spiritual abode, name, associates, and paraphernalia. The Jivasakti is the abode of the numberless eternally liberated and conditioned individual souls, who are tiny particles of spirit. The Pradhana is the material world of subtle and gross material elements. As these four features are eternal, so the oneness of the Absolute Truth is also eternal. Someone may ask, how is it possible that the Lord is eternally manifest in these four ways, but still is eternally one? Is it not a contradiction that he is both one and many simultaneously? To this the answer is given: the intelligence of the individual living entities will certainly declare that it is impossible. But why should it not be possible? The intelligence of the individual living entity is very small and limited, and, on the other hand, the powers of the Supreme Personality of Godhead are beyond human conception. Therefore, for the Lord it is not impossible. Vrajanatha, how do you define Vivartaveda? Babaji, in the Vedas there is description of transformation, Vivarta, but that description is not at all like what has become known as the Vivartaveda. Sri Sankaracharya has used the words Vivarta and Vivartaveda to mean Mayaveda, the philosophy of impersonalism. The true meaning of the word Vivarta is given in these words: Adadvato Niyatha Buddhar Vivarta ity Udarta. The word Vivarta means misunderstanding the true nature of a certain thing. The individual is a tiny particle of spirit. But when he is imprisoned in the gross and subtle material body, he becomes bewildered and thinks, I am this gross and subtle material body. Thus he misunderstands his true identity. Misunderstanding is the only definition of Vivarta given in the Vedas. Someone may think, am Raghunatha Bhattacharya, the son of Sanatana Bhattacharya, and someone else may think, I am Sadhu Kandala, the son of Vice Kandala. In this way the intelligence becomes bewildered. Both of those persons are individual souls, tiny particles of spirit. They are not Raghunatha Bhattacharya and Sadhu Kandala. Still, they are bewildered and they think they are identical with the material body. To mistake a rope for a snake or the glistening on a seashell surface for silver are other examples of misunderstandings, Vivartas. By all these examples the Vedas teach that one should throw far away the idea that he is identical with the material body. The Mayavadis, impersonalists, however, reject this proper use of the word Vivarta and teach a funny theory they call Vivartavada. They say that the idea I am the Supreme is the true idea, and the misconception, or Vivarta, is the idea one am an individual spirit soul. By accepting this kind of Vivartaveda one will not understand what is the actual truth. The true Vivartaveda does not at all contradict the Sakti Paranidmaveda. On the other hand, the Mayavadis, impersonalists, Vivartaveda is only an object of laughter. The Mayavadis' Vivartaveda is of three kinds. 1. The soul is really Brahman but he becomes bewildered into thinking that he is an individual soul. 2. The idea that the individual souls are reflections of Brahman. And 3. The idea that Brahman takes a nap and dreams that he has become the many individual souls. None of these are the true Vivartaveda. The evidence of the Vedas refutes them all. Vrajanatha, what is this Mayaveda philosophy? My intelligence does not understand it. Babaji, try to understand it soberly and carefully. The Maya Sakti is a perverted reflection of the Svartipa Sakti, internal potency. The Maya Sakti cannot enter the spiritual world. The Maya Sakti is the controller of the material world. Because he is bewildered by ignorance, the soul enters the material world. Spiritual things are real and do have an independent, separate existence. However, the Mayaveda theory does not accept the reality of spiritual things. The Mayaveda theory declares that the individual soul is actually Brahman, and it is only by the influence of Maya that he thinks he is different from Brahman. The Mayaveda theory declares that as long as he is under Maya's influence, the soul thinks he is an individual soul, but when he becomes free of Maya's influence, the soul learns that he is actually Brahman. The Mayaveda theory declares that when Maya's influence ceases, the individual spirit soul also ceases to exist. In his way liberation is thought to mean nirvana, or the soul's merging into the existence of Brahman. In this way the Mayaveda theory does not accept the existence of a pure individual spirit soul, free from Maya's clutches. The Mayaveda theory also declares that when he incarnates in the material world, Brahman must take shelter of Maya and accept a body made of matter. Brahman thus does not have a spiritual form and must accept a form made of matter. Thus Brahman accepts the different material forms of his incarnations, descends to the material world, performs very great deeds, leaves his material form behind, and returns to his own abode. The Mayavadis offer one kindness to the Supreme Lord. They say that the individual souls and the incarnations of Brahman have one difference. They say that the individual souls are dependent on their past karma, are pushed into the gross material body against their will, and, carried along by the strong current of their past karma, are forced to suffer old age, death, and rebirth. On the other hand, the Supreme Lord accepts a material body, material identity, material name, material qualities, and other material things voluntarily, by his own will, and by his own will at a certain time he abandons those material things and becomes again manifest as pure spiritual consciousness. Although he performs activities, the Lord is not forced to accept the karmic results of those actions. All these are the mistaken conclusions of the Mayavadis. Vrajanatha, do the Vedas give any evidence to support the Mayaveda philosophy? Babaji, no. In no place do the Vedas teach the Mayaveda philosophy. Actually, the Mayaveda philosophy is identical with Buddhism. In the Padma Purana Lord Shiva tells Parvati, Mayavedam Azakshastram Prakanam Bodhamusayat Maya Eva Kalpatam Devi Kalau Brahmanaripana. The Mayaveda philosophy is impious. It is covered Buddhism. My dear Parvati, in the form of a Brahmana in Kali Yuga teach this imagined Mayaveda philosophy. Asterisk. Vrajanatha, O Master, why did Lord Shiva, who is the best of the Vaisnavas and the leader of the demigods, do such a wicked deed? Babaji, Lord Shiva is a Guna Avatara of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. At one time the demons had taken to following the path of devotion in order to fulfill their own sinful lusty desires. Seeing this, the merciful Supreme Personality of Godhead, concerned for the benefit of the true, the sincere devotees, decided to deter the demons from following the path of devotion. With this in mind, he called for Lord Shiva and told him, copyright Shiva, that the demons in the mode of ignorance are now preaching the path of pure devotional service is not good for the world. Please write a book to bewilder the demons. Conceal the truth about me and preach the Mayaveda, impersonal philosophy. The demons will then leave the path of pure devotional service and take shelter of impersonalism. That will be very pleasing to my genuine pure devotees. Of this there is no doubt. The great Vaisnava Shiva unhappily accepted this order of the Supreme Lord. However, he placed the Lord's order on his head and obediently preached the Mayaveda philosophy. How can there be any fault, then, for Lord Shiva, the spiritual master of the entire world? Vrajanatha, for the good of all the conditioned souls, the Supreme Personality of Godhead turns the will of the material world of birth and death. The Sudarsana Chakra he holds in his hand brings only good. His order brings only good. The servant's duty is to carry out his master's order. Therefore the pure Vaisnavas do not blame Lord Shiva for descending as Sankaracharya and preaching the Mayaveda philosophy. Now I will recite the scriptural evidence for all this. Please listen. In the Padma Purana the Supreme Lord tells Shiva, Tivam aradhyayatha samhogra isyami varam sadad vaparadayuj pitpakalayam manastisus vagama e kalpatayas ivam tu jainan madvimakan kuru mam ca gopayayenas yatsrasti esadarotard qo Shiva, because you worship me, I will always give my blessings to you. In Kali Yuga, mislead the people in general by propounding imaginary meanings of the Vedas to bewilder them. In this way conceal me and make the people turn away from me. In the Varaha Purana the Supreme Lord tells Shiva, Esa moam srajami asuyo jainan moha yazyati tivam ca rudra mahabeho mohas dastrani karya. O mighty armed Shiva, please write books filled with lies, and thus bewilder the people. Adithyani Vidathyani Darsayasva Madhabuja Prakzam Kuru Katmaname Prakazam Ca Mam Kuru O Mighty Armed One, please preach a collection of lies. Place yourself in the forefront, and conceal me. Babaji, do any Vedic passages refute the Mayaveda theory? Vrajanatha, all the Vedas refute the Mayaveda theory. Searching through all the Vedas, the Mayavadis have found 4 statements to buttress their argument, and these they call Mahavakyas, the great statements of the Vedas. These 4 statements are, Chandogya Upanishad 3.14.1 Sarvam Kalvidam Brahma, everything is Brahman. Bradaranyaka Upanishad April 4, 19 and Katha Upanishad February 1, 11, Nihananasti Kinkana, nothing is different from Brahman. Idaraya Upanishad 1.5.3, Prajvayanam Brahma, Brahman is consciousness. Chandogya Upanishad 6.8.7, Tattivam Ac Svetakato O Svetaka Etu, you are that. Bradaranyaka Upanishad January 4, 10, Aham Brahmasmi Tam Brahman. What does the first of these Mahavakyas teach? It teaches that the material world and the individual souls are all Brahman, that there is nothing but Brahman. What is the nature of Brahman? That is explained in another place in the Vedas. In the Svetivatara Upanishad, 6.8, it is said, Na tajya karyam karanam ca vidyate na tat samas kavyadhika ca vidyate parajya saktir vividhivasravyate svabhavaki jainanabalakraya ca. The Supreme Lord has nothing to do. Nothing is equal to him or greater than him. He acts in different phases by manifesting his parts and parcels, which are all simultaneously differently situated by his unlimited, variegated potencies. Each potency acts quite naturally in sequences, providing him full knowledge, power, and pastimes. Asterisk. In these words Brahman and Brahman's potency are accepted as one. Here it is said that the potency is the property, svabhavaki, of Brahman, and it is also said that the potency is manifested in many different ways, vividha. Because the potency and the master who possesses the potency are not different, it may certainly be said that nothing is different from Brahman. However, when we look at the material world, we can also see that in another sense Brahman and his potency are certainly different. In the Vedas, Katha Upanishad 2.13 and Svetivatara Upanishad 6.10, it is said, Nitya Nityanam Setanah Setananam Eko Bahyanam Yo Vidadhati Kaman, the Supreme Lord is eternal and the living beings are eternal. The Supreme Lord is cognizant and the living beings are cognizant. The difference is that the Supreme Lord is supplying the necessities of life for the many other living entities. Asterisk. In these words of the Vedas, variety is accepted as an eternal fact. In the other passages of the Vedas, Svetasvatara Upanishad 6.8, the Lord's potency and his knowledge, power, and pastimes are also considered, in one sense, to be different from him. Now let us consider these words of Idaraya Upanishad, 1.5.3 Prajvayanam Brahma, Brahman is consciousness. Here it is said that Brahman is identical with consciousness. The nature of consciousness is described in these words of Bradaranyaka Upanishad, April 4, 21 Tam Evadhiro Vihadya Prajanam Kurvita Brahmana, a wise man who understands the Supreme falls in love with him. Here the word prajya does not mean merely consciousness. Here it means love and devotion. Now let us consider these words of Chandogya Upanishad, 6.8.7 Tattivam Ac Svetakato O Svetaka Etu, you are that. These words supposedly teach that the Supreme Lord and the individual spirit soul are identical. However, the proper explanation of these words is found in this passage from the Bradaranyaka Upanishad, March 8, Tenyo Vaa Tat Aksaram Gargi Avidit Vasmal Lokat Pridi Sa Kripana. He is a miserly man who does not solve the problems of life as a human and who thus quits this world like the cats and dogs, without understanding the science of self-realization. Asterisk. The words Tattivam Aci therefore actually mean he who has attained devotion to the Lord is a true Brahmana. Now let us consider these words of Bradaranyaka Upanishad, January 4, 10, Aham Brahmasmi Tam Brahman. Some thinkers say that the knowledge described in these words does not culminate in devotional service as its final attainment. This idea is criticized by these words of Isa Upanishad, Mantra 9 and Hamtama Pravazanti Yevidyam Uptsatado Bhatya Evati Tamoya Uvidyayam Rata. Those who engage in the culture of nescient activities shall enter into the darkest region of ignorance. Worse still are those engaged in the culture of so-called knowledge. Asterisk. These words mean that persons who are ignorant and do not know that they are pure spirit souls enter into terrible blinding darkness. However, they who, even though they become free from that ignorance, foolishly think that the individual soul is Brahman and not a tiny particle of spirit, enter into an even more terrible blinding darkness of ignorance. O Baba, the Vedas are like an ocean that has no shore. One should carefully study each mantra of each Upanishad, and then one should study the Upanishads together as a whole. In that way one will understand the true meaning of the Vedas. However, if one only studies a few passages here and there, the conclusion he gets at the end will be horrible and wrong. Therefore, are carefully studying all the branches of the Vedas, Sriman Mahaprabhu taught the final conclusion, that the individual spirit souls and the material world are simultaneously, inconceivably one and different from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Babaji, please explain to me more clearly how this philosophy of inconceivable simultaneous oneness and difference is the true teaching of the Vedas. Vrajanatha, in the Chandogya Upanishad, 3.14.1, it is said, Sarvam Kalvidam Brahma, everything is Brahman. In the Chandogya Upanishad, 7.25.2, it is said, Damavdam Sarvam Iti, the Supreme Soul is everything. In the Chandogya Upanishad, 6.2.1, it is said, Sad eva sami idam agrad siddhakam avadvatayam, in the beginning only the Supreme existed. There was none but him. In the Svetasvatara Upanishad, 5.4, it is said, Ivam sa devo bhagavan varanayo yonisvabhavanad hidasthadiyaka, as the sun shines in all directions, above, below, and across, so the glorious Supreme Personality of Godhead rules all creatures. These passages describe the oneness part of simultaneous oneness and difference. In the Taittiriya Upanishad, 2.1, it is said, Om Brahmavid apnoti param, one who understands the Supreme, attains the Supreme. In the Katha Upanishad, January 2, 22 and 2.1.4, it is said, Mahantam Vibham Manam Matvadhiro na Sokati, a wise man who meditates on the all-pervading Supreme Soul never laments. In the Taittiriya Aranyaka, 1st Anuvaka, it is said, Satyam Japanam Anantam Brahma. Yo Vedanihidam Guhayam Parame Vyoman. So Snutsarvan Kaman Saha Brahmana Vipassita. Brahman is limitless, eternal, and all-knowing. A person who knows that Brahman stays both in the spiritual sky and in the hearts of all creatures attains Brahman. He associates with the all-knowing Brahman. All his desires are fulfilled. In the Svativatara Upanishad, 3.9, it is said, Yasmat param naparam asti kinsit yasmin nani yo nhiosti kinsit. Underscore. Tenadam Purnam Purusana Sarvam, there is no truth superior to that Supreme Person because he is the supermost. He is smaller than the smallest, and he is greater than the greatest. He is situated as a silent tree, and he illumines the transcendental sky, and as a tree spreads its roots, he spreads his extensive energies. Asterisk. In the Svetasvatara Upanishad, 6.16, it is said, Pradhanastrajvyapatir Gunsa, the Supreme Person is fully aware of everything. He is the Super Soul, the master of all transcendental qualities. Asterisk. In the Katha Upanishad, 2.23, and the Mundaka Upanishad, 3.2.3, it is said, Tasi Isaditant Vivarnutanam Svam, the Supreme Lord is attained only by one who he himself chooses. To such a person he manifests his own form. Asterisk. In the Svetasvatara Upanishad, 3.19, it is said, Tamaharagrayam Purasam Mahantam, learned transcendentalists explain that God is the greatest, the original person. Asterisk. In the Isa Upanishad, Mantra 8, it is said, Yattatyatorudhan Vyadadhat, the Supreme Personality of Godhead has been fulfilling everyone's desires since time immemorial. Asterisk. In the Kena Upanishad, 3.6 and 3.10, it is said, Natad asakam vihumtam yad atad yaksam iti I do not understand who this yaksa is. In the Taittiriya Upanishad, 2.7, it is said, Asad v idam agraj sit. Tato vi sajayata. Tad manam svayam akurita. Tasmat tatsikratam usayata iti. In the beginning only the Supreme existed. From him everything was born. Then he personally appeared within the world. That is why he is called Sikrita, the Creator. In the Katha Upanishad, 2.13, and the Svetasvatara Upanishad, 6.13, it is said, Nitya Nityanam of all eternal beings one is the most important. In the Mantikya Upanishad, Mantra 2, it is said, Sarvam Hyatad Brahmayam Atma Brahma Soyam Atma Kataspat the Supreme Soul is the greatest. He is everything. He manifests in 4 forms. In the Brataranyaka Upanishad, February 5, 14, it is said, Ayam Dhamma Sarvazam Bhyatanam Madhu all living beings find that the Supreme Person is sweet like nectar. In these and countless other passages, the Vedas declare that the individual souls are eternally different from the Supreme. Every part of the Vedas is beautiful and good. No part should be rejected. That the individual souls are eternally different from the Supreme is the truth. That the individual souls are eternally non-different from the Supreme is also the truth. Both are true simultaneously. All the Vedas declare that difference and non-difference are both true. This simultaneous difference and non-difference is inconceivable, beyond the power of human intelligence to understand. Applying material logic to understand it will bring only confusion. What the Vedas speak is always the truth. The Vedas statements should not be rejected merely because they are beyond the understanding of our tiny human intelligence. In the Katha Upanishad, 1.2.9, it is said, Nas Tarkana Matir Apaniya ordinary material logic cannot be used to disprove the truths taught by the Vedas. In the Kena Upanishad, 2.2, it is said, Naham Menyi Suvideti no Na Videti Veda Ca I do not think, I do not know anything about the Supreme. Neither do think, I know everything about the Supreme. In these passages the Vedas declare that the Lord's potency is inconceivable. Therefore material logic is not the proper tool with which to understand the Lord's potency. In the Mahabharata it is said, Puranam Manavo Dharmas Digavatam Si Kitsatam Ajanasadani Katvari Na Hantavyani Hitubhitha Puranas, Manu Samhita, the Vedas with all their limbs, and the science of Vedic medicine are the words of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They are his commands. Material logic cannot refute them. Thus simultaneous oneness and difference is the pure truth, the conclusion taught by the Vedas. When one considers the final goal and need of all individual souls, he will see that there is no conclusion but simultaneous oneness and difference. When one understands this truth of simultaneous oneness and difference, he will see that the difference between the soul and the Supreme is eternal. Without understanding this difference, the individual soul cannot attain the true goal of life, love for the Supreme. Babaji, what evidence from scripture and logic shows that love for the Supreme is the final goal of life? Vrajanatha, the Vedas, Mundaka Upanishad 3.1.4, declare, Prano hi esa ya sarvabhitir vibhatai vihanan vidvan bhavate nati vadi atmakrita atmarata kriyavan esa brahma vidambarastha the Supreme Person is the life of all that live. One who knows him is not eager to talk of other things. Such a person loves the Lord, always remembers the Lord's pastimes, and is active in the Lord's service. He is the best of transcendentalists. In the Brataranyaka Upanishad, 2.4.5 and 4.5.6, it is said, Navar sarvajya kamaya sarvam prayam bhavati atmanas tu kamaya sarvam prayam bhavati every living being loves others not to please them, but to please himself. These words of Brataranyaka Upanishad show that love is the individual soul's primary need and goal. Bhava, love for the Supreme is described in many passages of the Vedas and the Srimad Bhagavatam. It is clearly described in these words of the Taittiriya Aranyaka, 7th Anuvaka, Ko Hyavanyat Kapranyat. Yad esa gasanando nasyat. Esa hayavanandayati. Who could live, who could breathe, if he did not find pleasure in his heart? Living in the heart, the Supreme Personality of Godhead gives pleasure to all living beings. Happiness is a state of being created by love. All spirit souls strive to find pleasure. Persons striving for liberation think liberation will bring them pleasure. That is why they are mad after liberation. Materialists think material sense objects will bring them pleasure. That is why they chase after sense objects. The hope for pleasure pushes the living entity into action. The devotees act so they can find pleasure in service to Lord Krishna. Thus all living entities are searching for pleasure and for love. For the sake of pleasure and love they are even willing to give up their bodies. The conclusion is this: everyone sees pleasure and love as their final goal, their true need. No one will deny it. One may be an atheist, one may be a theist, one may be a proponent of fruitive work, karmavadi, one may be an impersonalist, jnanavadi, one may be a hedonist, kami, one may be an ascetic, niskamai. All living entities are searching for pleasure and love. All search for pleasure and love, but not everyone finds it. The proponents of fruitive work think they will find pleasure and love in Svargaloka. However, the Bhagavad Gita, 9.21, says of them, Kasan punyi martilokam visanti. When they have thus enjoyed heavenly sense pleasure, they return to this mortal planet again. Thus, through the Vedic principles, they achieve only flickering happiness. Asterisk. This means that eventually they must fall down from Svargaloka. In this way their plan to enjoy becomes frustrated. When a person fails to find true pleasure in the wealth, children, fame, power, and other things available in the world of human beings, he begins to desire the pleasures available in Svargaloka. When he must fall from Svargaloka, he realizes that the pleasures available there are not very valuable. Then he sees that the pleasures of the human worlds, of Svargaloka, and of the highest material planets, even up to the planet of the demigod Brahma, are all temporary. Then he begins to search for impersonal liberation. When he finally attains impersonal liberation, he sees that there is not real pleasure in that either. Then he searches for another path to follow. How is it possible to find either pleasure or love in impersonal liberation? If a person's sense of identity is annihilated, how can he enjoy any pleasure? Or if everything becomes one, how can he enjoy any pleasure? Who will exist to experience the pleasure? If I lose my identity, who will exist to experience Brahman? The statement pleasure exists in impersonal liberation has no meaning, for no one exists to experience the pleasure. In impersonal liberation, does pleasure exist, or does it not exist? What is the conclusion? If my personal identity is destroyed, then everything about me is destroyed. What remains of me, that I can experience the attainment of a goal or the fulfillment of a need? In impersonal liberation do not exist. Do not exist at all. If someone says, in impersonal liberation exist as Brahman, then Brahman does not perform any action. Is it not so? If become Brahman eternally, then there is nothing for me to attain, and therefore I need not perform any action. Therefore in impersonal liberation is not the way to attain pleasure or love. Actually impersonal liberation does not exist. It is only a trick played on the individual soul. It is a flower imagined to float in the sky. Devotional service is the only method by which the individual souls can attain the true goal of their life and fulfill their true needs. The final stage of devotional service is love and pleasure. That love and pleasure are eternal. Pure Krishna is eternal, and pure love for him is also eternal. Therefore, when one accepts the truth of inconceivable oneness and difference, he can attain the eternal perfection of true love. If there is no simultaneous oneness and difference, then the eternal spiritual love that is the soul's true goal and need becomes not eternal. That non-eternality attacks the love and destroys it. Therefore all Vedic scriptures confirm that simultaneous inconceivable oneness and difference is the true conclusion. All other conclusions are meaningless speculations. plunged into an ocean of bliss as again and again he thought about the meaning of spiritual love, Vrajanatha walked home. Chapter 19 Nityadharma o Sambandhabhidhaya Prayahana, Pramayantargata Abhidhaya Vikara, Eternal Religion and Sambandha Abhidhaya and Prayahana, Abhidhaya. After finishing his meal, Vrajanatha went to bed. Again and again in his heart he thought about simultaneous oneness and difference. He thought, I used to think that the philosophy of inconceivable simultaneous oneness and difference was only one of many competing philosophies. As he deeply thought about it he concluded that no passages of scripture refuted it. Indeed, all the scriptures supported it. Sri Gaurakisara is the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself. There cannot be any fault with his profound teachings. Cannot leave the shelter of Lord Gaurakisara's feet, which are the abode of spiritual love. Alas! What have one attained thus far? The teaching of inconceivable simultaneous oneness and difference is the truth. That much I know. But by knowing it what have attained? The saintly Babaji told me that spiritual love is the final goal of life for all souls. The fruitive workers, karmas, and impersonalists, jnanis, are all searching for love, but they do not know what is the pure state of love. One must attain the pure state of love. I will ask the saintly Babaji how to attain it. One will hear his conclusion. Again and again thinking in this way, he gradually fell asleep. It was late at night when Vrajanatha finally fell asleep and it was late in the morning when he finally awakened. He got up from bed. When he had washed and performed his morning duties, his uncle Vijayakumara Bhattacharya Mahasaya arrived for a visit. Seeing that he had come after May days in Sri Modadruma, Vrajanatha at once offered Dandavat obeisances to his uncle. Vijayakumara was especially learned in Srimad Bhagavatam. By the mercy of Srimati Narayani Devi, he had attained great love for Lord Gauranga. Nowadays he went from place to place reading aloud from Srimad Bhagavatam. At the village of Danudagrama he personally met Sri Vrindavanadasa Thakura, who advised him to visit Sri Mayapura, the inconceivable spiritual abode of the Lord. Vrindavanadasa Thakura told him that soon all the places of Lord Mahaprabhu's pastimes would become hidden, and only after 400 years would they again be openly manifested. He also said that the places of Lord Chaitanya's pastimes are not different from Sri Vrindavana, and that only a person who can see the spiritual nature of Sri Mayapura and the other places of Lord Chaitanya's pastimes has the power to see Vrindavana as it truly is. Hearing these words of Sri Vrindavanadasa Thakura, who is an incarnation of Srila Vyasadeva, Vijayakumara became very eager to see Sri Mayapura. In his mind he decided to visit his sister and nephew in Bilvapaskarani, and then visit Sri Mayapura. In those days Bilvapaskarani and Brahmanapaskarani touched each other. Nowadays they are far apart. In those days the boundary of Bilvapaskarani was within a mile of holy Sri Mayapura. That abandoned village of Bilvapaskarani now goes by the names Tota and Taranabeza. Vijayakumara embraced his nephew and said, "Baba, now I will go to visit Sri Mayapura. Please tell your mother that we'll return for lunch." Vrajanatha replied, "Uncle, why are you going to visit Sri Mayapura?" Vijayakumara was not aware of Vrajanatha's present condition, how he had abandoned the study of Nyayasastra and become an ardent student of Vedanta. Therefore he thought it not appropriate to describe his devotional activities to Vrajanatha. He simply said, "I want to visit someone in Mayapura." Aware that his uncle was a devotee of Lord Gauranga and a scholar of Srimad Bhagavatam, and thinking that his uncle must have a spiritual purpose in visiting Sri Mayapura, Vrajanatha said, "A very faithful Vaisnava named Sri Raghunatha Dasa Babaji Mahasaya resides in Sri Mayapura. Please speak with him when you make your visit." Hearing Vrajanatha's words, Vijayakumara said, "Baba, now you have faith in the Vaisnavas. I heard that you had abandoned Naya and turned to Vedanta. Now I can understand that you have entered the path of devotional service. No longer need to conceal things from you. Vrindavanadasa Thakura has ordered me to visit the holy abode of Sri Mayapura. In my mind I have decided to bathe in the Ganges at Sri Mayapuragata, see and circumambulate the Yogapitha, and once roll about in the dust from the Vaisnava's feet at Srivasa's courtyard. Vrajanatha said, "Uncle, please be kind and take me with you. I will take permission from mother, and we will both go to Sri Mayapura." After this conversation, Vrajanatha spoke to his mother. Vrajanatha and Vijayakumara both left for Sri Mayapura. With great delight they both bathed in the Ganges. As they bathed, Vijayakumara said, "Nephew, today am fortunate. Up till the age of 20, Lord Saknandana showed his mercy to Sri Gangadevi by playing in the waters here. By bathing in these waters, I have become very happy." Melting with happiness to hear these encouraging words, Vrajanatha said, "Today am fortunate, for today am able to follow your feet." After bathing, they both went to Jagannatha Misra's home. There they became decorated with streaming tears of great spiritual love. Vijayakumara said, "They who have taken birth in the land of Lord Gaura but have never touched this most sacred place have taken their birth in vain. That is not just an exaggeration. Look. With material eyes this looks like another ordinary place, a place of cottages made of leaves. By Lord Gauranga's mercy what glory do we see now? We see great jewel palaces, charming gardens, grand archways, and so many other glorious things. Look. How beautiful are the forms of Sri Gauranga Visnupriya in that palace. What beautiful forms!" Again and again speaking in this way, the uncle and nephew were both overwhelmed, stunned with ecstatic love. For a long time they were both overcome in this way. Finally some devotees helped them go to Srivasa's courtyard. When they entered it, streams of tears flowed from their eyes. Rolling on the ground in Srivasa's courtyard, they both called out, "O Srivasa! O Advaita! O Nityananda! O Gadadhara Gauranga! Please give your mercy to us. Please take away our false pride. Please give us shelter of your feet." Seeing the two Brahmanas in this devotional mood, the Vaisnavas called out, "Glory to the moon of Mayapura! Glory to invincible Lord Gauranga! Glory to Lord Nityananda!" and danced. In a moment Vrajanatha offered his body at the feet of his worshipable master, Sri Raghunatha Dasa. The elderly Babaji picked him up, embraced him, and said, "Baba, why have you come at this time today? Who is the great soul accompanying you?" Vrajanatha humbly explained everything. The Vaisnavas gave them nice sitting places in the courtyard of the Bakula tree. Then Vijayakumara humbly asked saintly Sri Raghunatha Dasa Babaji, "O Master, what is the real goal and need of all living entities?" "Babaji, you are both great devotees. You have already attained the goal of life. Still, to show kindness to me, you have asked this question. As far as I know, I will speak. Devotional service to Lord Krishna, devotional service that is free of any trace of fruitive work or impersonal speculation is both the final goal of life and the means to attain the goal of life. In its beginning stage it is called Siddhana Bhakti and in its final, perfect stage, it is called Prema Bhakti." Vijayakumara, "O saintly Babaji, what different qualities does devotional service possess?" "Babaji, by Lord Mahaprabhu's order, Srila Rupa Goswami wrote the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, where the qualities of devotional service are described in these words, January 1, 11 Anyab Hilazidasimayam Jidnakarmadhyanavartamanukal Krishnana Silanam Bhaktir Uttama. One should render transcendental loving service to the Supreme Lord Krishna favorably and without desire for material profit of gain through fruitive activities or philosophical speculation. That is called pure devotional service. Asterisk. In this verse the direct and indirect qualities of pure D are described. Here the words Bhaktir Uttama mean pure devotional service. Pure devotional service is never mixed with karma, fruitive activities, or jnana, impersonal speculation. When the desire for sense gratification is present, devotional service is mixed with fruitive activities. When the desire for impersonal liberation attained through philosophical speculation is present, devotional service is mixed with impersonal speculation. When the desire for sense gratification and impersonal liberation are completely absent, then devotional service is uttama, or pure. Pure devotional service brings pure love of God as its result. What is devotional service? The direct qualities of devotional service are the endeavor to please Krishna with the activities of one's body, mind, and words, and also love for Lord Krishna within one's heart. The soul has certain powers of his own. However, when one attains the mercy of Lord Krishna and the mercy of a devotee, then Lord Krishna manifests his own internal potency, Svarupa. It is then that the true nature of devotional service becomes manifested. In the present condition, the living entity's body, mind, and words are all material. If he works with the power of his own intelligence, his only attainment will be material knowledge and dry renunciation. He will not attain devotional service. However, if Lord Krishna's internal potency, Svarupa, becomes manifested and is evenly slightly active, then pure devotional service is manifested also. Lord Krishna is the original form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Bhagavan. Activities meant to please him are called devotional service. Jnana, impersonal speculation, and karma, fruitive work, which are meant to please Brahman and Paramatma, are not devotional service. Devotional service should be favorable, Uranudalya, meant to please Lord Krishna. If it is not favorable, devotional service cannot reach the perfect stage. The word anukula means pleasing to Lord Krishna. In the stage of sadhana bhakti, the activities of devotional service are to a certain extent gross and unrefined. In the stage of perfect devotional service, the activities of devotional service are freed from connection with the material world. In this way they are subtle and refined. In both stages the qualities of devotional service remain the same. Therefore that devotional service should be favorable, Uranuklayina, and directly to Lord Krishna, Krishnanusilanam, are the direct qualities of devotional service. Now that the direct qualities have been described, we will describe the indirect qualities of devotional service. Sri Rapa Goswami has mentioned two indirect qualities of devotional service. The first indirect quality is Enyabhilasiddhasinyam, freedom from other desires, and the second indirect quality is J-SY 241 Anakarmadhyanavrtam, freedom from impersonal speculation and fruitive work. In the heart any desire for something other than devotional service is antagonistic to devotional service. When jnana, karma, yoga, renunciation, and other things cover the heart, the situation is not favorable for devotional service. Therefore devotional service is pure when it is freed from these two obstacles and when it is favorable and directed to Lord Krishna. Vijayakumara, what is the special quality of devotional service? Mean to say, what are its specific characteristics? Babaji, Srila Rapa Goswami explains that pure devotional service has 6 specific characteristics. They are described in these words: Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu January 1, 13 Klesigni Subhadi Moksalagoda KRT Sudur Labha Sandra Nandavai Satma SRT Krisnagar Sani CASA. There are 6 characteristics of pure devotional service, which are as follows: 1. Pure devotional service brings immediate relief from all kinds of material distress. 2. Pure devotional service is the beginning of all auspiciousness. 3. Pure devotional service automatically puts one in transcendental pleasure. 4. Pure devotional service is rarely achieved. 5. Those in pure devotional service deride even the conception of liberation. And 6. Pure devotional service is the only means to attract Krishna. Asterisk. Vijayakumara, how does pure devotional service bring immediate relief from all kinds of material distress? Babaji, material distress has 3 causes: 1. Papa, sins; 2. Papa bija, the seeds of sins; and 3. Avidya, ignorance. The word papa, sins, refers to the activities that begin with pataka, sins, mahapataka, great sins, and ati pataka, the greatest sins. When pure devotional service appears in the heart, sinful activities cannot remain there. The desire to commit sins is called papabija, the seeds of sins. When the heart is purified by performing devotional service, sinful desires cannot stay there. The individual soul's illusions are called avidya. When pure devotional service is performed, the soul thinks I am a servant of Lord Krishna. When that happens, illusions about the soul's true identity cannot stay. When the effulgence of Bhakti Devi, the goddess of devotional service, enters the heart, sins, the seeds of sins, and the blinding darkness of ignorance all perish. Thus, when devotional service arrives, material distress is no longer seen. Therefore, one of the characteristics of devotional service is that it brings immediate relief from all kinds of material distress. Vijayakilmara, how is pure devotional service is the beginning of all auspiciousness. Babaji, the word auspiciousness means, 1 love for all living entities, 2 all virtues, and 3 every kind of happiness. When pure devotional service arises in his heart, a person becomes decorated with these 4 virtues, 1 humility, 2 mercy, 3 pridelessness, and 4 giving honor to all others. The result of this is that the entire world loves him. Every virtue that exists among the living entities is spontaneously manifested within a person who is a devotee of the Lord. Devotional service also gives every kind of happiness. It gives material sense happiness, the happiness of attaining the qualityless impersonal liberation, all yogic perfections, sense gratification, liberation, and every other kind of happiness. However, the 4 kinds of devotees do not desire any of these kinds of happiness, for none of them can even approach the eternal bliss attained by engaging in devotional service. Vijayakilmara, why is it that persons engaged in pure devotional service deride even the conception of impersonal liberation? Babaji, when the happiness that comes from pleasing the Lord is even slightly manifested in one's heart, the happinesses obtained from material piety, material sense gratification, and impersonal liberation automatically become very insignificant. Vijayakilmara, why is pure devotional service rarely achieved? Babaji, please try to understand this carefully. By following thousands and thousands of spiritual paths, one will not easily attain devotional service. Lord Hari is not pleased by persons who strive for material sense gratification or impersonal liberation. To them he will not give devotional service. Therefore, for the followers of these 2 paths, devotional service is very rarely achieved. By following the path of impersonal speculation, one may attain impersonal liberation, and by performing yajnas and other pious deeds one may easily attain material sense gratification, but by these means one will never become expert in the yoga of devotional service. One may follow thousands and thousands of such paths, but one will not attain devotional service to Lord Hari. Vijayakilmara, how does pure devotional service automatically put one in transcendental pleasure? Babaji, devotional service is filled with spiritual pleasure. It is an ocean of bliss. If all the material pleasures available in the troublesome material were added to its opposite, the pleasure of merging into the impersonal Brahman, and then multiplied by 100,000 million, all that accumulated pleasure would not equal a single drop of the happiness of devotional service. Material senses pleasure is very insignificant, and impersonal Brahman pleasure is very dry. These 2 kinds of pleasure are very different from spiritual pleasure. Dissimilar things cannot be compared. The pleasure of devotional service is a deep ocean of bliss. Compared to it, the happiness of impersonal liberation is like a mud puddle in a cow's hoofprint. Only persons who have tasted the pleasure of devotional service know what that pleasure is like. They cannot really describe that pleasure to others. Vijayakilmara, how does pure devotional service attract Krishna? Babaji, when devotional service appears in someone's heart, Lord Krishna, who is controlled by love, becomes attracted to enter that heart along with all his associates. By no other way can Lord Krishna be brought under control. Vijayakilmara, if devotional service is as you describe, then why do not all scripture scholars carefully engage in it? Babaji, the root of the matter is this: human intelligence and material logic are limited. Any human beings who tries with his limited intelligence to understand Lord Krishna and his devotional service, which are far beyond the boundary of the material world, will certainly fail. Lord Krishna and devotional service will remain far away from him. On the other hand, a person who because of past pious deeds now has a single drop of attraction to Krishna can easily understand devotional service. Aside from being fortunate in this way, no one can understand the truth of devotional service. Vijayakumara, why is material logic useless in understand spiritual pleasure? Babaji, material logic has no power to understand spiritual pleasure. In the Vedas, Katha Upanishad 1.2.9, it is said, Nasa Tarkana the Supreme cannot be understood by material logic. In the Vedanta Stitra, February 1, 11, it is also said, Tarka Paradisthanat transcendental topics cannot be understood by argument or logic. Asterisk. In this way it is explained that material logic cannot be used to understand spiritual matters. Vrajanatha, is there a stage in between sadhana bhakti, devotional service in practice, and prema bhakti, devotional service in pure love of God? Babaji, yes. There are 3 stages, sadhana bhakti, bhava bhakti, devotional service in ecstasy, and prema bhakti. Vrajanatha, what distinguishes sadhana bhakti from the others? Babaji, the highest stage is prema bhakti. As long as he remains imprisoned by the material senses, the soul's devotional activities are situated in sadhana bhakti. Vrajanatha, you have explained that prema bhakti is the eternal perfection, the highest stage. How is this highest stage attained? Babaji, one cannot attain that eternal perfection by his own efforts. In the beginning the stage called sadhana is manifested in the heart. Until the day when the eternal perfection appears of its own accord, one cannot force its presence. The eternal perfection must come of its own. Vrajanatha, please explain more clearly. Babaji, because it is manifested from the Lord's own internal potency, Svarapasakti, prema bhakti is eternally perfect. It is not manifested in the hearts of souls still imprisoned by matter. With the body, mind, and words one may endeavor to attain that eternal perfection in his heart, but as long as it is not attained, the devotee is situated in sadhana bhakti. Vrajanatha, what are the qualities of sadhana bhakti? Babaji, the nature of sadhana bhakti is that it is a method of making the mind think of Lord Krishna. Vrajanatha, how many stages are present in sadhana bhakti? Babaji, there are 2 stages, Vaidhi and Raganuga. Vrajanatha, what is Vaidhi sadhana bhakti? Babaji, Vaidhi is of 2 kinds. When one follows the rules given in the scriptures, his activities are called Vaidhi pravritti. When by following the rules given in the scriptures a person attains devotional service, his activities are called Vaidhi bhakti. Vrajanatha, later we'll ask about Raganuga bhakti. Now please tell me, what are the qualities of Vaidhi bhakti? Babaji, activities the scriptures say should be performed are called Vidhi. Activities the scriptures say should not be performed are called Niseda. To do what should be done and avoid what is forbidden is called Vaidha Dharma. Vrajanatha, from your words have understood that Vaidha means following the rules of all the Dharma sastras, scriptures. However, it is very difficult for the living entity to determine from these scriptures exactly what should be done and what is forbidden. Therefore, please briefly summarize the scriptures' rules of what should be done and what is forbidden. Babaji, in the Padma Purana it is said, Smartavya Sadatam Visnar Vismartavyo Najatusat Sarvidini Sedhasi Urada Eva Kinkara Krishna is the origin of Lord Vinu. He should always be remembered and never forgotten at any time. All the rules and prohibitions mentioned in the sastras, scriptures, should be the servants of these 2 principles. Asterisk. One should always remember Lord Vinu. That is the root of all rules. The duties of Varnasramadharma are mean to follow that rule of always remembering Lord Vinu. One should never forget Lord Vinu. That is the root of all prohibitions. Avoidance of sin, abandonment of materialism, penance for sins committed in the past, and other like prohibitions are meant to follow this prohibition, that one should never forget Lord Vinu. Therefore the rules and prohibitions described in the scriptures are the servants of the rule to remember Lord Vishnu and the prohibition to never forget him. Therefore the rules of Varnashrama and other like rules are meant to enable one to always remember Lord Vishnu. This is described in the following words of Srimad Bhagavatam, 11.5.2-3 Mukhabhadhirupadavyapurasajias Rame Saha Katvaro Jajhir Varna Gunair Vipradayapirthak. From the mouth of Brahma, the Brahmanical order has come into existence. Similarly, from his arms, the Kshatriyas have come, from his waist the Vaishyas have come, and from his legs the Stidras have come. These four orders and their spiritual counterparts, Brahmacharya, Grastha, Vanaprastha, and Sannyasa, combine to make human society complete. Asteriskya Isam Purasam Sake Sadatma Prabhavam Isvaram Na Bhajanti Avahananti Stand by Trista Patanti Adha. If one simply maintains an official position in the four Varnas and Ashramas but does not worship the Supreme Lord Vishnu, he falls down from his puffed up position into a hellish condition. Asterisk. Srila Goswami explains that among the human beings who follow the rules of scripture, some have faith in devotional service. These are the persons qualified to engage in devotional service. These persons are not attracted to following rules for their own sake, and neither are they attracted to renunciation for its own sake. Following the rules of ordinary civilized life and at the same time full of faith in devotional service, they engage in sadhana bhakti. This engagement in sadhana bhakti is the result of many lifetimes of pious deeds. Faithful persons thus engaged in devotional service are divided into three groups: 1. Uttama, advanced, 2. Madhyama, intermediate, and 3. Kanistha, neophyte. Vrajanatha, in Bhagavad Gita, 7.16, it is said that the devotees are of four kinds: 1. Arta, the distressed, 2. Jijanaju, the inquisitive, 3. Artharthya, the desirer of wealth, and 4. Jnani, he who is searching for knowledge of the Absolute. How are these persons eligible to engage in devotional service? Babaji, when they attain the association of saintly devotees, these four kinds of persons, the Arta, Jijvitsu, Artharthya, and Jnani, develop faith in unalloyed devotional service. Then they become qualified to engage in devotional service. Gayendra, Saunaka Rsi, Dhruva, the four Kumaras, and many others may be cited here as examples of this. Vrajanatha, why are the devotees not eager for liberation? Babaji, of the 5 kinds of liberation Salokya, to live on the same planet as the Lord; Sarsti, to have the same opulences as the Lord; Samapya, to have constant association with the Lord; Sarapya, to obtain the same bodily features as the Lord; and Sayojya, to become one with the Lord. Only Sayojya is openly opposed to the principles of devotional service. Therefore the devotees of Lord Krishna never accept Sayojya, impersonal, liberation. The other 4 kinds of liberation Salokya, Sarsti, Samapya, and Sartipya are not openly opposed to the principles of devotional service, but some aspects of them are not helpful for developing devotional service. The devotees of Lord Krishna do not accept these 4 kinds of liberation when they are manifested in Vaikuntha, the abode of Lord Narayana. In some situations spiritual opulence is prominent in these kinds of liberation, and in other situations loving service is prominent. The devotees reject these kinds of liberation when their final goal is spiritual opulence. In those situations the devotees say, talk of liberation should stay far away. The devotees' hearts are attracted only to Lord Krishna. The devotees' hearts are not enchanted by the mercy of Lord Narayana. Why not? Even though Lord Narayana and Lord Krishna are in the end not different from each other, the highest nectar is present only in the form of Lord Krishna. Vrajanatha, are persons born in upper-class families in Varnashrama the only persons eligible to engage in devotional service? Babaji, simply by being a human being one is eligible to engage in devotional service. Vrajanatha, persons who follow Varnashrama must follow both the rules of Varnashrama and the rules of devotional service. I see they must follow both sets of rules. On the other hand, persons who do not follow Varnashrama need only follow the rules of pure devotional service. From what can see it must be very difficult for the followers of Varnashrama to follow both the rules of Karmakanda and the rules of devotional service. What is the proper understanding of all this? Babaji, a person engaged in pure devotional service need only follow the rules of devotional service, even though he may be living within the Varnashrama social system. By following the rules of devotional service, his duty to follow the rules of Karmakanda is automatically fulfilled. In the places where they do not oppose devotional service, there is no harm in following the rules of Karmakanda. A person engaged in devotional service naturally has no desire to act badly or commit sins. If by accident he commits a sin, he is not required to perform the penance described in the Karmakanda. No accidentally committed sin has the power to stay in a heart where devotional service also stays. A sin that tries to stay there will soon perish. Therefore such a devotee does not need to perform penance. Vrajanatha, how does a person engaged in devotional service repay his debts to the demigods and others like them? Babaji, Baba, please reflect on the message of this verse in the 11th canto, Srimad Bhagavatam November 5, 41 Devarsai Bhyataptaninam Bhadranam Na Kinkaro Nayamrani Ca Rajan Sarvatmant Yasaranam Saranyam Gato Mukundam Parirtyakardam. Anyone who has completely surrendered unto Krishna, Mukunda, giving up all other duties, is no longer a debtor, nor is he obliged to any not the demigods, nor the sages, nor the people in general, nor kinsmen, nor humanity, nor for tathers. Asterisk. Also, at the end of the Bhagavad Gita, 18.66, the Supreme Personality of Godhead declares, "Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear." Asterisk. These words of the Gita mean that a person who engages in unalloyed devotional service is no longer required to follow the rules given in the scriptures describing impersonal liberation, Jnanasastras, and fruitive work, Karmasastras. Simply by engaging in devotional service he will attain all perfection. The Supreme Lord also declares, Bhagavad Gita 9.31 Nami Bhakta Pranajyati, my devotee never perishes. Asterisk. This promise of the Lord stands above all other rules in the scriptures. After hearing these words, Vrajanatha and Vijayakumara said with one voice, "In our hearts there is no doubt about devotional service. We know that jnana and karma are very insignificant and unimportant. Without Bhakti Devis, the goddess of devotions, mercy, no one can attain auspiciousness. O Master, please be kind to us and describe the different features of pure devotional service. Then our lives will become a success." Babaji, Vrajanatha, you have heard the Dasamala up to the 8th verse. At another time please relate these verses to your saintly uncle. My heart blossoms with happiness when see him. Please listen now to the 9th verse. Sruta Krishnakyanam Smarananati Payajaviti Ganatatha Dejyam Sakyam Parikaranam Api Atmadadanam Navanani Atanatha Vidi Gatabhaktar Anudanam Bhajan Srada Yutta Suvimalaradam by sa Labhate. Hearing about Lord Krishna, chanting his glories, remembering him, bowing down before him, worshipping him, serving him, thinking of him as a friend, serving his lotus feet, and surrendering everything unto him are the 9 limbs of devotional service. A faithful person who every day worships the Lord by performing these devotional activities attains pure love for him. When Lord Krishna's spiritual holy name, and the descriptions of his form, qualities, and pastimes touch the ear, that activity is called Sravanam, hearing. This hearing is of 2 kinds. Before one has attained faith in the Lord, one in conversation may hear the qualities of Lord Krishna from the mouth of a saintly devotion. That is one kind of hearing. By hearing in this way one attains faith. When one attains faith, he develops a deep thirst to hear about Lord Krishna. Then again and again he hears about Lord Krishna's holy name and other features. After that, he hears the holy name and qualities of Lord Krishna from the mouth of a Vaisnava spiritual master. That is the second kind of hearing. Hearing is one limb of pure devotional service. At the time of performing sadhana bhakti one hears from a Vaisnava spiritual master, and when one finally attains perfection, he continues to hear. Hearing is the first limb of devotional service. When Lord Krishna's holy name, and the descriptions of his form, qualities, and pastimes touch the tongue, that activity is called kirtanam, chanting. Discussions of Lord Krishna, chanting his holy name, attracting everyone by reading aloud the descriptions of his in the scriptures and singing songs about him, speaking humble words before him, proclaiming his glories to others, reciting prayers, and placing humble requests before him are all counted within the category of chanting. Of all the limbs of devotional service, chanting is said to be the most important. In Kali Yuga especially, chanting can bring auspiciousness to all souls. This is declared in the scriptures again and again. For example, it is said, Padma Purana, Uttarakanda, 72.25 Dhidyan Krte Yajanyaj Vyas Tritayam Dvaparayagayan Yad Apnoti Tad Apnoti Kalau Sankirtya Kesavam. Whatever is achieved by meditation is Satya Yuga, by performance of Yajya is Trita Yuga, or by the worship of Krishna's lotus feet in Dvapara Yuga, is obtained in the age of Kali simply by chanting and glorifying Lord Kesava. Asterisk. No other method is as effective in purifying the heart as Hari Kirtana, chanting the glories of Lord Hari. When many devotees chant together, that is called Sankirtana. Remembering Lord Krishna's name, form, qualities, and pastimes is called Smaranam, remembering. Remembering is of 5 kinds. 1. When one searches for something, that is called Smarana. 2. When one withdraws the mind from other things and fixes it on one object, that is called Dharana. 3. When one meditates on a particular form, that is called dhyana. 4. When meditation is unbroken and becomes like a flood of nectar, that is called dhruvanusmriti. 5. When only the object of meditation and nothing else is present in the heart, that is called samadhi. Sravanam, hearing, kirtanam, chanting, and smaranam, remembering, are the 3 most important limbs of devotional service. All the other limbs are included within these 3. Of the 3 limbs, hearing, chanting, and remembering, the most important is chanting, for hearing and remembering are naturally included within it. In Srimad Bhagavatam July 5, 23 it is said that Padaseva, serving the feet, or parikarya, service, is the 4th limb of devotional service. Serving the Lord's feet should be performed along with hearing, chanting, and remembering. When one serves the Lord's feet, one should think oneself worthless and unqualified to serve, and one should think of the object of his service is a person who is eternal and full of knowledge and bliss. To think in these ways is essential. When serving the Lord's feet, one should think that he is seeing the Lord's handsome face, touching him, circumambulating him, following him, and seeing his temple, the Ganges, Jagannathapuri, Dvaraka, Mathura, Navadvipa, and other holy places. Srila Rupa Goswami has eloquently described 64 limbs of devotional service. Serving Tulasi and serving the Lord's devotees are included within this limb, serving the Lord's feet. The 5th limb is arcanum, worship. Many things could be said about the qualifications of the worshipper and the activities of worship. If, after being engaged in hearing, chanting, and remembering, one becomes attracted to the path of worship, one should take shelter of the lotus feet of a bona fide spiritual master, accept mantra diksha initiation from him, and become engaged in the activities of worship. Brajanatha, what is the difference between Nama, the holy name, and mantra? Babaji, the holy name of the Supreme Lord is the life and soul of all mantras. By adding the word nama, obeisances, and other like words to the Lord's holy names, the sages have given us various mantras glorifying the Lord, mantras that each possess specific powers. The holy name of the Lord has nothing to do with the material world. To withdraw the mind from thoughts of the material body and other material things, mantras containing the Lord's holy names are given. To be able to chant mantras, materialistic persons require to accept initiation, diksha. To chant Krishna mantras there is no need to accept the purificatory processes called siddha, sadhya, susiddha, and ari. Initiation into the chanting of Krishna mantras is very beneficial for the living entity. Krishna mantras are the most powerful mantras in the entire world. When he accepts a Krishna mantra from a bona fide spiritual master, a qualified person gets strength from Lord Krishna himself. The spiritual master then describes the path of arcana, worship, to the inquisitive disciple. I need not describe all of that now. In brief, it may be said that the observance of Sri Krishna Janmashtami, Kartika Vrata, Ekadasi Vrata, Maghasnana, and other vows are included in this path of worship. One thing especially should be noted about the path of worshipping Lord Krishna: one must worship Lord Krishna's devotees along with Lord Krishna himself. Vandana, offering obeisances, is the sixth limb of devotional service. Although it is included within Padaseva, Kirtana, and the other limbs of devotional service, Vandana is also considered a separate limb. Vandana means offering obeisances. There are two ways to offer obeisances: one Akanga Namaskara, offering obeisances with one limb, and two Astanga Namaskara, offering obeisances with 8 limbs. To offer obeisances with one hand, with the body completely covered with cloth, directly before, on the left side, or behind the Lord, or very close to the Lord, are all considered offenses. Dajya, service, is the seventh limb of devotional service. Dajya means to think I am a servant of Lord Krishna. The best kind of worship is performed when the worshipper thinks that he is a servant of Lord Krishna. Offering obeisances, reciting prayers, offering all of one's actions, serving, offering honor, remembering, hearing about the Lord, and other like activities are included within Dajya. Sakhya, friendship, is the eighth limb of devotional service. Sakhya means to act as a friend to Lord Krishna. There are two kinds of such friendship: one Vedanga, friendship in Vedi Bhakti, and two Raganga, friendship in Raganuga Bhakti. Here we will only describe Vedanga friendship. This kind of friendship is possible when the devotee engages in deity worship. That is called Vedhasakhya. Atmanivdana, surrendering everything, is the ninth limb of devotional service. To offer the pure soul, the material body, and everything else to Lord Krishna is called Atmanivdana. To act only for Lord Krishna's benefit and not for one's own benefit is the special feature of Atmanivdana. As a cow that is sold to someone does not do anything to protect or maintain herself, so the surrendered soul acts only according to Lord Krishna's desires. Such a soul desires whatever Lord Krishna desires. The activities of Atmanivdana are described in these words: Srimad Bhagavatam 9.4.18-20 Savai Mana Krishna Padaravindayar Vakamsi Vakantagundnavarnain Karau Harar Mandira Marjanadasu Srudim Kakarasi Uthasat Kathodam Yakandalaya Galayadarsanadrasatad Baitir Tyagatras Barsija Sangamam Granam Ca Tatpadasarahasarabhi Srimat Tulaji Razanam Tadarpat Padahari Kastrapadanusarpain Siro Hizakasipadabhivandain Kamam Ca Dasyi Na2 Kamakamaya Yathadamas Loka Genisre Arata. Maharaja Ambarisa always engaged his mind in meditating upon the lotus feet of Krishna, his words in describing the glories of the Lord, his hands in cleansing the Lord's temple, and his ears in hearing the words spoken by Krishna or about Krishna. He engaged his eyes in seeing the deity of Krishna, Krishna's temples, and Krishna's places like Mathura and Vrindavana. He engaged his sense of touch in touching the bodies of the Lord's devotees. He engaged his sense of smell in smelling the fragrance of tulasi offered to the Lord, and he engaged his tongue in tasting the Lord's prasada. He engaged his legs in walking to the holy places and temple of the Lord, his head in bowing down before the Lord, and all his desires in serving the Lord, 24 hours a day. Indeed, Maharaja Ambarisa never desired anything for his own sense gratification. He engaged all his senses in devotional service, in various engagements related to the Lord. This is the way to increase attachment for the Lord and be completely free from all material desires. Asterisk. Filled with bliss to hear all this, Vrajanatha and Vijayakumara offered Dandavat obeisances to the saintly Babaji and said, "O Master, you are a personal associate of the Supreme Lord himself. We are both very fortunate to drink the nectar of your teachings. For so many days we were uselessly proud of our caste and learning. It is only because of many pious deeds in many past births that now we have attained the shelter of your feet. Vijayakumara said, O best of the Lord's devotees, Sri Bhaktivedanta Thakura instructed me to see the Yogapitha in Sri Mayapura. It is by his mercy that today have see both the Lord's transcendental abode and the Lord's personal associate. Please be merciful and allow that tomorrow evening we may again come to see you. Hearing the name of Bhaktivedanta Thakura, the elderly Babaji at once offered Dandavat obeisances. He said, again and again offer my respectful obeisances to Bhaktivedanta Thakura, who is Vyasadeva himself, and who has come to this world to record Lord Chaitanya's pastimes. It was late. Vrajanatha and Vijayakumara returned to Vrajanatha's home. Chapter 20 Nityadharma O Sambandhabhidhaya Prayahana, Pramayantargata Abhidhaya Vikara Vedhasadana Bhakti, Eternal Religion and Sambandha Abhidhaya and Prayahana, Abhidhaya, Vedhasadana Bhakti. Almost 6 hours had passed when Vrajanatha and Vijayakumara returned home. Vrajanatha's mother carefully served a delicious lunch to her brother. After lunch, the uncle and nephew conversed very affectionately. To his uncle, Vrajanatha repeated one by one all the teachings he had heard from the saintly Babaji. Hearing them, Vijayakumara became plunged in an ocean of bliss. He said to his nephew, "You have become very fortunate. From a great saint you have heard all these descriptions of the spiritual truth. It is always auspicious to hear descriptions of Lord Hari and devotional service, but when these descriptions come from the mouth of a saint, when they enter the ear they very quickly bring the desired result. Baba, you are learned in all the scriptures. In the Nyaya Sastras you have no peer. You were born in a family of Vedika Brahmanas. You are not poverty-stricken. You are wealthy. These advantages are all ornaments decorating you now that you have taken shelter of a Vaisnava's feet and you relish hearing his descriptions of Lord Krishna." Sitting in the house's shrine to goddess Kandi, the uncle and nephew conversed about spiritual life. In a side room Vrajanatha's mother privately said to Vijayakumara, "Brother, after many days you have come for a visit. Please try to turn your nephew into a householder. Am afraid to see how Vrajanatha acts. Vrajanatha may never get married. Many matchmakers have offered many matches, but Vrajanatha is stubborn. He refuses to marry. My mother-in-law tried, but she could not convince him." Hearing all that his sister had to say, Vijayakumara replied, "I will stay for 10 or 15 days. I will think about it and I will tell you what to do. For now please go to your own part of the house." When Vrajanatha's mother returned to her rooms, Vijayakumara returned to his spiritual discussions with Vrajanatha. They spent the day in those discussions. The next day, after their meal, Vijayakumara said to Vrajanatha, "This evening we will go to Srivasa's courtyard. From the mouth of the saintly Babaji we will hear Srila Rupa Goswami's description of the 64 limbs of devotional service. Vrajanatha, wish that birth after birth could associate with saintly devotees like you. If had not associated with you, would never have heard such nectarian teachings. Look, the saintly Babaji said that path of sadhana bhakti has 2 parts, 1 Vedhamarga, devotional service by following the rules and regulations, and 2 Ragamarga, spontaneous devotional service. You and I are qualified to follow the path of Vedhamarga. Later we will hear about the Ragamarga, but first we should hear about the Vedhamarga. Then we will be able to begin sadhana bhakti." After hearing the saintly Babaji's description of the 9 processes of devotional service, I do not understand how to begin. Today I will ask him about that. The two of them spent the day discussing many things. Then, garlanded with rays of light, the sun approached the western horizon. Again and again exclaiming Haribol! Haribol! Our 2 saintly devotees entered Srivasa's courtyard, offered Dandavat obeisances to the circle of Vaisnavas, and entered the elderly Babaji's cottage. Seeing the 2 devotees eager to ask questions, the saintly Babaji happily embraced them, and offered them sitting places made of banana leaves. The two devotees offered Dandavat obeisances, sat down, and after some conversation revealed their questions. Vijayakumara, O Master, we give you so much trouble. Still, because you are merciful to the devotees, you kindly accept the inconveniences we bring. Today we would like to hear from your mouth Srila Goswami's description of the 64 limbs of devotional service. If you are inclined to be merciful to us, then please kindly describe how we may easily attain pure devotional service. Smiling, the saintly Babaji said, one will describe to you the 64 limbs of devotional service. Srila Goswami mentions in his book. Here are the first 10 of these 64, 1. Accepting the shelter of the lotus feet of a bona fide spiritual master, 2. Becoming initiated by the spiritual master and learning how to discharge devotional service from him, 3. Obeying the orders of the spiritual master with faith and devotion, 4. Following in the footsteps of the great acharyas, teachers, under the direction of the spiritual master, 5. Inquiring from the spiritual master how to advance in Krishna consciousness, 6. Being prepared to give up anything material for the satisfaction of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sti Krishna. This means that when we are engaged in the devotional service of Krishna, we must be prepared to give up something which we may not like to give up, and also we may have to accept something which we may not like to accept. 7. Residing in a sacred place of pilgrimage like Dvaraka or Vrindavana. 8. Accepting only what is necessary, or dealing with the material world only as far as necessary. 9. Observing the fasting day on Ekadasi, and 10. Worshipping sacred trees like the banyan tree. The next 10 limbs of devotional service are prohibitions that should be carefully followed. They are, 11. One should rigidly give up the company of non-devotees. 12. One should not instruct a person who is not desirous of accepting devotional service. 13. One should not be very enthusiastic about constructing costly temples or monasteries. 14. One should not try to read too many books, nor should one develop the idea of earning his livelihood by lecturing on or professionally reciting Srimad Bhagavatam or Bhagavad Gita. 15. One should not be neglectful in ordinary dealings. 16. One should not be under the spell of lamentation in loss or jubilation in gain. 17. One should not disrespect the demigods. 18. One should not give unnecessary trouble to any living entity. 19. One should carefully avoid the various offenses in chanting the holy name of the Lord or in worshipping the deity in the temple. 10. One should be very intolerant toward the blasphemy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, or his devotees. These 20 limbs are the gateway to devotional service. Among them the first 3, beginning with accepting the shelter of the lotus feet of a bona fide spiritual master, are the most important. The next limbs are, 21. One should decorate the body with tilaka, which is the sign of the Vaisnavas. 22. In marking such tilaka sometimes one may write Hare Krishna on the body. 23. One should accept flowers and garlands that have been offered to the deity and the spiritual master and put them on one's body. 24. One should learn to dance before the deity. 25. One should learn to bow down immediately upon seeing the deity or the spiritual master. 26. As soon as one visits a temple of Lord Krishna, one must stand up. 27. When the deity is being borne for a stroll in the street, a devotee should immediately follow the procession. 28. A devotee must visit a Vishnu temple at least once or twice every day, morning and evening. 29. One must circumambulate the temple building at least 3 times. 30. One must worship the deity in the temple according to the regulative principles. 31. One must render personal service to the deities. 32. One must sing. 33. One must perform Sankirtana. 34. One must chant. 35. One must offer prayers. 36. One must recite notable prayers. 37. One must taste Mahaprasada, food from the very plate offered before the deities. 38. One must drink Karanmirta, water from the bathing of the deities, which is offered to guests. 39. One must smell the incense and flowers offered to the deity. 40. One must touch the lotus feet of the deity. 41. One must see the deity with great devotion. 42. One must offer draitai at different times. 43. One must hear about the Lord and his pastimes from Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita, and similar books. 44. One must pray to the deity for his mercy. 45. One should remember the deity. 46. One should meditate upon the deity. 47. One should render some voluntary service. 48. One should think of the Lord as one's friend. 49. One should offer everything to the Lord. 50. One should offer a favorite article, such as food or a garment. 51. One should take all kinds of risks and perform all endeavors for Krishna's benefit. 52. In every condition, one should be a surrendered soul. 53. One should pour water on the tulasi tree. 54. One should regularly hear Srimad Bhagavatam and similar literature. 55. One should live in a sacred place like Mathura, Vrindavana, or Dvaraka. 56. One should offer service to Vaisnavas. 57. One should arrange for one's devotional service according to one's means. 58. In the month of Kartika, October and November, one should make arrangements for special services. 59. During Janmashtami, the time of Krishna's appearance in this world, one should observe a special service. 60. One should do whatever is done with great care and devotion for the deity. 61. One should relish the pleasure of Bhagavatam reading among devotees and not among outsiders. 62. One should associate with devotees who are considered more advanced. 63. One should chant the holy name of the Lord. 64. One should live in the jurisdiction of Mathura *, although they had already been mentioned in the list, the last 5 items are repeated because they are very important. Please know that all these limbs describe how to worship Lord Krishna with one's body, senses, and mind. Items 21-49 in the second part describe initiation into the worship of Lord Krishna. Vijayakumara, O Master, please explain to us the first item. What does one accepting the shelter of the lotus feet of a bona fide spiritual master mean? Babaji, the disciple should be qualified to engage in pure devotional service. To learn the science of Krishna, the disciple should take shelter of the spiritual master's feet. Any person who has faith is qualified to engage in devotional service. When, after many births of pious deeds, one hears the descriptions of Lord Hari from a saintly devotee's mouth, and from that hearing develops strong faith in Lord Hari, that strong faith is called Sraddha. From that Sraddha, faith, comes Sarandapati, surrender. Faith and surrender are almost the same thing. Devotion to Lord Krishna is the most valuable thing in the world. One should think, I will do whatever is favorable for devotional service to Lord Krishna. Will avoid whatever is not favorable for devotional service to Lord Krishna. Lord Krishna is my only protector. Am confident that Lord Krishna will always protect me. Am very poor and worthless. It is not good that I desire to be independent. I should do whatever Lord Krishna desires. A person who thinks in this way has firm faith. He is qualified to engage in unalloyed devotional service. When a person becomes qualified in this way, he becomes very eager to learn the science of devotional service. To learn it, he accepts the shelter of the lotus feet of a bona fide spiritual master. The Vedas, Mundaka Upanishad January 2, 12, declare, Tad Vijanandradam sa Gurum Ivabhagakat Samad Panisratrayam Brahmanistham to learn transcendental subject matter, one must approach the spiritual master. In doing so, he should carry fuel to burn in sacrifice. The symptom of such a spiritual master is that he is expert in understanding the Vedic conclusion, and therefore he constantly engages in the service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It is also said, Shandogya Upanishad 6.14.2 Akaryavan Puraso Veda, one who approaches a bona fide spiritual master can understand everything about spiritual realization. The qualifications of a bona fide spiritual master and a bona fide disciple are elaborately described in Sri Hari Bhaktivilasa. The gist of that description is this: a person who has faith and a pure character is qualified to be a disciple. A person who is engaged in pure devotional service, who knows the science of devotional service, whose character is saintly, who is honest, straightforward, and sincere, who is not greedy, who is not an impersonalist, and who is expert in performing his spiritual duties is qualified to be a bona fide spiritual master. A Brahmana who has these qualities and who is honored by all others may become a spiritual master of the other castes. In the absence of such a Brahmana, a person may become a spiritual master if he is superior to his disciple. The root meaning of these rules is that, regardless of his status in the Varnashrama social system, any person who knows the science of Krishna can become a spiritual master. Brahmanas who are proud of their high status in the material world may like to accept a spiritual master who is a Brahmana, but the truth is that any person who is a pure devotee of the Lord is qualified to be a bona fide spiritual master. The scriptures describe a time of testing, when the spiritual master and disciple examine each other. That test is to enable the spiritual master to know whether the prospective disciple is truly qualified, and also to enable the prospective disciple to know whether the spiritual master is truly a pure devotee of the Lord. When the disciple has faith that the spiritual master is qualified, the bona fide spiritual master bestows his mercy on the disciple. There are two kinds of spiritual master, one Diksaguru, initiating spiritual master, and two Siksaguru, instructing spiritual master. The Diksaguru gives initiation and teaches how to worship the Lord. One may accept only one Diksaguru, but one may accept many Siksagurus. The Diksiguru may also perform the duties of a Siksaguru. Vijayakumara, the disciple is not allowed to reject his Diksaguru. But if the Diksaguru is not qualified to teach, how can he instruct the disciple? Babaji, at the time of choosing the spiritual master, the prospective disciple should test to see whether the spiritual master has traveled to the farther shore of the Vedic scriptures and the science of the Supreme Lord. The spiritual master must be qualified to teach all aspects of the spiritual science. The disciple is not allowed to reject his Diksaguru. However, there are two circumstances where the disciple must reject his Diksaguru. If at the time of choosing a spiritual master the disciple did not test to see whether the spiritual master was a Vaisnava and learned in the spiritual science, the disciple may reject the spiritual master. Or, if it is seen that in the course of his activities the spiritual master does what he should not do, then the disciple may also reject the spiritual master. Again and again the scriptures give testimony to prove these points. In the Narada Pancaratra, quoted in Hari Bhaktivilasa 1.101, it is said, Yo Vakti Nayurahidam Anyana Sranoti Yataf Ubhau Narakam Garam Vrajatakalam Aksayam, a spiritual master who speaks wrongly, without logic, and a disciple who hears wrongly, without logic, both go to a terrible hell for a long time that seems not to end. It is also said, Mahabharata, Udayogaparva, Asvopakana 179.25 Gurapi Avalaptasia Karyakaryam Ajanata Utpathapartipanasya Paratyago Vidayate, a spiritual master who is materialistic, who does not know what should and should not be done, and who follows the wrong path should be rejected. It is also said, quoted in Hari Bhaktivilasa 4.144 of Vaisnavopadasana Manirina Narayam Vrajet Puna Ca Vidhina Samaya Grahid Vaisnavad Guru, a person who accepts mantra initiation from a non-Vaisnava goes to hell. A person initiated in this way should accept initiation again, this time from a Vaisnava spiritual master. A second reason for rejecting the spiritual master is this: if at the time of choosing the spiritual master was a Vaisnava and learned in the spiritual science, but by bad association the spiritual master became an impersonalist and a hater of Vaisnavas, then that spiritual master should be rejected. If one accepts a spiritual master who is neither an impersonalist, nor a hater of Vaisnavas, nor sinful, but is not very learned, then that spiritual master should not be rejected. One should honor that spiritual master. However, with the spiritual master's permission, one should approach another Vaisnava, serve him, and learn from him the spiritual science. Vijayakya, what does 2? Becoming initiated, Krishna Diksha, by the spiritual master and learning, Krishna Siksa how to discharge devotional service from him mean? Babaji, from the spiritual master one should learn the path of devotional service to Lord Krishna and the science of understanding Lord Krishna. Applying that knowledge, one should sincerely serve Lord Krishna and cultivate Krishna consciousness in one's heart. In this way one should learn the different limbs of worshipping the Lord. At the spiritual master's feet one should learn Sambandha, the soul's relationship with Lord Krishna, Abhidhaya, devotional service to Lord Krishna, and Prayahana, love for Lord Krishna. Vijayakya, what does 3? Obeying the orders of the spiritual master with faith and devotion mean? Babaji, don't think your spiritual master is an ordinary human being. Know that he is the embodiment of all the demigods. Never disrespect him. Know that he is a resident of the spiritual world. Vijayakya, what does 4? Following the footsteps of great acharyas, teachers, under the direction of the spiritual master mean? Babaji, anything at all that makes the mind think of Lord Krishna may be considered sadhana bhakti. However, one should follow the path traversed by the great devotees. That path will always be free from sufferings, the cause of all auspiciousness, and free from obstacles. In the Skanda Purana it is said, Samrishyasrayasam hidapanthas santapavarjita anavaptis ramam. Purvayena Santa Pratisthir, one should follow the path of the great devotees, for that path is free of sufferings and obstacles. One person by himself cannot determine what is the best path. Therefore one should follow the devotional path that was walked by the great devotees. In the Brahma Yamala it is said, Sruti Smiti Parandata Pankaratra Vidham Vind Ikantiki Harar Bhaktir Utpatiyavakalpate, devotional service to the Lord that ignores the authorized Vedic literatures like the Upanishads, Puranas, Naradapajikaratara, etc., is simply an unnecessary disturbance in society. Asterisk. Vijayakya, how is it that unalloyed devotional service can become an unnecessary disturbance in society? Please explain clearly. Babaji, unalloyed devotional service can be attained only by following the path walked by the previous great devotees. If one creates a new path he expects to follow it to unalloyed devotional service. Dattatreya, Buddha, and other recent thinkers were not able to understand the truth of pure devotional service. Some taught a philosophy mixed with impersonalism and others a philosophy mixed with atheism. They taught horrible and ugly philosophies they imagined would lead to unalloyed devotional service to Lord Hari, but in truth did not at all lead to devotional service. Their philosophies became a disturbance to society. On the other hand, the path of Ragamarga, spontaneous love, does not depend on the rules presented in the authorized Vedic literatures like the Upanishads, Puranas, Narada Panikaratra, etc. Rather, it follows the path walked by the people of Braja. However, the devotees qualified only to follow the path of Vidhimarga, performing devotional service according to the rules and regulations, must follow the devotional path walked by Dhruva, Prahlada, Narada, Vyasa, Sukadeva, and other great souls. For the devotees on the path of Vidhibhakti there is no alternative but to follow the path of the great devotees. Vijayakya, what does 5? Inquiring from the spiritual master how to advance in Krishna consciousness mean? Babaji, persons who are very eager to understand the spiritual truth quickly attain all they desire. Very eager here means that they ask saintly devotees to explain the truth of spiritual life. Vijayakula, what does 6? Being prepared to give up anything material for the satisfaction of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna mean? Babaji, the pleasures attained by eating palatable foods, the pleasures of marriage, and other like pleasures are called material sense pleasures. These pleasures are all obstacles on the path of devotional service. One who renounces them for the sake of worshipping Lord Krishna makes easy progress in devotional service. A person attached to material sense pleasures becomes addicted to them in the same way an alcoholic becomes addicted to liquor. Overcome by powerful material desires, he cannot attain pure devotional service. Therefore one should eat only prasadam offered to the Supreme Lord, and then only enough to keep the body fit to engage in devotional service, and one should also fast on Ekadasi. In this way one can completely renounce material sense pleasures. Vijayakula, what does 7? Residing at a sacred place of pilgrimage like Dvaraka or Vrindavana mean? Babaji, when one lives at the holy places where the Supreme Lord was born or enjoyed pastimes, or at places by the Ganges or other sacred rivers, one naturally attains faith in devotional service. Vijayakula, is living at Sri Navadvipa purifying only because it is by the Ganges, or is there another reason? Babaji, living within the 32-mile area of Sri Navadvipa is exactly like living in Sri Vrindavana. This is especially true for Sri Mayapura. 7 holy cities are famous for granting liberation. They are Ayodhya, Mathura, Mayapura, Varanasi, Kapsai, Avantipura, and Dvaraka. Of them, Mayapura is the most important. Sri Mahaprabhu brought the spiritual world of Svetadvipa to Mayapura. 400 years after Lord Mahaprabhu's appearance, this land of Mayapura Svetadvipa will be the most important of all holy places. A person who lives in this places throws all offences far away and easily attains pure devotional service. Sti Prabodhananda Sarasvati said that this abode of Navadvipa is not different from Sri Vrindavana. Indeed, he said it was more glorious than Vrindavana. Vijayakula, what does 8? Accepting only what is necessary, or dealing with the material world only as far as necessary mean? Babaji, in the Narada Purana it is written, Yavadas yatsvanirvaha svikur yat tavad arthavidiyad hikunit nadiyam ca syavate paramarthata. One should earn and spend money only as far as he truly needs. If one does it too much or too little, he will fall from the spiritual goal. A person eligible to perform Vaidhi Bhakti should earn his livelihood by honest means according to Varnashrama. In that way he will attain auspiciousness. If he becomes greedy for more than he needs, his devotional life will become stunted. If he accepts less than he truly needs, he will gradually become unable to perform his devotional activities, and in that way he will also be at fault. As long as one is not able to completely renounce everything, he should collect only as much money as he truly needs for his spiritual life. In this way he will be able to properly cultivate his Krishna consciousness. Vijayakula, what does 9? Observing the fasting day on Ekadasi mean? Babaji, pure Ekadasi is called Harivasara. One should not observe Ekadasi when it is interrupted, Vida, by another Tithi. When there is a Mahadvadasi, that should be observed and not the Ekadasi. On the day before Ekadasi one should observe celibacy, on the day of Ekadasi one should fast completely, avoiding even water, and one should also worship Lord Hari during an all-night vigil. On the day after Ekadasi one should continue his observance of celibacy and one should also break his fast at the appropriate time. In this way one should observe Ekadasi. During Ekadasi one should also fast from Mahaprasadam, for otherwise fasting from even water has no meaning. For persons unable to fast completely, certain specific foods may be taken during Ekadasi. This is described in Hari Bhaktivilasa in the passage beginning with verse 12.97. Vijayakula, what does 10? Worshipping sacred trees like the banyan tree mean? Babaji, in the Skanda Purana it is written, Asvatthatulasdadrago bhyami suravis navapujita pranadadhyata kasapayanti and ranamagam. When they are worshipped, meditated on, or bowed down before, the banyan tree, the tulasi tree, the detri tree, the cows, the earth, the demigods, and the Vaisnavas destroy the sins of the people. A householder eligible to perform Vaidhi Bhakti should in the course of his life worship, meditate on, and bow down before the Asvatha and other shade-giving trees, the detri and other fruit-giving trees, tulasi and other sacred trees, the cows and other animals that do good to the people of the world, the brahmanas, who are the teachers of religion and the protectors of true civilization, and the Vaisnava devotees of the Lord. In this way they should live in this world. Vijayakya, what does 11? One should rigidly give up the company of non-devotees mean? Babaji, when spiritual love rises in the heart, one's devotion to the Lord becomes intense. As long as love does not arise in that way, one must avoid the association of persons opposed to devotional service. Here the word association means attachment. When in the course of ordinary activities one causally comes into contact with other people, that is not association as meant here. When by contact with others one develops a desire to associate with them, that is association. Therefore association with persons averse to the Supreme Lord should be carefully avoided. When love for the Lord rises within the heart, it is not possible that one will desire to associate with persons averse to the Lord. Therefore persons who are situated in the stage of Vaidhi Bhakti should carefully avoid association with persons averse to the Lord. As a very hot summer breeze can wilt vines growing on trees, so association with persons averse to Lord Krishna can wilt the vine of devotional service. Vijayakya, who are the non-devotees? Babaji, 4 kinds of people are averse to Lord Krishna. They are, 1. Persons who have no devotion to Lord Krishna, 2. Persons addicted to material sense gratification and association with women, 3. Persons whose hearts are polluted by atheism and impersonalism, and 4. Persons dulled by working for material gain. One should stay far away from the company of these 4 kinds of persons. Vijayakya, what does 12? One should not instruct a person who is not desirous of accepting devotional service mean? Babaji, if, greedy to accumulate money, a spiritual master accepts many disciples, he is greatly at fault. If a spiritual master accepts many disciples, then some of them will likely be unqualified persons who do not have faith in devotional service. To accept such persons as disciples is an offense. Only a person who has faith is fit to be a disciple. Vijayakya, what does 13? One should not be very enthusiastic about constructing costly temples or monasteries mean. Babaji, live simply and engage in devotional service to the Lord. Don't be attached to great pomp or activities that require unnecessary endeavor. They will net push the heart to worship the Lord. Vijayakya, what does 14? One should not try to read too many books, not should one develop the idea of earning his livelihood by lecturing on or professionally reciting Srimad Bhagavatam or Bhagavad Gita mean. Babaji, the scriptures are like an ocean. If one wants to learn a particular subject, he should carefully study, from beginning to end, the books describing that subject. If one merely reads a little from one book and a little from another, he will not learn the subject properly. Thus if one does not study them carefully and completely, one will not properly understand the scriptures describing devotional service. One should accept the straightforward, obvious interpretations of the scriptures. One should not struggle to construe obscure, contradictory, opposite meanings from them. Vijayakya, what does 15? One should not be neglectful in ordinary dealings mean. Babaji, to maintain the material body one requires food and clothing. If one cannot get these things he is troubled, and if he loses them he is also troubled. If he is troubled in these ways, a devotee of the Lord should not become agitated at heart. Rather, he should continue to fix his thoughts on Lord Hari. Vijayakya, what does 16? One should not be under the spell of lamentation in loss or jubilation in gain mean. Babaji, how is it possible that Lord Krishna's spiritual form could appear in a heart overpowered by lamentation, fear, anger, greed, envy, and other vices? A person engaged in sadhana bhakti may feel lamentation, bewilderment, or other inauspicious sentiments because of being separated from relatives, thwarted in desires, or other problems. However, it is not good to be overpowered by lamentation, bewilderment, and other like inauspicious things. Separation from one's children and other unhappy events inevitably lead to lamentation. However, one should fix his thoughts on Lord Hari and in this way quickly throw these inauspicious emotions far away. In this way one should fix his mind on the lotus feet of Lord Hari. Vijayakya, what does 17? One should not disrespect the demigods mean? Does this mean it is right to worship the demigods? Babaji, one should have unalloyed devotion to Lord Krishna. One should not worship the demigods thinking them independent of Lord Krishna. However, when you see other people worshipping the demigods, you should not be disrespectful to the demigods. You should honor the demigods, but always remember that all the demigods worship Lord Krishna. As long as the heart remains in the grip of the three material modes, one cannot attain unalloyed devotion to Lord Krishna. Only persons overpowered by goodness, passion, and ignorance worship the demigods with the idea that the demigods are equal to Lord Krishna. These persons are qualified only to have faith in the demigods. Therefore one should not disrespect their method of worship. By the mercy of the demigods, these persons will gradually become elevated. Eventually their hearts will become free of the three material modes. Vijayakya, what does 18? One should not give unnecessary trouble to any living entity mean? Babaji, Lord Krishna is quickly pleased by merciful persons who refrain from bringing suffering to others. Mercy is one of the most important virtues of a Vaisnava. Vijayakya, what does 19? One should carefully avoid the various offenses in chanting the holy name of the Lord or in worshipping the deity in the temple mean? Babaji, one should avoid offenses in worshipping the Lord and one should especially avoid offenses to the holy name. Beginning with riding a palanquin into the Lord's temple and wearing shoes in the Lord's temple, there are 32 offenses in worshipping the Lord. Beginning with blaspheming the devotees who have dedicated their lives to preaching the glories of the Lord, there are 10 offenses to the holy name. All these offenses should be avoided. Vijayakya, what does 20? One should be very intolerant toward the blasphemy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, or his devotees mean? Does this teaching mean that one should at once verbally attack the blasphemer? Babaji, a person who blasphemes Lord Krishna or a Vaisnava must be averse to Lord Krishna. One should not tolerate their blasphemies. One should react by casting the willingness to associate with them far away. Vijayakya, what is the relationship between these first 20 limbs of devotional service with the other limbs? Babaji, the next 44 limbs are actually included in these first 20 limbs. They are described separately in order to give a more detailed explanation. 30 limbs, beginning with one should decorate the body with tilaka, which is the sign of the Vaisnavas, and culminating in one should offer a favorite article, such as food or a garment, are included within the path of deity worship, Arcana Marga. These limbs are 21. One should wear 3 strands of tulasi beads around his neck and decorate his body with 12 tilaka markings. These is called the sign of the Vaisnavas. 22. To write Hare Krishna, other names of Lord Krishna, or the names of the Pafika Tattva on the upper part of the body with sandalwood paste is called marking the holy name on the body. 23. That one should accept flowers and garlands that have been offered to the deity and the spiritual master and put them on one's body is described in these words of Srimad Bhagavatam November 6, 31, where Uddhava tells Lord Krishna, Tivayapabhutas rag gandhavaso lankdrakarsita akistabhojano dasatava mayam jaya mahai. My dear Lord, the garlands, scented substances, garments, ornaments, and other such things that have been offered to you may later be used by your servants. By partaking of these things and eating the remnants of food you have left, we will be able to conquer the illusory energy. Asterisk. The next limbs of devotional service are 24. One should learn to dance before the deity. 25. One should learn to bow down immediately upon seeing the deity or the spiritual master. 26. As soon as one visits a temple of Lord Krishna, one must stand up. 27. When the deity is being born for a stroll in the street, a devotee should immediately follow the procession. 28. A devotee must visit a Vishnu temple at least once or twice every day, morning and evening. 29. One must circumambulate the temple building at least 3 times. 30. One must worship the deity in the temple according to the regulative principles. For these items no separate explanation is needed. 31. One must render personal service to the deities is explained in this verse. Bhakti-rasamrita Sindhu January 2nd, 61 Parikarya tu Sevapakarandi Parikriya Tatha Prakirnikakatravadatradier Uptsana. One should serve the deity with a parasol, camera, instrumental music, and many other offerings. This is called worship. The next items are, 32. One must sing. 33. One must perform Sankirtana. 34. One must chant. 35. One must offer prayers. 36. One must recite notable prayers. 37. One must taste Mahaprasada, food from the very plate offered before the deities. 38. One must drink Karanamrita, water from the bathing of the deities which is offered to guests. 39. One must smell the incense and flowers offered to the deity. 40. One must touch the lotus feet of the deity. 41. One must see the deity with great devotion. 42. One must offer arati at different times. 43. One must hear about the Lord and his pastimes from Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita and similar books. 44. One must pray to the deity for his mercy. 45. One should remember the deity. 46. One should meditate upon the deity. 47. One should render some voluntary service. 48. One should think of the Lord as one's friend. 49. One should offer everything to the Lord, for Tma Nivdana. Here Atma means the idea of I in relation to the material body and the idea of mine in relation to the material body. These two things one should surrender, Nivdana, to Krishna. Vijayakya, please clearly explain these two things, the idea of 168 one in relation to the material body and the idea of mine in relation to the material body. Babaji, residing in the material body, the conditioned soul tends to think I am this material body or this material body is mine. Both these ideas should be surrendered, offered to Lord Krishna. Thus renouncing the ideas I am this material body and this material body is mine, one should think I am a servant of Lord Krishna and I am dependent on Lord Krishna's mercy, and this material body is a machine that I shall use in Lord Krishna's service. To spend one's time within this material body in this way is called Atmanivdana, offering everything to the Lord. Vijayakya, what does 50? One should offer a favorite article, such as food or a garment, mean. Babaji, in this material world many things become dear to a person. To accept the relation that all these things have to Lord Krishna is called offering a favorite article. Vijayakya, what does 51? One should take all kinds of risks and perform all endeavors for Krishna's benefit mean. Babaji, whatever Vedic or ordinary duties there are in the material world should be performed in such a way that they advance devotional service to Lord Krishna. That is performing all endeavors for Krishna's benefit. Vijayakya, what does 52? In every condition one should be a surrendered soul mean. Babaji, to think, O Lord, lamb yours and O Lord, surrender unto you is called being a surrendered soul. Vijayakya, what does 53? One should pour water on the tulasi tree mean. Babaji, there are 9 kinds of service to tulasi. They are, 1 seeing tulasi, 2 touching tulasi, 3 meditating on tulasi, 4 glorifying tulasi, 5 offering obeisances to tulasi, 6 hearing the glories of tulasi, 7 planting tulasi, 8 serving tulasi, and 9 regularly worshipping tulasi. In these 9 ways tulasi is glorious in the context of service to Lord Krishna. Vijayakya, what does 54? One should regularly hear Srimad Bhagavatam and similar literature mean? Babaji, books that explain the science of devotional service offered to Lord Krishna are called sastras, scriptures. Among all scriptures, Srimad Bhagavatam is the best, for it is the essence of the Vedas and Vedanta. A person who relishes the nectar of Srimad Bhagavatam is no longer attracted to other scriptures. Vijayakya, what does 55? One should live in a sacred place like Mathura Vrindavana or Dvaraka mean? Babaji, one should hear about, remember, glorify, visit, touch, reside in, and serve Mathura. In this way one will attain his spiritual desires. Know that the same applies to Sri Mayapura. Vijayakya, what does 56? One should offer service to Vaisnavas mean? Babaji, the Vaisnavas are very dear to the Supreme Lord. By serving the Vaisnavas one renders devotional service to the Lord. In the scriptures it is said, although the Vedas mention worship of demigods, the worship of Lord Vishnu is topmost and is ultimately recommended. However, above the worship of Lord Vishnu is the rendering of service to Vaisnavas, who are related to Lord Vishnu. Asterisk. Vijayakya, what does 57? One should arrange for one's devotional service according to one's means mean? Babaji, as far as one is able, one should collect various things, offer them to the deity of the Lord in the temple, and then offer them again to the Vaisnavas. This is called Mahotsava, a great festival. In the entire world no festival is better than this. Vijayakya, what does 58? In the month of Kartika, October and November, one should make arrangements for special services mean? Babaji, the month of Kartika is also called Urja. To render devotional service to Lord Damodara by hearing and chanting his glories and in other ways also is called Uryadara, worship in the month of Kartika. Vijayakya, what does 59? During Janmashtami, the time of Krishna's appearance in this world, one should observe a special service mean? Babaji, to celebrate a great festival on Lord Krishna's appearance day on the 8th day of the dark fortnight in the month of Bhadra and again on the full moon day of the month of Falguna is called Sri Janmayatra, the birth festivals. The surrendered souls should observe these festivals. Vijayakya, what does 60? One should do whatever is done with great care and devotion for the deity mean? Babaji, with a heart filled with love and enthusiasm one should always carefully serve the deity of the Lord. To a devotee thus engaged the Lord does not give the pathetic and worthless gift of impersonal liberation. Rather, the Lord gives the great gift of devotional service. Vijayakya, what does 61? One should relish the pleasure of Bhagavatam reading among devotees and not among outsiders mean? Babaji, Srimad Bhagavatam is the mature fruit of the desire tree of Vedic literatures. One should not taste the sweetness of Srimad Bhagavatam in the company of persons who are not qualified to taste the nectar of transcendental rasas. Offenses will result. Therefore one should read the verses of Srimad Bhagavatam and taste their nectar only with pure devotees, who thirst to taste the nectar of Lord Krishna's pastimes, and who have the power to know the sweetness that is in Srimad Bhagavatam. Reciting and hearing Srimad Bhagavatam in the company of non-devotees does not lead to pure devotional service. Vijayakya, what does 62? One should associate with devotees who are considered more advanced mean? Babaji, one should associate with devotees. If one associates with non-devotees, he will not make progress in devotional service. Devotees yearn to directly serve Lord Krishna in his transcendental pastimes. Persons who have that desire are called bhaktas, devotees. If we associate with more advanced devotees, then we make progress in devotional service. If we do not, our progress stops. We become like our associates. In the scriptures, Hari Bhakti Sudhodaya 8.51, it is written, Yajya yatsangata puraso manavatsiyat sa tadgunasvakulard hyatatod hymansvayathani eva samsrayat. Association is very important. It acts just like a crystal stone, which will reflect anything which is put before it. Asterisk. Vijayakumara, what does 63? One should chant the holy name of the Lord mean? Babaji, the holy name of the Lord is not material. Rather, it is spiritual, conscious, and full of nectar. It has not the slightest scent of matter. When a living entity desires to serve the Lord, and when he becomes purified by engaging in devotional service, the holy name of the Lord personally appears on his tongue. The holy name of the Lord cannot be understood by the material senses. Therefore one should always, either alone or in the company of others, chant the holy name of the Lord. Vijayakumara, by your kindness I have understood the meaning of 64. One should live in the jurisdiction of Mathura. Now please explain the essence of all these limbs of devotional service. Babaji, the last 5 limbs are the best. By remaining free of offenses and performing these last 5 items even slightly, one make wonderful progress in devotional service and attains ecstatic love for the Lord. Vijayakumara, please describe whatever else should know about sadhana bhakti. Babaji, sometimes the scriptures describe many non-devotional benefits to be attained by practicing the different activities of devotional service. These benefits are given to attract materialistic people who otherwise would have no interest in devotional service. Still, the most important result attained by performing any of the different activities of devotional service is the attainment of attraction and love for Lord Krishna. Wise persons who know the truth about devotional service value the different limbs of devotional service and reject materialistic, fruitive activities. Jnana, knowledge, and vairagya, renunciation, may give a little help in making a persona qualified to enter the temple of devotional service. But still they are not counted among the limbs of devotional service. They make the heart hard, whereas devotional service makes the heart soft and gentle. Therefore knowledge and renunciation should be accepted only when they come from devotional service. Knowledge and renunciation do not bring devotional service. Devotional service easily gives blessings that knowledge and renunciation can never give. By engaging in sadhana bhakti and worshipping Lord Hari, one attains attraction and love for Lord Hari. At that time one's attraction for material sense objects disappears. The aspiring devotee must accept appropriate renunciation, yadavarajya, and he also must reject false renunciation, phalgavarajya. To accept, when it is appropriate and without becoming attached, material things when they have a relationship with Lord Krishna, is called yadavarajya, proper renunciation. To reject, in the hope of attaining impersonal liberation, material things when they have a relationship with Krishna is called phalgavarajya, false renunciation. One should reject impersonal speculation and false renunciation. To make a show of devotional service in order to attain wealth, disciples, and other material things is very far from genuine, pure devotional service. Such an artificial show of devotional service is not counted among the limbs of true devotional service. Material intelligence and other material good qualities are not the distinguishing features of a person qualified to engage in devotional service. Therefore these material good qualities are not among the limbs of devotional service. Control of the mind, control of the senses, purity, good conduct, and other virtues spontaneously appear in a person who is attached to Lord Krishna. Still, these virtues are not counted among the limbs of devotional service. Purity of heart, external cleanliness, austerity, peacefulness, and all other virtues voluntarily take shelter in a devotee of Lord Krishna. The devotee does not need to strive to attain them. Have now described all the limbs of devotional service. By faithfully practicing one or many of these limbs, a person will attain perfection. Thus have briefly described Vaidhi sadhana bhakti. Think about them in your heart, try to understand them, and try to follow them. After hearing these instructions, Vrajanatha and Vijayakumara offered Dandavat obeisances to the lotus feet of their spiritual master. They said, "O Master, please be merciful to us. Please deliver us. For a long time we have been drowning in the abyss of false pride. The Babaji said, Lord Krishna will be merciful to you. It was late. The uncle and nephew left for home. Chapter 21 Nityadharma O Sambandhabhidhaya Prayahana, Pramayantargata Abhidhaya Vikararaganugasadhana Bhakti, Eternal Religion and Sambandha Abhidhaya and Prayahana, Abhidhaya, Raganugasadhana Bhakti. The same wonderful thought rose in the hearts of Vijayakumara and Vrajanatha. With one mind they decided that they must accept initiation, Diksha, from the saintly Babaji. When he was a child, Vijayakumara was initiated by his family guru. Vrajanatha has received Gayatri initiation but not initiation into any other mantras. From the saintly Babaji they had learned that by chanting a mantra given by an impersonalist guru one goes to hell. Therefore they decided to be properly re-initiated by a Vaisnava spiritual master. If he is initiated by a perfect pure devotee, the disciple very quickly attains perfection by chanting the sacred mantras. Therefore they both decided, tomorrow morning we will first bathe in the Ganges and then accept initiation from the worshipable and saintly Babaji. Their hearts fixed in that decision, the next morning they bathed in the Ganges, decorated their bodies with 12 tilaka markings as previously described, and then offered Dandavat obeisances to the feet of Srila Raghunatha Dasa Babaji. The saintly Babaji was a perfect devotee. Aware of what they were thinking, he asked them, "Why have you come this morning?" The two of them replied, "O Master, we are fallen and worthless. Please be merciful to us." The saintly Babaji took them separately to his cottage and gave them the 18-syllable mantra. Again and again chanting the mantra, the two disciples became maddened with spiritual love. Calling out Jaya Gauranga, they danced. Seeing the tulasi beads on their necks, their splendid sacred threads, their 12 tilaka marks, their bright faces, some beginning symptoms of satvikabhava ecstasy on their bodies, and streams of tears flowing from their eyes, the saintly Babaji embraced them and said, "Today you have purified me." Again and again the two disciples took the dust of the saintly Babaji's feet and placed it on their heads. Vrajanatha had arranged that many excellent foods would be offered to Lord Mahaprabhu. By his arrangement, two servants from his house brought a great abundance of palatable foods. Vijayakumara and Vrajanatha said to the Sri Vaisnavas, "We have brought these foods. Please offer them to Lord Mahaprabhu." The leader of the devotees at Srivasa's courtyard had the Tjari cook the foods and offer them to the Pafika Tattva deities. The conch shell sounded. Playing karatalas and merdanjas, the Vaisnava sang as the Bhagavati was offered to Lord Mahaprabhu. Gradually many Vaisnavas came. They were all filled with happiness. The arati ended gloriously. A place was arranged before the temple for the Vaisnavas to honor the prasadam. Loudly chanting the holy names of Lord Hari, each Vaisnava brought his bowl. At the time of honoring prasadam, poetry was read. The Vaisnavas sat down to honor the prasadam. Vrajanatha and Vijayakumara would not sit down and place the prasadam in their mouths. The leaders of the Babajis forced them to sit. The Babajis said, "You are householders who have become Vaisnavas. Therefore, by offering Dandavat obeisances to your feet, we become fortunate." Vijayakumara and Vrajanatha said, "You are great sannyasi Vaisnavas. Therefore, by accepting the nectar remnants of the prasadam that has touched your lips, we become most fortunate. If we associate with you as equals, it will be an offense on our part." The Vaisnava Babajis said, "Vaisnava who are householders or sannyas are not different. It is devotion to the Lord that makes one a great Vaisnava." Conversing in this way, all the Vaisnavas honored the prasadam. Hoping to get the remnants of the prasadam eaten by their spiritual master, Vijayakumara and Vrajanatha hesitated to honor the prasadam. Seeing that they were reluctant to honor the prasadam, the Vaisnavas said to Srila Raghunatha Dasa Babaji, "O best of the Vaisnavas, please be merciful to your disciples. They will not honor the prasadam." Hearing this, the elderly Babaji placed the remnants of his prasadam in his disciples' hands. They accepted them as very valuable things. They said, "We offer obeisances to our spiritual master," and then they began to honor the prasadam. As the prasadam was honored, many descriptions of the glories of prasadam were spoken, as also was the advice, "O devotees, please be careful." The area before Srivasa's courtyard was so beautiful then. Then suddenly the devotees saw Lord Mahaprabhu and his personal associates honoring the prasadam with them, and Sri Sasi, Siddha, and Malini Devi were themselves distributing the prasadam. The devotees remembered these lines of Sri Jagadananda Pandita's Prema Vivarta, Made pure Nityald Lakayar Gaura Rasakratir Bail Bhakta Dekabar Pay. Lord Gaura enjoys pastimes in Mayapura eternally. The power of their transcendental pious deeds enables the Lord's devotees to see these pastimes directly. As long as these pastimes were present before their eyes, the Vaisnavas were stunned and motionless, like a row of columns. No one was honoring the prasadam. After a short while these pastimes again became invisible. The devotees looked at each other and burst into tears. No one could describe the unprecedented, wonderful, delicious taste the prasadam now had. Everyone said, "These two young Brahmanas have attained the mercy of Lord Mahaprabhu." Lord Gaura again revealed his pastimes at their festival. Weeping and weeping, Vrajanatha and Vijayakumara said, "We are poor and worthless. One thing we know, it is because of the mercy of our spiritual master and the mercy of the Vaisnavas that we have seen these things." After honoring prasadam and taking permission from the Vaisnavas, Vijayakumara and Vrajanatha returned home. From that day forward, every day they would bathe in the Ganges, offer obeisances to the feet of their spiritual master, see the deity form of the Lord, circumambulate Tulasi, and perform many other devotional activities. This they did every day. A day did not pass where they did not learn something new. On the fourth or fifth evening, after concluding their evening duties at Srivasa's courtyard, seeing the arati and chanting the holy names in Sankirtana, the two of them went to the saintly elderly Babaji in his cottage and asked him, "O Master, by your mercy we have been able to understand sadhana bhakti. Now we request you, please be merciful and explain Raganuga bhakti to these two lowest of persons." The saintly Babaji happily replied, "Lord Gauranga has accepted you two as his devotees. Therefore cannot withhold anything from you. Please listen carefully, and will explain Raganuga bhakti to you. Again and again offer my respectful obeisances to Srila Goswami, whom the Supreme Personality of Godhead rescued from the clutches of the Yavanas, and whom, at Prayagakestra, the Lord taught the science of transcendental mellows. I surrender to the feet of Srila Raghunatha Dasa Goswami, whom the merciful Supreme Personality of Godhead rescued from the abyss of material life, placed in the hand of Srila Svaripa Damodara Goswami, and gave the gift of all spiritual perfections. However, before I describe Raganuga Bhakti, shall first describe the nature of Ragatmika Bhakti. Vrajanatha, please tell what the word Raga means. I wish to understand that first. Babaji, materialists fall in love with the objects of the material senses. This love may be called raga. In this way the eyes become excited when they see beauty and other attractive qualities. In this way one is attracted to the material sense objects and the mind develops raga, or love for them. When that love, raga, is placed in the Lord Krishna as its only object, that is called raga bhakti. Srila Rupa Goswami explains that when love is focused on a single object of desire, that is called raga. When this kind of love exists in devotional service, then the devotional service is called Ragatmika Bhakti. In brief, when there is a love-filled thirst to attain Lord Krishna, that is called Ragatmika Bhakti. As long as this raga has not manifested itself, one is enjoined to follow Vidhi Bhakti, following the rules and regulations of scripture. Awe, fear, and faith are the three aspects of Vedhi Bhakti. An intense desire to meet Lord Krishna and associate with him in his pastimes is the main feature of Ragatmika Bhakti. Vrajanatha, who is qualified to perform Raga Bhakti? Babaji, a person whose faith rests in the rules of the scriptures is qualified to engage in Vedhi Bhakti. A person whose faith rests in an intense desire to attain Lord Krishna is qualified to engage in Ragatmika Bhakti. Manifested according to their different rasas, relationships with Lord Krishna, Lord Krishna's personal associates in the spiritual world of Braja with strong faith engage in Ragatmika Bhakti. A person who has a strong desire to love Lord Krishna as the residents of Braja in the spiritual world is qualified to engage in Raganuga Bhakti. Brajanatha, what are the qualities of this strong desire? Babaji, one quality is that when one hears about the sweetness of the love and other emotions manifested by the residents of Braja in the spiritual world, one yearns to go there. When a person qualified to engage in Vaidhi Bhakti hears the descriptions of Lord Krishna, he calmly thinks about these descriptions, using his intelligence, logic, and the evidence of scripture. However, when a person following the path of Raganuga Bhakti hears these descriptions, he does not carefully consider them in terms of intelligence, logic, and scripture. Instead, he is overcome with the desire to love Krishna as the residents of Braja do. Brajanatha, what are the activities of Raganuga Bhakti? Babaji, the devotee engaged in Raganuga Bhakti yearns to become one of the residents of Braja in the spiritual world and there serve Lord Krishna directly. He always thinks of that desire. He likes to talk with other devotees about the pastimes of his beloved Krishna. He resides in Braja, either with his external body, or within his thoughts. Yearning to attain the spiritual love that they possess, he becomes a follower of the people of Braja. He always serves the Lord in two ways. Externally he performs sadhana bhakti. Internally he thinks of his original spiritual form and in that form he serves the Lord. Brajanatha, what is the connection between Raganuga Bhakti and the different limbs of Vaidhi Bhakti? Babaji, a person engaged in Raganuga Bhakti also performs the different activities of Sadhana Bhakti, such as hearing and chanting the glories of the Lord. However, within his heart he is a follower of the people of Braja. In this way he tastes the nectar of always serving the Lord. At the same time he serves in this way within his heart, he engages in the activities of sadhana bhakti with his external body. Brajanatha, how is Raganuga Bhakti glorious? Babaji, by engaging in Raganuga Bhakti one quickly attains what takes a long time to attain by performing sadhana bhakti. Vaidhi Bhakti is weak, but Raganuga Bhakti is both independent and very powerful. By following in the footsteps of the people of Braja, one attains raga. That raga naturally pushes one to engage in the devotional activities of hearing, chanting, and remembering the Lord's glories, serving his lotus feet, bowing down before him, and surrendering everything to him. When the heart is free of the three material modes, one naturally desires to follow in the footsteps of the people of Braja. Therefore the attraction to Raganuga Bhakti, or the intense desire to attain Raganuga Bhakti is the inspiration that pushes one to true spiritual life. As there are many different kinds of Ragatmika Bhakti, so there are also many different kinds of Raganuga Bhakti. Brajanatha, what are the different kinds of Ragatmika Bhakti? Babaji, Ragatmika Bhakti is of two kinds, one Kamarayapa, devotion born from desire, and two Sambandharayapa, devotion born of a relationship. Brajanatha, please explain the difference between Kamarayapa and Sambandharayapa. Babaji, in the 7th canto, Srimad Bhagavatam 7.1.30-31, it is written, Kamadvest Bayasana Hadyatha Bhaktisvar Mana Avashayatadagam Hitva Bhahavas Tadgatam Gaitamani. Many persons have attained liberation simply by thinking of Krishna with great attention and giving up sinful activities. This great attention may be due to lusty desires, inimical feelings, fear, affection, or devotional service. I shall now explain how one receives Krishna's mercy simply by concentrating one's mind upon him. Gopyakam dad bayakam sodvijayak kaidiadeo enrupa sambandhad prasnayasana haditayam bhakti abhayam vibho. My dear King Yudhisthira, the gopis, by their lusty desires, Ketansa by his fear, Sisupala and other kings by envy, the Yadus by their familial relationship with Krishna, you Pandavas by your great affection for Krishna, and we, the general devotees, by our devotional service, have obtained the mercy of Krishna. Asterisk. Here 6 items are mentioned: lusty desires, inimical feelings, fear, familial relationships, affection, and devotional service. Among these, inimical feelings and fear are not appropriate sentiments for devotees of the Lord. When it becomes the idea that the Lord is a friend, affection is appropriate in Vaidhi Bhakti. However, when affection becomes pure love, prema, it is no longer within the realm of sadhana bhakti. That kind of love belongs in the path of raga. It has no place in sadhana bhakti. The word bhaktiya in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1.2.135 refers to Vaidhi Bhakti. In some situations the word bhakti refers to the Vaidhi Bhakti performed by the great sages, and in other situations the word bhakti refers to Jnanamisra Bhakti, devotional service mixed with impersonal speculation. Here the words many attained him mean that because Lord Krishna is identical with the impersonal Brahman in the same way the rays of sunlight are identical with the sun planet, when the impersonalists merge into Brahman, or when Krishna's enemies merge into Brahman, they certainly attain Krishna. In this way they become plunged into the happiness of Brahman liberation, which is a perverted reflection of Sarapya liberation. In the Brahmanda Purana it is said that they attain Siddhaloka, which is on the farther shore of the ocean of Maya. 2 different kinds of beings reside in Siddhaloka. They are the impersonalists, who are plunged into Brahman happiness, and the demons killed by Krishna. Among those liberated impersonalists, some attain a faint scent of love for Krishna, raga. By worshipping Lord Krishna's lotus feet, these impersonalists eventually become dear devotees of the Lord. In this way they attain love, prema, for Lord Krishna. As the sun is not different from the rays of sunlight, so Lord Krishna is not different from his Brahman effulgence. Therefore the word Tadgati, that attainment, here means Krishna Gati, the attainment of Lord Krishna. Therefore the impersonalists and demons who attain Sayojya, impersonal, liberation attain Lord Krishna's Brahman effulgence. On the other hand, the devotees, who love the Lord, attain direct service to Lord Krishna, who is like the sun planet from whom the sunlight that is the impersonal Brahman has come. This way we have described 4 of these emotions: inimical feelings, fear, affection, and devotional service. Only lusty desires and familial relationships remain to be described. In the path of Ragabhakti, lusty desires and familial relationships are both very important. Thus Ragabhakti is of 2 kinds, 1 lusty desires, kama, and 2 familial relationships, sambandha. Vrajanatha, what is the nature of devotional service with lusty desires? Babaji, the word lust means the thirst to enjoy. When it is manifested in Ragatmika Bhakti, that thirst to enjoy becomes causeless love for Lord Krishna. Thus it becomes the thirst to enjoy the association of Lord Krishna. In this situation the devotee acts only to please Lord Krishna. The devotee does not act for his own happiness. The devotee accepts his own happiness only if it leads to Krishna's happiness. This very wonderful unprecedented love is perfectly manifested in the gopis of Braja. Because it possesses the qualities of wonderful sweetness and playfulness, Panditas use the word lusty desires, kama, to describe the gopis' love, prema. However, the truth is that the gopis' lusty desires are spiritual and free from the slightest scent of any fault. On the other hand, the lusty desires felt by the souls in Maya's prison are wretched, lowly, and filled with faults. When they saw it, Uddhava and other dear devotees of the Lord yearned to attain the lusty desires felt by the gopis of Braja. The gopis' lusty desire cannot be compared to anything else. It can be compared only to itself. These lusty desires in Ragatmika Bhakti exist only in Braja and not in any other place. The lusty desires that Kubja manifested in Mathura are called Kamapriya, resembling lusty desires. Although they bear some resemblance to the gopis' lusty desires, they are different. Brajanatha, what is the nature of Ragabhakti with familial relationships? Babaji, Ragabhakti in the rasa of familial relationships is manifested when one identifies himself as Krishna's parent or other relative. When one thinks, I am Krishna's father, or I am Krishna's mother, or when one thinks of oneself as another kind of relative of Krishna, that is called devotional service in the mood of familial relationships. In the Vrsini dynasty there are also devotees who identify as Krishna's father and mother. Still, devotional service in familial relationships is first manifested in Vraja, in Nanda, in Yasoda, and in others also. Pure love for Krishna is manifested in these kinds of lusty desires and familial relationships. That is why the eternally liberated souls take shelter of them. In Raganuga Bhakti these two sentiments are mentioned only briefly. In the practice of devotional service, these two sentiments take two forms, one Kamanuga, following lusty desires, and two Sambandhanuga, following familial relationships. Vrajanatha, what are the qualities of Kamanuga Bhakti in the practice of Raganuga Bhakti? Babaji, when a devotee thirsts to follow the path of Kama devotional service, that is called Kamanuga. Kamanuga Bhakti is of two kinds, one Samojukamayi, yearning to enjoy, and two Tad Bhavakamayi, yearning to love. Vrajanatha, what is the nature of Samojukamayi? Babaji, Samojukamayi means the desire to participate in Lord Krishna's pastimes, Keli, with the gopis. Vrajanatha, what is the nature of Tad Bhavakamayi? Babaji, Tad Bhavakamayi means the desire to attain the sweetness of love that the Vraja gopis felt for Lord Krishna. Vrajanatha, how are these two sentiments manifested in the practice of Raganuga Bhakti? Babaji, by seeing the sweetness of Lord Krishna's deity form and by hearing the descriptions of Lord Krishna's pastimes, one develops a desire to fall in love with Krishna. Devotees who have that desire practice Raganuga Bhakti, that is either Kamanuga or Sambandhanuga. Vrajanatha, Lord Krishna is male, and the Vraja gopis are all female. Therefore can see that only women are qualified to practice this kind of Raganuga Bhakti. How can men be qualified to attain it? Babaji, each individual soul residing in the material world has an original spiritual form that manifests one of the five rasas, relationships with Lord Krishna. Four of these rasas, namely Daisya, servitorship, Sakhya, friendship, Vatsalya, parental love, and Madhura, conjugal love, are present among the people of Vraja. In Vraja, males participate in the rasas of Daisya, servitorship, Sakhya, friendship, and the fatherhood portion of Vatsalya, parental love. In these three rasas males engage in direct service to Lord Krishna. However, it is only females who serve the Lord in Madhura, conjugal love, and in the motherhood portion of Vatsalya. Among both liberated souls and beginners engaged in sadhana bhakti, many souls with external male material bodies have original spiritual forms that are female. Vrajanatha, how do souls with male external material bodies follow in the footsteps of the Vraja gopis? Babaji, in different ways, as they are qualified, they become attracted to the rasa of conjugal love, Sringara rasa. Even though their external material form is male, their original spiritual form, which is female, is always present. According to one's inclination and one's original spiritual form, one is qualified to become the follower of a particular Vraja gopi. By following that gopi, one's original spiritual form is again openly manifested, and in that original form one serves Lord Krishna directly. In the Padma Purana an example is given of souls who, although their external material bodies were male, eventually became gopis. There it is said that when they saw the handsomeness of Lord Ramakandra, the sages of Dandakaranya forest yearned to attain him as their husband. When Lord Krishna manifested his Gokula pastimes, these same sages were born as women. In those forms they served Lord Krishna in the rasa of conjugal love. Vrajanatha, have heard that the women of Gokula are eternally liberated souls in the spiritual world who descended to the material world to help Lord Krishna's pastimes. Why, then, does the Padma Purana say that these sages were born as gopis on Gokula? Babaji, many eternally liberated souls came to this world to participate in Lord Krishna's pastimes. In addition to them, many souls from the material world, who by engaging in devotional service became qualified to do so, also participated in Lord Krishna's pastimes. Worshipping Lord Krishna in Kamanuga Bhakti, they took birth in Gokula. These gopis are described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.29.8-11, where it is said that by serving Lord Krishna in meditation they abandoned their external material bodies and regained their original spiritual forms. Many of these gopis had previously been the sages of Dandakaranya. Vrajanatha, which gopis were eternally liberated and which became liberated by engaging in devotional service. Babaji, Srimati Radhika is Lord Krishna's internal potency, Svaradpasakti. She expands into the forms of her 8 close friends, Astasakya, and they expand into the forms of other gopis, Sakais. These gopis are all eternally liberated, Nitya Siddha. These gopis are not manifested by the Jivasakti. Rather, they are manifested by the Lord's internal potency, Svaradpasakti. In addition to these gopis, there are other gopis, also Sakais, who attained liberation by engaging in devotional service, sadhana siddha, and were thus allowed to join Srimati Radhika's entourage. These gopis are individual souls, jiva, who attained liberation by engaging in devotional service, sadhana siddha. By the power of the Lord's latent Sakti they attained Salokya liberation or were allowed to associate with Sri Radha, the Queen of Braja. Devotees who follow the path of Raganuga Bhakti and aspire for Sringararasa eventually attain liberation as a result of their devotional service. Thus they are able to join the company of gopis, Sakais. Devotees who follow the path of Vidhi Bhakti and desire to enjoy, Reintroducing, Krishna, which means they desire that Lord Krishna will become their husband, become the Lord's queens at Dvaraka. Devotees who follow the path of Vidhi Bhakti do not become followers of Sri Radha, the goddess of Braja. Only devotees who follow the path of Vidhi Bhakti externally and the path of Raganuga Bhakti internally attain devotional service in the land of Braja. Vrajanatha, how does one become purified of the desire to enjoy, Rarathansa, Krishna, which means the desire that Lord Krishna will become one's husband? Babaji, these devotees who have accepted the role of Lord Krishna's queens should renounce all pride and humbly serve Lord Krishna as a wife serves her husband. However, even if they do this, these devotees may not attain the desire to become one of the gopis of Braja. Vrajanatha, please explain more clearly. Babaji, devotees who aspire to attain Lord Krishna as their husband, Svakya, become the Lord's queens, Maizi Bhava. These devotees cannot taste the rasa where Krishna is one's paramour, Parakya, a rasa relished by the Vraja gopis. For this reason these devotees cannot follow in the footsteps of the gopis. Only by following the path of Raganuga Bhakti and cherishing the idea that Lord Krishna is one's paramour, Parakya, can one attain the rasa of a gopi in Vraja. Vrajanatha, by your mercy, I have understood all this. Now please kindly explain one thing, what is the difference between lust, kama, and love, prema? LF there is no difference, why did you use the word premarayapa, the nature of love? When I hear it, the word lust, kama, brings pain to my ears. Babaji, there is a difference between lust and love. When we say love we mean an emotion like what is felt in Ragabhakti when the devotee considers Krishna a relative in his family, Sambandha. In that devotional service as a family member, there is no idea of trying to exploit Krishna for one's own enjoyment. In devotional service where one relates to Lord Krishna as a family member, there is no scope for an amorous relationship. Still, that relationship is undoubtedly based on love, prema. However, when this love for Krishna is gracefully mixed with the desire to enjoy Krishna, the result is devotional service, bhakti, performed in the spirit of lust, kama. In the other rasas lust and devotional service are not mixed together in this way. This combination is present only in the rasa of conjugal love. Aside from the Vrajagopis, no one practices this kind of devotional service mixed with lust. In this material world the word lust means to desire material sense pleasures. However, the lust felt by the gopis is very different from material lust. The lust felt by the gopis is completely pure and faultless. Material lust is a perverted reflection of the gopis' lust. thought it was directed to Lord Krishna. The lust felt by Kubja cannot be said to be like the gopis' lust, saksat kama. Lust to enjoy with the material senses is an emotion that is worthless, wretched, and degraded. On the other hand, lust that is a feature of pure love for Krishna is exalted and full of bliss. Because material lust is wretched and degraded, what shall stop you from using the word spiritual lust, aprakrita kama, to describe the emotion felt by the gopis? Vrajanatha, now please explain the aspect of Raganuga Bhakti where one thinks of Krishna as one's family member. Babaji, devotional service where one has a family or other kind of relationship with Krishna is called Sambandhanuga Bhakti. This kind of relationship is present in three rasas, Dajya, servitorship, Sakya, friendship, and Vatsalya, parenthood. In this relationship one thinks, I am a servant. Krishna is my master, or one thinks, I am Krishna's friend, or one thinks, I am Krishna's father, or one thinks, am Krishna's mother. These are the thoughts of one in Sambandha. This Sambandhanuga Bhakti is manifested in its pure form among the residents of Braja. Vrajanatha, how is Raganuga Bhakti cultivated in the Dajya, Sakya, and Vatsalya rasas? Babaji, a devotee attracted to Dajya rasa, servitorship, should follow in the footsteps of Raktika, Patrika, and other eternally liberated servitors of the Lord. By emulating the sweetness of their love for the Lord, he will eventually serve Lord Krishna directly. A devotee attracted to Sakyarasa, friendship, should follow in the footsteps of Subala and the other friends of the Lord. In this way he will eventually serve Lord Krishna directly. A devotee attracted to Vatsalyarasa, parenthood, should follow in the footsteps of Nanda and Yasoda. In this way he will eventually serve Lord Krishna directly. Vrajanatha, how does one follow in their footsteps? Babaji, the soul's eternal nature gives rise to certain actions. These actions are called mudra. For example, Nanda Maharaja has a certain eternal nature, and because of that nature he deals with Krishna in a specific way. One should following the footsteps of those activities. However, one should not think, Tam Nanda, 1 am Subala, or I am Raktika. One should only follow in the footsteps of their activities. In that way one will not commit an offense. Vrajanatha, what rasa should cultivate in Raganuga Bhakti? Babaji, Baba, look at your own nature. Because of that nature you have a certain inclination. According to that inclination you naturally accept a particular rasa. You should follow the footsteps of an eternally liberated soul who serves the Lord in that rasa. You should closely examine your own inclination. If you are inclined to the path of Raga Bhakti, then you should follow your inclination. If you are not inclined to the path of Raga Bhakti, then you should follow the path of Vaidhi Vijayakumara, Master, I have studied Srimad Bhagavatam for many days. Whenever I hear or read of Lord Krishna's pastimes, in my heart I yearn to serve the divine couple as Srimati Lalita does. Babaji, don't say anything more. You are a Mahapujari follower of Sri Lalita Devi. What service do you think is appropriate for you? Vijayakumara, in my heart I think Sri Lalita has ordered me to string garlands of flowers. I gather many beautiful flowers, make them into garlands, and place them in her beautiful hand. She gives me a smile of mercy, and then she places them around the necks of Sri Sri Radhakrishna. Babaji, may you attain that service. Give you my blessings. At that moment Vijayakumara fell, weeping, at his spiritual master's lotus feet. Seeing his emotional state, the saintly Babaji said to him, Baba, within your heart you should always practice Raganuga Bhakti, and externally you should engage in Vaidhi Bhakti. Seeing Vijayakumara's good fortune, Vrajanatha placed these words before his spiritual master's feet, O Master, when think of Lord Krishna's pastimes desire to become a follower of Subala. Babaji, to what kind of activities do you feel attracted? Vrajanatha, Subala and I will fetch the calves that have strayed far away. As Krishna sits down and plays the flute, by Subala's mercy will let the calves drink water, and after will bring them again to our brother Krishna. That is my desire. Babaji, give you my blessings. May you become a follower of Subala and in that way serve Lord Krishna. You are qualified for Sakyaraja. This was all a great wonder. From that day on, in his heart Vijayakumara began to think of himself as a maidservant of Srimati Lalita. Then he began to see the elderly Babaji as an incarnation of Sri Lalita. Vijayakumara said, "O Master, what more need be done by your mercy?" The saintly Babaji replied, "Nothing more need be done. Only you should know the name, form, and garments of your spiritual body. Come to me in private and I will tell you of them." Saying, "As you order," Vijayakumara offered Dandavat obeisances. From that day one Vrajanatha saw the elderly Babaji as an incarnation of Subala. The Babaji said to him, "Come to me all alone and will tell you the name, form, and garments of your spiritual body." Saying, "As you order," Vrajanatha offered Dandavat obeisances. Thinking that their lives had not become perfect, Vrajanatha and Vijayakumara happily followed the path of Raganuga Bhakti. Externally everything was as before. Externally Vijayakumara was a male, but within his heart he had become a gopi. Meanwhile within his heart, Vrajanatha had become a cowherd boy. A good part of the night had already passed. Chanting on japa beads the mantra, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama 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 Hare that their spiritual master had given them, the two of them walked toward Bilvapaskarani. Almost half the night had passed. The moon rose. The season placed a pleasant situation in every direction. When they came to Laxmanatila, the two men sat under an amalika tree. Vijayakumara asked Vrajanatha, "O Vrajanatha, the desires in our hearts are now fulfilled. Because we have attained the mercy of a great Vaisnava, we will now attain the mercy of Lord Krishna. Now we should consider what will happen in the future. Vrajanatha, with an honest heart please tell me, what will you do? Will you marry, or will you take Parivrajaka sannyasa? This request does not come from me. Only ask so can tell your grandmother." Vrajanatha, "Uncle, I am devoted to you. You are a Pandita and a Vaisnava. In the absence of my father, you are my guardian. The path that you order, I will follow. I do not wish to become attached to material things, and thus forget the spiritual goal of life. Therefore do not wish to marry. What do you think?" Vijayakumara, "Will not force you. You decide yourself and tell me." Vrajanatha, "Will ask our spiritual master. Will do whatever he says." Vijayakumara, "Good. Tomorrow we will go and hear what Prabhupada says about this." Vrajanatha, "Saintly uncle, what do you think? Should I become a householder? Should I not become a Parivrajaka sannyasi?" Vijayakumara, "Baba, my conclusion is the same as yours. We are of one mind. Accept Parivrajaka sannyasa and extinguish the fire of household life. If you accept household life your heart will dry up. You will be cheated of the nectar of devotional service. My wish is that you follow whatever Sri Prabhupada says about this." A large part of the night had passed. It was right that they return home. Again and again singing the glories of Lord Hari, the uncle and nephew returned home, honored prasadam, and went to sleep. Chapter 22 Nityadharma O Sambandhabhidhita Prayahana, Pramayantargata Prayahana Vikararamha, Eternal Religion and Sambandha Abhidhita and Prayahana. The discussion of Prayahana begins. Today is Ekadasi. Under the Bakula tree in Srivasa's courtyard the Vaisnavas are chanting the holy names of the Lord. Some call out, "O Gauranga! O Nityananda!" and sigh. Our saintly elderly Babaji was motionless, plunged in ecstatic love. Who knows what he was thinking? After a few moments he said, "Alas!" and began to weep. "Ah! Where is Ripa? Where is Sanatana? Where is Raghunatha Dasa Gosvami? Where is my life's brother, Krishnadasa Kavaraja? Cannot be with them. Today am all alone. Cannot be happy." The memory of Radhakunda brings me pain. O my life, now you are leaving me. Pray that Ripa and Raghunatha show themselves to me and save my life. Even though I am separated from you, still I remain alive. How pathetic is my life. Again and again speaking in this way, he began to roll about in the dust under the Bakula tree in Srivasa's courtyard. The assembled Vaisnavas said to him, Babaji, be peaceful. Rapa and Raghunatha are in your heart. Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda are dancing before you. Saying, where? Where? The Babaji jumped up. As he gazed at the Pajika Tattva deities before him, his grief went far away. He said, O glorious Mayapura! Only Mayapura makes the sadness of Braja go far away. Saying these words, he danced for some moments and then sat down in his cottage. At that moment Vijayakumara and Vrajanatha came and offered Dandavat obeisances. When he saw them, the Babaji's heart blossomed with happiness. He said, how is your devotional service progressing? Folding their hands, the two disciples humbly said, O Master, your mercy is the be-all and end-all of our lives. In the past we must have performed many pious deeds that we so easily have attained your fearless lotus feet. Today is Ekadasi. By your order we are fasting even from water. We have come to see your sacred feet. The Babaji replied, you are fortunate. Very soon you will attain Baba. Vijayakumara asked, O Master, what is Baba? Is there something called Baba that you have not yet taught us? Babaji, up till now I have taught you about sadhana bhakti. By practicing sadhana bhakti again and again, one eventually comes to the stage of spiritual perfection. The stage that immediately precedes the perfect stage is called Bhava, ecstatic love. The perfect stage is described in these words of the Dasamala, Svaritapavasthane Madhura Razabhavadayatha Vraj Radhakrishnas Vahana Janabhavam Hirdi Vahan Paran and Pridim Jagadachala Sampat Suksam Aho Vilasakai Tat Parama Parikaryam Sa Labhate. When his sadhana bhakti reaches maturity, the living entity becomes aware of his original spiritual form. Then, by the power of the Lord's latent Isakti, the ecstatic love, Bhava, of Madhura Rasa becomes manifested. Then the living entity bears in his heart ecstatic love, Bhava, for Sri Sri Radhakrishna in Vraja. Then he attains ecstatic love, Priti, and bliss. Gradually he attains a happiness and good fortune that have no equal anywhere in this world. He enters the Lord's pastimes. There he attains direct service to the Lord. There is nothing higher than that. In this verse the final goal of life, prayahana, which is pure love for the Lord, is described. The beginning stage of that pure love is described in the final verse of the Dasamitla, Prabhakakeo Jivakatham item acid visvam itiva vicariatan arthan haribhajanake rc krastra kachara abhidasam derman sakalam aparadham pariharan harar namanandam pabati haride. So Harijana, who is the Supreme Lord? Who is the individual spirit soul? What is the material world? Considering these questions, a devotee becomes learned in the scriptures. He shuns all offenses, sins, material pious deeds, and aspirations to become one with the Lord, and, thinking himself a servant of Lord Hari, in the company of other devotees he drinks the blissful nectar of Lord Hari's holy name. What a wonderful poem is the Dasamala! In it the individual souls find the essence of the teachings that have come from Lord Mahaprabhu's sacred mouth. Vijayakumara, I would like to hear a summary of the Dasamala's glories. Babaji, then listen. Samsavaya dasamalam vihitvavidyam ayam jana bhavapustam tatha tustam labhadsthusangaita. A person who carefully studies this dasamtila becomes free ignorance. By associating with devotees, he attains spiritual love and bliss. Vijayakumara, O Master, this wonderful dasamala will become the necklace we all wear. Every day we will recite this dasamila and offer Dandavat obeisances to Lord Mahaprabhu. Now please be merciful and explain the clear meaning of these truths. Babaji, pure love of God, Prema, is like a sun. The pure rays of that Prema sun are the spiritual state of Suddhasattva. The internal nature of Suddhasattva is called bhava. The Suddhasattva manifestation called bhava is also called by the names Ratai and Premankara, the sprouting of love. When the all-enlightening Svartapasakti, internal potency, is manifested in the activities called samvid, knowledge, those activities are called Suddhasattva, spiritual existence. These are not activities of Maya, material illusion. When the activities of the Samvid Sakti join with the activities of the Hladani Sakti, the result is the manifestation of bhava. The activities of Samvid Sakti bring knowledge. The activities of Hladani Sakti bring pleasure. In this way the activities of the Lord Svartapasakti bring knowledge of the absolute truth, Sri Krishna. The small knowledge potency, Samvid Sakti, of the individual souls, Jiva Sakti, cannot bring understanding of the absolute truth. By the mercy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead Himself, or by the mercy of the Lord's devotee, the Lord Svartapasakti, internal potency, will appear in a living entity's heart. Then the Svartapasakti's activities of knowledge, Samvid, can act in the living entity's heart. Then knowledge of the spiritual world becomes manifested there. The real form, Svarupa, of the spiritual world is the state of spiritual existence, Suddhasattva. The real form of the material world of Maya is gross matter, which is a mixture of the three modes of material goodness, passion, and ignorance. When knowledge of the spiritual world combines with the essence, Sara, of the Hladani Sakti, the result is that one is able to relish, for svata, the pleasures of the spiritual world. When the relishing of the pleasures of the spiritual world reaches its perfection and fullness, pureness vartapa, the result is called prema, pure love of God. Prema is like a sun, and bhava is the rays of that sun. That is the nature of bhava. The specific nature of bhava is this: rosai, attraction to Krishna, makes the living entity's heart melt and become soft, masrana. Here the word rosai means the desire to attain Krishna, the desire to please Krishna, and the desire to have a friendly relation with Krishna. Bhava is said to be the first manifestation of the splendor of prema. The word masrana means the melting of the heart. In the Tantras it is said that bhava is the first manifestation of prema. When bhava appears, the sattvika bhava ecstatic symptoms, such as the standing erect of the body's hairs, become slightly manifested. In eternally liberated souls these ecstatic symptoms appear spontaneously. In souls imprisoned in the material world these ecstatic symptoms appears as activities of the mind, and only gradually do they manifest their original, spiritual nature. Although these ecstatic symptoms come of their own accord, they seem to be induced by something external. The activities of Sattvika Bhava ecstasy reveal the true nature of Lord Krishna and his transcendental pastimes. Manifested among the imprisoned souls as what seems to be an activity of the mind, it seems to bring knowledge of other, non-spiritual truths. The truth is that it enables one to relish spiritual pleasures. In this way it enables the souls imprisoned in the material world to relish the spiritual pleasures of Lord Krishna and Lord Krishna's transcendental pastimes. Vijayakumara, does bhava manifest any variety? Babaji, yes. Bhava is of two kinds, according to its place of origin. Bhava may come from the practice of sadhana bhakti, or it may come from the mercy of Lord Krishna or the mercy of Lord Krishna's devotee. Generally it comes from the practice of sadhana bhakti. It only rarely comes from mercy. Vijayakumara, what is the nature of bhava produced by the practice of sadhana bhakti? Babaji, there are two kinds of bhava created by the practice of sadhana bhakti. One is created by the practice of Vaidhi bhakti and the other by the practice of Raganuga bhakti. In the first of these two kinds of bhava created by sadhana bhakti, at the beginning there is rosai, attraction to Krishna. From that comes asakti, attachment to Krishna. At the end comes ratai for Krishna. In the Puranas and the Natyasastras it is said that ratai and bhava are synonyms. I also say that they are synonyms. Vaidhi bhakti first creates faith, and from faith attraction to Krishna, rosai, follows. However, when one practices Raganuga bhakti, rosai appears at once, without any intervening stages. Vijayakula, what is the nature of bhava created by the mercy of Lord Krishna or Lord Krishna's devotee? Babaji, when bhava suddenly appears without its recipient having practiced either Vaidhi Bhakti or Raganuga Bhakti, then bhava it is created by the mercy of Lord Krishna or Lord Krishna's devotee. Vijayakula, what is the nature of bhava created by the mercy of Lord Krishna? Babaji, Lord Krishna's mercy is manifested in three ways: 1. Vasika, by his words; 2. Dlokadana, by a glance; and 3. Harda, by the mercy in his heart. Lord Krishna may give his mercy to someone by saying, "O King of the Brahmanas, may devotion to me, devotion that brings all transcendental bliss and is the crest jewel of all auspicious things, appear within you." Simply by the Lord speaking these words, bhava suddenly appears in that Brahmana. The aborigines residing in the jungle had never seen Krishna before. However, simply by seeing them they at once attained bhava because of the compassion in Lord Krishna's heart. This is called alokadanaja bhava, bhava created from a glance. When feelings of compassion arise in Lord Krishna's heart, they produce the bhava called harda. This bhava is seen in Sukadeva Goswami and other devotees. When he descended to this world, Lord Mahaprabhu granted these three kinds of bhava from mercy on many occasions. Simply by seeing the Lord, many people attained bhava. Jagai, Madhai, and many others attained bhava because of the Lord's words. Srila Jiva Goswami attained bhava because of the mercy in Lord Krishna's heart. Vijayakula, what is the nature of bhava created by the mercy of a devotee of Lord Krishna? Babaji, because of the mercy of Sri Narada Goswami, auspicious desires appeared in the hearts of Dhruva and Prahlada. By the mercy of Srila Rupa Goswami, Srila Sanatana Goswami, and their associates, the desire to perform devotional service appeared in the hearts of numberless persons. Vijayakula, what are the symptoms of bhava's appearance? Babaji, when the seed of ecstatic emotion, bhava, for Krishna fructifies, the following 9 symptoms are manifest in one's behavior: forgiveness, concern that time should not be wasted; detachment, absence of false prestige; hope, eagerness, a taste for chanting the holy name of the Lord; attachment to descriptions of the transcendental qualities of the Lord; and affection for those places where the Lord resides, that is a temple or holy place like Vrindavana. These are all called anubhava, subordinate signs of ecstatic emotion. They are visible in a person in whose heart the seed of love of God has begun to fructify. Vijayakula, what is forgiveness? Babaji, forgiveness is when, even though there is ample reason to become agitated and angry, one is not agitated and angry. This is called forgiveness. Tolerance is a synonym for forgiveness. Vijayakula, what is concern that time should not be wasted? Babaji, it means not to spend time in useless activities. To always be engaged in devotional service to Lord Hari is called concern that time should not be wasted. Vijayakula, what is detachment? Babaji, to find that one sees no pleasure in so-called material sense pleasures is called detachment. Vijayakula, when a person accepts sannyasa, can he claim to have attained detachment? Babaji, sannyasa is a material convention in the material world. When the heart finds its pleasure in the spiritual world, and when the heart finds its pleasure in the material grow less and less until finally it disappears almost completely, that is called detachment. A person who is detached from the material world and then accepts sannyasa to remove the obstacles that prevent him from attaining bhava can claim to be a detached Vaisnava. However, a person who accepts sannyasa prematurely, before he has any understanding of the happiness of spiritual life, bhava, is not properly initiated as a sannyasi. He is not a true sannyasi. The Lord's punishment of Chota Haridasa taught this to the entire world. Vijayakula, what is absence of false prestige? Babaji, birth, varna, A4SRAMA, wealth, power, beauty, a high status in society, and many other things make a person proud. To renounce the pride that comes from all these things is called absence of false prestige. In the Padma Purana is written the story of a great king who attained devotion to Lord Krishna. Renouncing the pride that comes from royal opulence, this king passed his life as a beggar performing madhukari in the capital city of the king that had been his rival and enemy. He always offered respectful obeisances to everyone, not caring whether they were brahmanas or kandalas. Vijayakya, what is hope? Babaji, to engage in devotional service with firm conviction, thinking, Lord Krishna will certainly be merciful to me, is called hope. Vijayakya, what is eagerness? Babaji, intense greed to attain what one desires is called eagerness. Vijayakya, what is a taste for chanting the holy name of the Lord? Babaji, of all the different activates of devotional service, chanting the holy name of the Lord is the best. To always chant the holy name of the Lord with faith is called a taste for chanting the holy name of the Lord. A taste for chanting the holy name of the Lord fulfills all spiritual desires. You will learn more about the holy name separately, at another time. Vijayakya, what is attachment to descriptions of the transcendental qualities of the Lord? Babaji, in Sri Krishna Karnamrita, verse 65, it is written, Madhuryad api madhuram manmathada tajya kim api kaisoram kapaliad api kapalam sito bada harati hanta kim karma. He is sweeter than sweetness personified. His youthfulness is Kamadeva himself. He is more restless and playful than restlessness and playfulness personified. Alas, he has stolen my heart. What will one do now? One may hear again and again of Lord Krishna's transcendental qualities, but one's desire to hear them will never be satiated. Rather, one's attachment to hear of them will grow stronger and stronger. Vijayakya, what is affection for those places where the Lord resides? Babaji, when he circumambulates the holy Navadvipa, a devotee will ask, O residents of the Lord's sacred place, where did the Lord take birth? Walking down what pathway did the Lord perform Sankirtana? Please tell me, where did the Lord enjoy pastimes with the Gopas in the morning? The residents of the holy abode may reply, in Mayapura, in a raised tulasi forest, the Lord took birth. In Ganganagara, Simulia, Gatigaka, Majida and many other villages he performed Sankirtana. By drinking with the cup of his ears these nectar words from the mouth of a resident of the land of Gauda, a devotee will manifest ecstatic symptoms, such as shedding tears and the hairs of his body standing erect, as he circumambulates the holy place. This is called affection for those places where the Lord resides. Vijayakya, when this kind of emotion is present, can we say without doubt that Krishnarati, pure love for Krishna, is definitely present? Babaji, no. When the heart is pure, then Rati arises within it. The symptoms I have described may appear when other kinds of devotional emotions are manifested. They are not manifested only when there is Rati. Vijayakya, please be kind and give one or two examples so may understand. Babaji, a person thirsty for impersonal liberation may again and again chant a dim reflection of Lord Hari's holy name, Namabhasa. Hearing that the holy name has the power to give liberation, he may weep again and again and may fall down almost unconscious. Still, one should not say that he has attained Krishnarati, love for Krishna, in the state of bhava, ecstasy. Such a person does not have sincere love for Lord Krishna. Rather, he makes a show of ecstatic symptoms, bhavabhasa, only because he is greedy to attain his own petty desire. A person desiring material sense pleasures may worship goddess Durga, and after the worship may pray for many things, saying, please grant me boons. Please give me wealth. Thinking of how the goddess has the power to fulfill his desires, he may weep and roll on the ground. Still, one cannot say that he has attained bhava. Perhaps one can say he has attained a glimpse of bhava, bhavabhasa, or a mocking imitation of bhava, bhavadoratmaya. Bhava does not appear in a person who is not a pure devotee of Lord Krishna. When a person who desires material sense gratification or impersonal liberation manifests a glimpse of bhava, bhavabhasa, that is not true bhava. Rather it is only a mocking imitation, bhavadoratmaya, of true bhava. As he stands before the deity of Lord Krishna, such a person may faint and remain unconscious for 21 hours. Even then, he does not display true bhava. The eternally liberated souls and the souls free from all material desires diligently search for bhava. Still, bhava remains hidden from them. Even after a person performs many devotional activities, Lord Krishna does not very quickly or easily give him the gift of bhava. How can pure love, rati, for Lord Krishna rise in a heart that does not have pure devotion to the Lord, or in a heart crushed by desires for material sense gratification or impersonal liberation? Vijayakumara, O Master, many times it is seen that, when they participate in the chanting of Lord Hari's holy names, Harinama Sankirtana, persons who thirst for material sense gratification or impersonal liberation may manifest the previously described symptoms of bhava. What shall we call that display? Babaji, only fools think that display is wonderful. Persons who know the truth of bhava avoid these persons and say that outward display is only a glimpse of bhava, bhavabhasa. Vijayakumara, what are the different kinds of this glimpse of bhava, bhavabhasa? Babaji, it is of two kinds, one pratibhimbaratiyabhasa, the reflection of ecstatic love, and two, chayaratiyabhasa, the dim shadow of ecstatic love. Vijayakumara, what is pratibhimbaratiyabhasa? Babaji, a person who desires impersonal liberation may think he can easily attain that liberation by attaining bhava for Lord Krishna. Thus desiring the happiness of impersonal liberation, he puts on a false show of the symptoms of bhava. This is called pratibhimbaratiyabhasa. An impersonalist may think, attaining knowledge of impersonal Brahman is the only way to attain impersonal liberation. There is no other way. However, the process by which one attains that impersonal knowledge is very difficult and troublesome. If by chanting the holy names of Lord Hari one can easily attain liberation, that must mean that by chanting the holy names one may easily attain knowledge of impersonal Brahman. Hoping to easily get impersonal liberation, such a person may then make an outward display of ecstatic symptoms, such as shedding tears and standing erect of the bodily hairs. All this is only a glimpse, abhasa, of true bhava. Vijayakumara, why is it called pratibhimba, a reflection? Babaji, when they engage in chanting the Lord's holy names or in other devotional activities, persons who thirst after material sense gratification or impersonal liberation may by destiny attain the association of true devotees. When the moon of true bhava arises in the hearts of these true devotees, that moon becomes reflected in the hearts of the hedonist or impersonalist pretenders. That is why their bhava is called pratibhimba, a reflection. Pure bhava does not appear as long as one thirsts after material sense gratification or impersonal liberation. However, when a person sees pure devotees, Sutta Bhakta, of the Lord, the devotee's bhava becomes reflected on him. That is called pratibhimba bhavabhasa, a reflection of true bhava. Pratibhimba bhavabhasa does not bring eternal auspiciousness to the soul. As soon as the pretender attains his goal of sense gratification or liberation, his devotional activities stop. Therefore this pratibhimba bhavabhasa is said to be one of the offenses against the holy name. It is not praiseworthy. Vijayakumara, what is chaya bhavabhasa, the dim shadow of ecstatic love? Babaji, an honest neophyte devotee not very learned in the science of spiritual life may come into contact with activities, times, places, or persons that are dear to Lord Hari, and by this contact they may attain a small, pleasant, suffering-removing, flickering shadow of true love, rati, for the Lord. That is called chayarati abhasa. When a person has a small quantity of pure devotion to the Lord, but that devotion is not very strong, then this kind of shadow devotion, rati abhasa, is manifested. This shadow of devotion may appear in a person because in the past he performed many pious deeds. This shadow of devotion may gradually bring more and more auspiciousness to the person who obtains it. By the mercy of a pure devotee of Lord Hari, this shadow love can be transformed into genuine pure love for the Lord, Sutta Bhava. However, if one commits offenses to pure Vaisnavas, this shadow love may gradually diminish, like the waning of the moon in the dark fortnight. This is not said only of the shadow of love. Even pure love, Sudabhava, for Lord Krishna can be destroyed, Abhava, if one commits offenses to Lord Krishna's devotees. Or that pure love may gradually become changed into shadow love, or it may be reduced to a lower level of love. If one closely associates with impersonalists, then his love for Krishna may also become changed into shadow love, or else one may become an impersonalist himself, and become convinced that he himself is the worshipable Supreme Personality of Godhead. It is because of this bad association that new devotees, Navyabhakta, sometimes have impersonalist ideas and think they have become God as they dance in Krishna Kirtana or perform other devotional activities. This is sometimes seen. Unaware of the consequences, new devotees may sometimes associate with impersonalists. That bad association brings many troubles. Therefore new devotees should carefully avoid the association of impersonalists. Sometimes bhava may suddenly appear in a person who has not performed any devotional activities, sadhana. This means that the person involved performed many very good devotional activities in his previous births. Because of certain obstacles, the results of those activities were not immediately manifested. Now that the obstacles are removed, the results are suddenly manifested. If the highest kind of love, bhava, which is all-powerful and wonderful to everyone, suddenly becomes manifested, it should be said that it was produced by the mercy of Lord Krishna. Even if you see some faults in his activities, you should not become the enemy of a person who has natural love, bhava, for the Lord. Why not? A person who has attained love for the Lord has made his life a complete success. A devotee will never commit a sin. However, if it is seen that somehow or other a devotee has committed a sin, then one should think of this in two ways. 1. By accident a great soul has somehow committed a sin, but that sin will not stay. 2. This sin is only the reflection of a previous misdeed, tirvapapabhasa. This devotee's spiritual love, bhava, will quickly destroy that sin. Very quickly it will be destroyed. In this way in one's heart one should see the faults of the devotees. To see that devotees have faults is one of the offenses against the holy name. In the Enrasitunha Purana it is written, Bhagavati Ca Harav Ananyasita Bhaitir Samalino Pi Virjate Manishya Na Hi Se Sakalusa Kavakadsit Timirapara Bhavatamupati Kandra. If a person has completely engaged his mind, body, and activities in the service of the Supreme Godhead, but externally he is found to be engaged in some abominable activities, those abominable activities will surely be very quickly vanquished by the influence of his staunch devotional service. On the full moon there are some spots, which may appear to be pockmarks. Still, the illumination spread by the full moon cannot be checked. Asterisk. One should not think that this instruction means that the devotees of the Lord are always committing sins. The truth is that when a person has faith in devotional service, he no longer desires to commit sins. However, as long as the material body is present, there may be some accidental slip into a sinful action. Devotional service, however, which is like a blazing fire, at once burns all these sins into ashes, and after that the devotee is cautious not to sin again. When unalloyed devotional service appears in someone, the ignorance that is the root of sin is flung far away. Therefore sinful actions remain far away from such a devotee. If it is seen that a person commits sins again and again, one should not be under the misunderstanding that he possesses unalloyed devotion to Lord Krishna. Why not? To commit sins with the hope that his devotional activities will nullify his sins is an offense. Devotees do not commit that offense. Love, rati, for Krishna makes one desire to please Krishna more and more. It is filled with warmth and power. It is sweet like millions of moons. Hearing these explanations of ecstatic love, Bhava, Vrajanatha, and Vijayakumara became stunned. Their hearts were filled with love. Even after the Babaji had finished speaking, they both remained for a while stunned and silent. Finally they said, "O Master, the nectar of your teachings have brought a flood of love to our burnt-out hearts. Ah, what will we do? Where will we go? We are not able to be steady and calm. We are filled with pride because we were born in Brahmana families. In our hearts is not the slightest bit of humbleness. The hope of one day attaining ecstatic love, Baba, for the Lord is very far from us. Our only hope is that you, a personal associate of the Lord, a devotee filled with pure spiritual love, Prema, may place a single drop of spiritual love, Prema, in our hearts. Then our lives will become a great success. Because of our relationship with you, the bird of hope now lives in our hearts. We are very poor and lowly and worthless. You are a great king among the true devotees of the Lord. You are very merciful. Please be merciful to us and explain to us what our duties should be. In my heart yearn to renounce the material world and household life and become a servant of your feet. Then Vijayakula took this opportunity to say, O Master, Vrajanatha is still a boy. His mother wishes that he become a householder. However, in his heart he does not see the same way she does. Please be merciful and say what is to be done. Babaji, Lord Krishna has given his mercy to you. Your household life will be Lord Krishna's household life, for you will render service to Lord Krishna there. Our Lord Mahaprabhu taught the entire world, and the world should follow his teaching. In this material world there are two kinds of situations, one household life, and two sannyasa. As long as one is not qualified to become a sannyasi, he should remain as a householder and serve Lord Krishna in that ashrama. In the first 24 years of his pastimes, the Lord set the example of ideal Vaisnava household life, and in the second 24 years of his pastimes, the Lord set the example of ideal Vaisnava sannyasa life. Householders should follow the Lord's example. It is my opinion that for the present you should act as he did. In your heart do not think that in the householder for Srama you cannot attain the highest stage of pure love for Lord Krishna, Krishna Prema. The devotees who received the greatest mercy from Lord Mahaprabhu were all householders. The Vaisnava Sannyas offer prayers to these householders and respectfully touch the dust from their feet. It was late at night. In the company of the Vaisnavas, Vijayakula and Vrajanatha sang songs glorifying Hari again and again. In that way they passed the night in Srivasa's courtyard. The next morning they washed, bathed, performed various duties, sang the holy names with the Vaisnavas, and accepted a Mahaprasadam breakfast. In the afternoon they slowly walked to Bilvapaskarani. As they thought about it, both uncle and nephew decided that they should serve Lord Krishna within the householder ashrama. That would be best. Vijayakula said to his sister, Vrajanatha has decided to marry. You make all the arrangements. We'll go to Modadruma for a few days. When hear news that Vrajanatha's wedding day is coming, we'll come with all the relatives to celebrate the happy day. Tomorrow I will send Kanastha Harinatha to help with the arrangements. Vrajanatha's mother and grandmother were flooded with bliss. They gave garments and other gifts to Vijayakula and bade him farewell. Chapter 23 Nityadharma O Sambandhabhidhaya Prayahana, Pramayantargatanamadhatvavikararamha, Eternal Religion and Sambandha Abhidhaya and Prayahana, the discussion of the holy name begins. The village of Bilvapaskarani is very beautiful. The river Ganges flows on its northern and western sides. There, on the shore of the Puskarini, in a grove of bilva trees, is a temple of Lord Shiva. Not far from there is the place called Bhavatarana. On one side is Bilvapaskarani, and on the other side is Brahmanapaskarani. Between them lies the village called Simulya, which on one side borders the town of Navadvipa. In the middle of Bilvapaskarani and north of the royal road lies Vrajanatha's house. After travelling a short distance, Vijayakula returned to his sister. In his mind he had decided, I won't leave until I have learned the truth about the holy name. Returning to Bilvapaskarani, he saw his sister and nephew and told them, I will stay another day or two and then I will go. That afternoon two Vaisnavas in the Ramanuja Sampradaya wearing Sri Tilaka came to the Kandi Mandapa at Vrajanatha's house. Sitting in the shade of the Panasa tree before Vrajanatha's house, the two Vaisnavas made a fire with some dried twigs and began to smoke ganja. Vrajanatha's mother was very happy to get the opportunity to show hospitality to some guests. Seeing that they were not eating anything, she brought them different kinds of food. Pleased, they began to cook some chapatis. Seeing that the Vaisnavas were peaceful and bright-faced, Vrajanatha and Vijayakumara gradually felt attracted to them. Seeing that Vrajanatha and Vijayakumara wore tulasi beads on their necks and 12 tilaka marks on their limbs, the two Vaisnavas respectfully greeted them and spread a cloth for them to sit. As Vrajanatha questioned them, one of the Sannyas said, "O Maharaja, we have seen Ayodhya and now we are going to see Navadvipa. In our hearts we have decided to see the places of Chaitanya Prabhu's pastimes." Vrajanatha replied, "You are in Sri Navadvipa now. Please rest here today and tomorrow see the birthplace of Lord Mahaprabhu and the courtyard of Srivasa." The two Sannyas then happily recited these words of Lord Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, 15.6 Yad Gatva Na Nivartant Tad Dhamma Paramam Mama. They who reach my supreme abode never return to this material world. Asterisk. The two Sannyas said, "Today we are very fortunate, for we will see holy Sri Mayapura, the best of the 7 holy cities." As they sat under the Panasa tree, the two Sannyas discussed the Arthapadikaka, 5 topics, of the Ramanuja Sampradaya. The 5 topics are, 1. Svasvartipa, the nature of one's own self, 2. Parasvartipa, the natures of others, 3. Upayasvartipa, the means for spiritual advancement, 4. Purasarthasavrattipa, the true goal of life, and 5. Vrahisvartipa, obstacles that prevent one from attaining the true goal of life. With great attention Vijayakumara heard and considered the sannyasis explanations of these topics and the Tattvatraya, 3 truths, of the Sri Sampradaya. After discussing these points for a long time, Vijayakumara asked, "What is your Sampradaya's explanation of the holy name?" When they heard the two Vaisnavas' explanations, Vrajanatha and Vijayakumara did not become very happy. Vrajanatha said, "Uncle, after considering all these points, have come to the conclusion that only taking shelter of Lord Krishna's holy name, and nothing else, brings auspiciousness to the living entities. It was to preach the pure holy name of Lord Krishna to the world that Sri Gauranga, the master of our lives, descended to this world and came to the holy city of Mayapura. When he was teaching us yesterday, Sri Gurudeva explained that chanting the holy name is the best of all devotional practices. He also asked us to give special attention to understanding the truth of the holy name. Uncle, let us go to him this evening and learn about this." They spent that afternoon showing hospitality to their guests and talking about many things. When the evening arati ended, the Vaisnavas assembled under the Bakula tree in Srivasa's courtyard. Chanting the holy names on his tulasi beads, saintly elderly Raghunatha Dasa Babaji sat among them. Vrajanatha and Vijayakumara came and offered Dandavat obeisances to him. The saintly Babaji embraced them and said, "Are you happy in your devotional service?" Vijayakumara replied, "O Master, by your mercy everything is auspicious for us. Please be merciful and teach us this evening about the holy name of the Lord." His face blossoming with happiness, the saintly Babaji said, "The Supreme Personality of Godhead has 2 kinds of names, 1 Mukhya, primary, and 2 Gana, secondary. Names that show his relation to the material creation and the material modes of nature are all secondary names. Srishtikarta, the creator of the material world, Jagatpatha, the maintainer of the material world, Vyavanayanta, the controller of the material world, Visvapalaka, the protector of the material world, and Paramatma, the supersoul present everywhere in the material world, are examples of some of these many secondary names. Some other names, although beyond the touch of the material modes of nature, are also counted among these secondary names. Brahma, Brahman, is an example of these names. When they are chanted, these secondary names bring many different kinds of benefits, but they do not directly or quickly bring the highest spiritual benefit. The names that describe the Lord as he is manifested in the spiritual world, which is beyond material time and space, and where time is manifested as an eternal present, Nityavardhamana, are names that are all spiritual and primary. Narayana, Vasudeva, Janardana, our Siksa, Hari, A.C. Uddha, Govinda, Gopala, and Rama are examples of these primary names. All these primary names are identical with the form of the Supreme Lord himself, and therefore they exist in the eternal present in the spiritual world. Attracted by devotional service, these holy names dance on the tongues of certain very fortunate souls in the material world. These names have no connection at all with the material world. When it descends to the material world, the holy name of the Lord, which has all the Lord's powers, destroys the illusions of Maya. The individual souls in the material world have the holy name of Lord Hari as their only friend. They have no other true friend. In the Brahmanaradiya Purana it is said, Har namava 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 mama jivanam kalau nasti eva gatir anyatha. The holy name, the holy name, the holy name of Lord Hari is my very life. In this age of quarrel and hypocrisy, the only means of deliverance is the chanting of the holy names of the Lord. There is no other way. There is no other way. There is no other way. The holy name has limitless power. The holy name uproots all the sins of the conditioned souls burning in a great forest fire of sins. In the Garuda Purana it is said, Avasandapi yan namna kirtait sarvapatakai puman vimusayat sadhya simhatraster mrgar eva. If one chants the holy name of the Lord, even in a helpless condition or without desiring to do so, all the reactions of his sinful life depart, just as when a lion roars, all the small animals flee in fear. A person who takes shelter of the holy name becomes free of all sufferings. The holy name has the power to destroy all sufferings. In the Skanda Purana it is said, Adeo vyadeo yajya smaranan namakirtanat tadeva vilayam yantitam anantam namami aham. T offer my respectful obeisances to the limitless Supreme Personality of Godhead. When a person remembers him or chants his holy names, that person's diseases of the mind or body all run to their extinction. A person who chants the holy name of Lord Hari purifies his family, friends, and all others. In the Brahmanda Purana it is said, Mahapataka yudo pai kirtayan anasam haram sudhantavarano bhyat vajade panktipavana. Even if he has committed many great sins, a person who chants the holy name of the Lord day and night become pure at heart. He purifies all his relatives. A person who is devoted to the holy name becomes free of all sufferings. In the Bhagavati Purana it is said, Sarvaragapasamam sarvopadravanasanam santidam sarvaristanam harar namanukirtanam. The chanting of Lord Hari's holy name cures all diseases, removes all obstacles, and rescues one from all calamities. The age of Kali cannot make trouble for a person who loudly chants the holy name of Lord Hari. In the Brahmanaradiya Purana it is said, Har Kesava Govinda Vasudeva Jaganmaya Itirayanti Yanityam Na Hitan Badhate Kala. The age of Kali cannot make trouble for a person who always chants, Har Kesava Govinda Vasudeva Jaganmaya. Simply by hearing the holy name of Lord Hari, the residents of hell become delivered. In the Narasatunha Purana it is said, Yatha yatha harar namakirtayanti sma endrika tatha tatha hara bhaktim udvahanto divam yeva. When they began to chant the holy name of Lord Hari, the residents of hell began to develop devotion to Lord Hari. Thus they were carried to the heavenly worlds. By loudly chanting the holy name, a person destroys his prarabdha karmic reactions. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, December 3, 44, it is said, Yan namadhaya emri yamana achara patan skalan va vivasogran puman vimata karmargala udamam gatam prapnoti yaksianti na tam kalau jana. Terrified, about to die, a man collapses on his bed. Although his voice is faltering and he is hardly conscious of what he is saying, if he utters the holy name of the Supreme Lord he can be freed from the reactions of his fruitive work and achieve the supreme destination. But still people in the age of Kali will not worship the Supreme Lord. Asterisk. The holy name of Lord Hari is more glorious than all the Vedas. In the Skanda Purana it is said, Ma rco mayajas tata ma samapatha kipakana govindeti harar namagyam gayasva nityaza. My son, don't study the RG Veda. Don't study the Ajur Veda. Don't study the Sama Veda at all. Simply chant O Govinda. Always chant the holy names of Lord Hari. The holy name of Lord Hari is more glorious than all holy places. In the Vamana Purana it is said, Tirthakoti Sahasrani Tirthakoti Satani Satani Sarvani Avapnat Vener Namani Kirtan. By chanting the holy names of Lord Vinu, a person attains the benefit of visiting hundreds of thousands of millions of sacred pilgrimage places. Even a glimpse, Namabhasa, of the holy name is infinitely better than all material pious deeds. In the Skanda Purana it is said, Gokodidanam Grahanakagajya Prayagagang Odaka Kulpavasaya Haodam Marusavarnadanam Govinda Kirtar Na Samam Sadam Zay. Neither giving millions of cows in charity, nor residing at Prayaga by the Ganges for a Kulpa, nor performing millions of yajnas, nor giving a Mount Meru of gold in charity brings a benefit equal to 100th part of the benefit obtained by chanting the holy names of Lord Govinda. The holy name of Lord Hari gives all benefits. In the Skanda Purana it is said, Ata Satvargaharanam Rapunigrahanam Paramadhitmamilam Atad Divener Namanukirtanam. Chanting the holy names of Lord Vinu removes the 6 troubles of material life, defeats enemies, and is the root of spiritual knowledge. The holy name of Lord Hari has all powers. In the Skanda Purana it is said, Danavrata tapas tirthaksatradhanam ca yastita sakteo deva mahatam sarvapapahara subharajasya asvamdhanam jitnasthitmavastuna akrasaya harina sarvasthapatas vjuendmazu. Lord Hari has gathered from charity, vows, austerities, pilgrimages, the demigods, the great saints, the rajastya and asvamdhayahyas, and the study of transcendental knowledge all their powers to bring auspiciousness and remove sins, and placed these powers in his holy names. The holy name of Lord Hari brings bliss to the entire world. In the Bhagavad Gita, 11.36, it is said, Stain our Siksa Tava Prakirtya Jagat Prarsayati Anurajyate Cao our Siksa, the world becomes joyful upon hearing your name, and thus everyone becomes attached to you. Asterisk. The entire world bows down before a person who loudly chants the holy name. In the Brahmanaradiya Purana it is said, Narayana Jagannatha Vasudeva Janardana Itirayanti Yanityam Te Sarvatra Vandita. In every direction the people bow down to offer respect to the devotees who always chant, Narayana, Jagannatha, Vasudeva, Janardana. The holy name is the only shelter of the shelterless. In the Padma Purana it is said, Ananyagateo Martyabhagino Pi Parantapa Danavarajurahita Brahmakaryati Varjata Sarvadharmajita Vener and Mamatraka Jalpaka Sukana Yamgatam Yantai Natam Sarv Pi Dharmaka. Even though they may be materialistic, distraught, completely impious, or bereft of knowledge, renunciation, celibacy, and a host of virtues, persons who completely surrender of Lord Vinu and even only once chant his holy name easily attain the supreme spiritual destination that all the pious saints cannot enter. One should chant the holy name of Lord Hari always and everywhere. In the Vinodharmatara Purana it is said, N-Adasanayamaz Tasman N-A-Kalanayamaz Tathanakistadani Sethosti Er Harar Namna Lubdhaka. A person who is greedy to chant the holy name of Lord Hari does not consider whether the time or place is right for such chanting. He does not accept any restrictions on chanting the holy name. The holy name easily gives impersonal liberation to they who want it. In the Varaha Purana, the Supreme Personality of Godhead declares, Narayan si utnanta vasudevati yo narasadatam kirtide bhavayati malayatam sahi. A person who always chants, Narayana, A.C. Uttha, Ananta, Vasudeva, may, if he wishes, merge into my existence. In the Garuda Purana it is said, Kim Karajyati Sankhayina Kim Yogair Naranayakamutimikasi Rajendra Kuru Govinda Kirtanam. What is the use of Sankhya? What is the use of yoga? O King of Kings, if wish to attain impersonal liberation, then you should chant the holy name of Lord Govinda. The holy name of Lord Hari sends the individual souls to the spiritual world of Vaikuntha. In the Nandi Purana it is said, Sarvatras Sarvakatalsuya Pikarvanti Patakam Namasankirtanam Kritva Yanti Visno Parampadam. Persons who in the past have committed every possible sin in every possible situation, but who now chant the holy name of the Lord, go to the supreme abode of Lord Vinu. By chanting the holy name one pleases the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the Brahmanaradiya Purana it is said, Namasankirtanam Visno Kasa Trt Prapiditata Sukarati Sadatam Viprastasya Prato Hi Ad Hoc Saja O Brahmanas, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is beyond the touch of the material senses, becomes very pleased with a person who, in spite of hunger, thirst, and many troubles, continues to always chant his holy name. By chanting the holy name of Lord Hari one can being the Supreme Personality of Godhead under one's control. In the Mahabharata, Lord Krishna declares, Ranameta pravritam me hirdayan nopasarpatai. Yad Govindeti Kukrasa Krishna mam diravasanam. When I was away from Draupadi she cried with the words, He Govinda. This call has put me in her debt, and that indebtedness is gradually increasing in my heart. Asterisk. The holy name of Lord Hari gives the final goal of life to the people. In the Skanda and Padma Puran as it is said, Idam eva hi managalyam idam eva dhanarjanam jivatasya phalam katad yad damodara kirtanam. Chanting the holy name of Lord Damodara brings the greatest auspiciousness, the greatest wealth, the greatest benefit. Chanting the holy name of Lord Hari is the best of all devotional activities. In the Vaisnavasintamani it is said, Agakat smaranam vinar bhava yasanasad hyat asthashpandanam datrina kirtanam tu tato varam. By working very hard to always remember Lord Vinu, one can destroy all sins. However, one can attain an even greater benefit simply by moving the lips to chant the Lord's holy name. In the Vinurahasya it is said, Yad abhyarka haram bhakti akarte kradusadir api phalam prapnoti avikalam kalau govinda kirtanam. The same result that was obtained in the Satya Yuga by worshipping Lord Hari and in the Treta Yuga by performing hundreds of sacrifices is obtained in the Kali Yuga simply by chanting the holy name of Lord Govinda. In Srimad Bhagavatam, December 3, 52, it is said, Krte yadhya yado visnam tritayam yajato makade vapare parikaryayam kalau tad hari kirtanat. Whatever result was obtained in Satya Yuga by meditating on Vinu, in Treta Yuga by performing sacrifices, and in Dvapara Yuga by serving the Lord's lotus feet, can also be obtained in Kali Yuga simply by chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Asterisk. O Vijayakumara, think about it and you will see that even the shadow of the holy name of Lord Hari is better than all material pious deeds. And why not? Pious deeds are only the means to attain an end. Once the end is attained, the means are thrown away. Pious deeds are all material. However, the holy name of Lord Hari is spiritual. The holy name may be the means to attain an end, but when one attains the end he finds that the holy name itself is also the end itself. Think about it and you will see that all the different limbs of devotional service take shelter of the holy name of Lord Hari. Vijayakumara, O Master, the holy name of Lord Hari is spiritual. I have faith in that truth. However, so that my faith may be free from doubts I need to understand how it is that the holy name, which is a series of syllables, is spiritual. Please be merciful and explain. Babaji, the scriptures, Padma Purana, declare, Nama Sintamana Krishnas Caitanyarasavigraha Turna Sudo Nityamudo Binat Van Nadmanamana. The holy name of Krishna is transcendentally blissful. It bestows all spiritual benedictions, for it is Krishna himself, the reservoir of all pleasure. Krishna's name is complete, and it is the form of all transcendental mellows. It is not a material name under any condition, and it is no less powerful than Krishna himself. Since Krishna's name is not contaminated by the material qualities, there is no question of its being involved with Maya. Krishna's name is always liberated and spiritual. It is never conditioned by the laws of material nature. This is because the name of Krishna and Krishna himself are identical. Asterisk Vijayakumara, how can a name, which is after all a series of syllables, be different from other sounds in this material world? Babaji, the holy name of Lord Hari does not take its birth in the material world. Only when he is situated in his original spiritual body is the individual soul, who is a tiny particle of spirit, eligible to pronounce the pure holy name of Lord Hari. The material senses of a soul imprisoned in Maya's world have no power to pronounce the pure holy name of Lord Hari. However, by the mercy of the Lord's latent Sakti, such a soul can be situated in his original form. Then the holy name will appear before him. By the mercy of the pure holy name, the holy name enters the devotee's thinking process, and then descends to the tongue if the tongue is purified by devotional service. On that tongue the holy name dances. The holy name is not a series of material syllables. It only seems to be material syllables when it dances on a tongue made of matter. That is the secret of the holy name. Vijayakya, of the primary names of the Lord, which name is the most sweet? Babaji, in the Satnamastatra it is said, Vinarikikam namapai sarvavadadhikam matam tadrani namasahasrina ramanamasam rayam. One utterance of the name Vinu is better than all the Vedas. One utterance of the name Rama is equal to 1,000 utterances of the name Vinu. Then, in the Brahmanda Purana it is said, Sahasranam nam punyanam triargvirtyatu yat pahamavirtyatu krishnasyanamekam tat prayakati. The pious results derived from chanting the 1,000 holy names of Vinu 3 times can be attained by one repetition of the holy name of Krishna. Asterisk. Therefore the holy name of Lord Krishna is the best. That is why our Lord, Sri Gauranga, taught the mantra that begins Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. You should always chant that mantra. Vijayakya, what is the path of chanting the holy name? Babaji, using tulasi beads, or, in the absence of beads, counting on your fingers, and carefully avoiding offenses, you should always chant the holy name of Lord Hari. By chanting the holy name purely one attains prema, pure love of God. The purpose of counting is to know whether or not the number of names chanted is gradually increasing. Tulasi is very dear to Lord Hari, therefore touching tulasi beads as one chants the holy name brings a better result. When one chants, one should be conscious that the name of Lord Krishna is not different from Lord Krishna himself. Vijayakya, O Master, there are 9 processes of devotional service and 64 categories of devotional activities. If one constantly chants the holy name, which is only one of the activities of devotional service, how will one find time to perform any other devotional activity? Babaji, what is the difficulty? The 64 devotional activities are actually included within the 9 devotional processes. One may worship the deity of the Lord, or one may chant the holy name in a solitary place. One chant practice the 9 processes of devotional service in any situation. In the presence of the deity one can pure hear, chant, remember, and in other ways serve the holy name of Lord Krishna. All these activities may be counted together as devotion to the holy name. If one has no opportunity to see the deity, one may remember the deity, and in this way in the presence of the deity one may practice the 9 devotional activities beginning with hearing and chanting the holy name. If in the past one has performed many pious deeds, then he will naturally yearn to chant the holy name. By constantly chanting the holy name one automatically performs all the activities of different limbs of devotional service. Of the 9 processes of devotional service beginning with hearing and chanting, chanting the holy name is the most powerful. If one can taste bliss by chanting the holy names, that is enough. It is not that one must perform every devotional activity. Vijayakya, what does to always chant the holy name mean? Babaji, aside for the time when one sleeps, one can chant the holy name throughout the day as one performs various activities. That is called constant chanting of the holy name. One can chant the holy name in any place, at any time, or in any situation. There are no restrictions. Vijayakya, aha! Unless you first give us your mercy, we will never have the power to always chant the holy name in this way. Without your mercy we do not see any hope that we will ever become true Vaisnavas. Babaji, first I will tell you of the different kinds of Vaisnavas. Lord Gauranga, the master of our hearts, told Satyaraja that any person who has once uttered the holy name of Lord Krishna should be considered a Vaisnava. Then again, a person who always chants the holy name of Lord Krishna is a better Vaisnava. A person the sight of whom makes the holy name of Lord Krishna appear on others' mouths is the best Vaisnava. By chanting the holy name of Lord Krishna with faith you will become true Vaisnavas. Vijayakumara, please describe to us the pure holy name of Lord Krishna and all other things we should know. Babaji, when the holy name of Lord Krishna appears in a person who has full faith and who practices unalloyed devotional service, that is said to be the true holy name of Lord Krishna. When the holy name appears in any other situation the name is either Namabhasa, a glimpse of the holy name, or Namaparadha, the holy name chanted with offenses. Vijayakumara, O Master, should we call the holy name the goal, sadhya, or the means, sadhana, to attain the goal? Babaji, when a devotee practices sadhana bhakti, his chanting of the holy name may be said to be the means for attaining the goal, sadhana. However, when one practices bhava-bhakti or prema-bhakti, his chanting of the holy name is said to be the goal, sadhya, itself. In this way the holy name contracts or expands according to the devotee's stage of spiritual advancement. Vijayakumara, is Lord Krishna really not different from his name? Or is this not really true? Babaji, there is not the slightest difference. However, there is one secret difference: the holy name is more merciful than Lord Krishna himself. If one commits an offense to him, Lord Krishna will not forgive. But if one commits an offense to Lord Krishna or his holy name, then the holy name will be merciful and forgive. You should carefully understand the offenses to the holy name. Carefully avoiding these offenses, one should chant the holy name. Why should one avoid them? A person who is not free from offenses cannot chant the holy name purely. Tomorrow you will learn about these offenses. After thus learning about the true nature and glories of the holy name, Brajanatha and Vijayakumara respectfully touched the dust of their spiritual master's feet, and then they both returned to Bilvapaskarani. Chapter 24 Nityadharma O Sambandhabhidhaya Prayahana, Pramayantargatan Namaparadhavikara, Eternal Religion and Sambandha Abhidhaya and Prayahana, offenses to the holy name. That evening Brajanatha and Vijayakumara purely chanted 50,000 holy names, 29 rounds, on their tulasi beads. Late at night they finally fell asleep. As they purely chanted the holy name, they both felt the presence of Lord Krishna's mercy. The next morning they told each other all they had felt. They were blissful. They bathed in the Ganges, worshipped Lord Krishna, chanted the holy name of Lord Hari, recited the Dasamila, studied Srimad Bhagavatam, served the Vaisnavas, honored the Lord's prasadam, and performed other devotional activities. In this way they passed the day. At dusk they visited the cottage of the elderly saintly Babaji at Srivasa's courtyard. After offering Dandavat obeisances, they sat down, thinking of what had been proposed during the previous evening's talks. Vijayakumara asked about the offenses to the holy name. With the cheerfulness that was a part of his nature, the saintly Babaji said, as chanting the holy name is the best of all spiritual activities, so offenses to the holy name are the gravest of sins. When a person takes shelter of the holy name, all his sins flee far away. But the offenses to the holy name do not flee away so easily. In the Padma Purana it is said, Namapardayuthanam namani eva haranti agam avasranti prayoktani tani avarthakarani ca. The chanting of Hare Krishna is recommended for persons who commit offenses, because if they continue chanting they will gradually chant offenselessly. Even if in the beginning one chants with offenses, one will become free from such offenses by chanting again and again. Asterisk Baba, look how difficult it is to become free from offenses to the holy name. An intelligent person will strive to chant the holy name without offense. A person who takes great care to avoid offenses is quickly able to chant the pure holy name. A person may display ecstatic symptoms, may shed tears, and the hairs of his body may stand up, but he may still be committing offenses and he may still not chant purely. If they do not take special care, the aspiring devotees will not be able to chant the holy name purely. Vijayakumara, O Master, what is pure chanting of the holy name? Babaji, when one does not commit the 10 offenses to the holy name, then he chants purely. Chanting purely here does not mean chanting with accurate pronunciation. In the Padma Purana it is said, Namekam yajya vachi smaranapathigatam sritramilam gatam va sudam va sudavarnam vyavahitarahitam tarayati eva satyam takset dihadravanajanadalabhapasandamad niksiptam syan na phalajanikam siramivitra vipra ifa devotee once utters the holy name of the Lord, or if it penetrates his mind or enters his ear, which is the channel of oral reception, that holy name will certainly deliver him from material bondage, whether vibrated properly or improperly, with correct or incorrect grammar, and properly joined or vibrated in separate parts. O Brahmana, the potency of the holy name is therefore certainly great. However, if one uses the vibration of the holy name for the benefit of the material body, for material wealth and followers, or under the influence of greed or atheism, in other words, if one utters the name with offenses, such chanting will not produce the desired result very soon. Therefore one should diligently avoid offenses in chanting the holy name of the Lord. Asterisk. Vijayakumara, now I can see that the aspiring devotee has no alternative but to be aware of the offenses in chanting the holy name. Please be kind and describe those offenses. Babaji, there are 10 offenses to the holy name. They are described in these words of the Padma Purana, Brahmakanda 25.15-18 Sadam Nindanam na Paramam Aparadham Vitanud Yadak Yadam Yadam Katham Usahate Tad Vigaraham Sivajya Srivinaya Iha Gunanamadai Sakalam Diabinam Pasyat Sa Kalu Harinamahita Kara 1. Blasphemy of the great saintly persons who are engaged in preaching the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, is the worst offense at the lotus feet of the holy name. The Nama Prabhu, who is identical with Krishna, will never tolerate such blasphemous activities, even from one who passes as a great devotee. 2. In this material world, the holy name of Vishnu is all auspicious. Vishnu's name, form, qualities, and pastimes are all transcendental, absolute knowledge. Therefore, if one tries to separate the absolute personality of Godhead from his holy name or his transcendental form, qualities, and pastimes, thinking them to be material, that is offensive. Similarly, to think the names of demigods such as Lord Shiva to be as good as the name of Lord Vishnu is also blasphemous. Guravan Sruti Sastra Nindanam Tatharthavato Harinamna Kalpanamnam no Balad Yajya Hi Papabudhar N Avidyate Tajya Yamir Hi Sud Hi 3. To consider the spiritual master to be material, and therefore to envy his exalted position. 4. Blasphemy of Vedic literature, such as the 4 Vedas and the Puranas. 5. To give some interpretation on the holy name of the Lord. 6. To consider the glories of the holy name to be imaginary. 7. To think that since the Hare Krishna mantra can counteract all sinful reactions, one may therefore go on with his sinful activities and then at the same time chant the Hare Krishna mantra to neutralize them, is the greatest offense at the lotus feet of Harinama. One who thinks in this way cannot be purified by any means, such as by austerities or by the various punishments of Yamaraja. Dharma Vratataiga Hudadai Sarve Subhakraya Samimapi Prameda Ashradadhain Vimukpai Ashranvadi Yasko Padasas Sivanama Paradhayat. It is a great offense to consider the chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra to be equal to the performance of religious ceremonies, following austere vows, practicing renunciation, and fire sacrifices, which are all materialistic auspicious activities. 9. It is an offense to preach the glories of the holy name to those who will not hear, to those who are atheistic and those who have no faith in the chanting of the holy name. Sritvapi namamahatmayam ya pritirahido dhamma aham mamdadi paramo namna so pi aparad hake rt 10. That lowest among men, who, even after hearing the glories of the transcendental holy name of the Lord, continues in a materialistic concept of life, thinking, I am this body, and everything belonging to this body is mine, ahatun mameti, and does not show respect and love for the chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, is an offender to the holy name. Vijayakumara, Please kindly explain each verse separately, so may understand the offenses. Babaji, 2 offenses are described in the first verse. The first offense is blasphemy of the great saintly persons who have renounced karma, dharma, jnana, and yoga, and have completely taken shelter of the holy name. That is a very great offense. And why should it not be a great offense? The holy name of Lord Hari will not excuse the blasphemy of great souls who properly preach the glories of the holy name to the world. The holy name is quickly merciful to persons who chanting the holy name in the company of the most saintly devotees and who avoid blaspheming devotees attached to the holy name. Vijayakumara, I can understand the first offense very easily. O Master, please explain the second offense. Babaji, in the second half of the verse we are discussing, the second offense is described. This offense may be explained in 2 ways. The first explanation is this: Lord Vishnu and Lord Sadasiva are the leaders of the demigods. To see that their qualities, names, and other features show that they are both independent of each other is an offense to the holy name. The idea that Lord Vishnu may be a supreme controller, but Lord Siva is also a supreme controller, and he is independent of Lord Vishnu, is an idea that leads to Bhavasvaraveda, the idea that there are many independent gods. That idea is a great obstruction blocking the path of unalloyed devotional service. The truth is that Lord Siva and the other demigods have no power independent of Lord Vishnu. If one understands in this way, then he does not commit this offense to the holy name. The second interpretation is this: to think that the name, form, qualities, and pastimes of the all-auspicious, Siva, Supreme Personality of Godhead are different from the transcendental and eternally perfect spiritual body of the Lord is an offense to the holy name. The truth is that Krishna's form, Krishna's name, Krishna's qualities, and Krishna's pastimes are all spiritual. They are not different from each other. A person who understands this theoretically, GJ.SY 241 Anna, and practically, Vijanana, when he chants the holy name of Lord Krishna does not commit this offense to the holy name. It is with this knowledge that one should chant the holy name of the Lord. Vijayakumara, understand the first and second offenses. By your mercy have understood that Lord Krishna's form is spiritual and not material, that he is not different from his qualities, names, parts and parcels, and all else in relation to him. A person who takes shelter of the holy name is obliged to learn the truth of matter and spirit by approaching the feet of a bona fide spiritual master. Now please explain the third offense. Babaji, one should have unwavering devotion to the spiritual master who gives one the holy name, for the holy name is the highest of all spiritual activities. A person who disrespects the spiritual master who gives the holy name, a person who thinks that although his spiritual master may be learned in the scriptures describing the holy name, he is not learned in Vedanta and other philosophies, a person who then thinks he knows more about philosophy than his spiritual master, commits an offense to the holy name. No teacher is superior to the spiritual master who knows the truth of the holy name. Therefore to think lightly of him is an offense to the holy name. Vijayakumara, O Master, if we are purely devoted to you, then our lives will be auspicious. Now please be merciful and explain the fourth offense. Babaj, in the Sruti Sastras it is said that chanting the holy name is the best of all spiritual activities. There is it said, the Vedas, quoted in Hari Bhaktivilasa 11.510-512 Om Asya Janantu Namasi Idivivktana Mahas Te Vino Sumatam Bajamahi O Lord Vino. Now that we understand the truth, we worship the glory of your holy name *Om Tat Sat Om Padam Devajya Namasavayanta Sravasi Ashravik Banamurtam Namani Cid Dad Hiryajani Badrayant Rana Yanta Sandrasta Om Tat Sat Orn. Offer my respectful obeisances to the feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. To attain liberation, the pure devotees chant and hear his transcendental holy names *Om Tamu Stotara Purvamyathavidardasya Garbham Janasapi Partana Asya Janantu Namasi Idivivictan Mahas Te Vino Sumatam Bajamahi. As far as they can understand you, the sages in ancient times chanted the glories of you, who are perfect and complete, and who are the father of the Vedas. O Lord Vino, now that we understand the truth, we worship the glory of your holy name. Asterisk in this way it is seen that all the Vedas and all the Upanishads chant the glories of the holy name. To blaspheme all these scriptures is an offense to the holy name. If one honors the scriptures but blasphemes the parts of the scriptures that teach the glories of the holy name, one commits an offense to the holy name. Because of this offense one will not feel attracted to the holy name. Fully aware that the holy name is the crest jewel of all the Vedas, one should respectfully chant the holy name. Vijayakumara, O Master, your mouth is showering nectar on us. Now we thirst to learn about the fifth offense. Babaji, the fifth offense to the holy name of Lord Hari is to give some interpretation on the holy name of the Lord. In the Jamini Samhita it is said, Sruti Samriti Parain Sunama Mahatmaya Vasai Suyirtaveda iti Bratire na Testream Narayakasaya persons who give the interpretation that the glories of the holy name as described in the Sruti, Samriti, and Puranas are exaggerations, live always in hell. In the Brahma Samhita, the Supreme Personality of Godhead explains to Bodhayana, Yan namakirtanaphalam vividham nisamaya na sratat hatai manut yad yatarthabadam yo manasis tam iha dukkakk sipamai samstrugara vividharti nipidatangam. Any person who, after hearing the descriptions of the various benefits obtained by chanting the holy name thinks these benefits are exaggerated, I throw into a host of sufferings and torture in many horrible ways. The scriptures explain that the holy name has all the powers of the Supreme Personality of Godhead Himself. The holy name is perfectly spiritual. Therefore it has the power to deliver one from the cycle of birth and death. In the Visnudharma Purana it is said, Krishniti Mangalam Nama Yajyavachi Pravariyat Basmai Bhavanti Rajendra Mahapataka Kotaya. My dear king, this word Krishna is so auspicious that anyone who chants this holy name immediately gets rid of the resultant actions of sinful activities from many, many births. Asterisk. In the Brahmanaradiya Purana it is said, Endniyat Pajyami Yantinam Vidya Hari Kirtanam Sarva Papa Prasamanam Prayasiddham Dvijatama. O best of the Brahmanas, chanting Lord Hari's holy names is the only way the people can become free of all sins. Do not see any other way. In the Bradvina Purana it is said, Namnosya Yavati Sakta Papanirarain Hari Tavat Kardam Na Saknoti Patakam Pataki Jana. A person who chants the holy name of Krishna can at once counteract the resultant actions of more sinful activities than he is able to perform. Asterisk. These descriptions of the holy name's glories are all completely true. However, when they hear these descriptions, persons who earn their livelihood by performing the rituals of karma or teaching the impersonal speculations of jnana, in order to protect their livelihood, say these descriptions are all exaggerations. Their interpretation is this: the scriptures' descriptions of the glories of the holy names are not really true. Exaggerated descriptions of the benefits brought by chanting are given so that the mind may be attracted to the holy name. Persons who commit this offense do not attain attraction to the holy name. Therefore, with full faith in the words of scripture, you should chant the holy name of Lord Hari. But you should avoid the company of people who give the interpretation that the glories of the holy name are exaggerated. If somehow you see such a person, you should at once bathe while still wearing all your clothing. That teaching Lord Gauranga has given. Vijayakumara, O Master, it is not easy for householders to chant the holy name purely. And why not? They are always surrounded by non-devotees who are all offenders to the holy name. Brahmana Panditas like myself find it very hard to have the company of pious devotees. O Master, please be merciful and give me the spiritual strength to avoid the company of non-devotees. As I hear the words from your mouth, my faith grows more and more strong. Now please explain the sixth offense. Babaji, the sixth offense is to consider the glories of the holy name to be imaginary. The impersonalists and fruitive workers think that the Supreme is formless and nameless. They think the sages invented the names Rama, Krishna, and the other names of the Lord to help the people attain perfection. Persons who accept this conclusion are offenders to the holy name. The truth is that the holy name is spiritual and eternal. The holy name appears only on spiritual senses engaged in devotional service. Taking lessons from the bona fide spiritual master and the holy scriptures, you should understand that the holy name is real, spiritual, and eternal. The holy name will not be merciful to you if you think he is imaginary. Vijayakumara, O Master, before we had taken shelter of your feet, which bring freedom from fear, we stayed in the company of fruitive workers and Naya-logicians, and we thought as they did. Now, by your mercy, we have thrown those ideas far away. Please be merciful and now explain the seventh offense. Babaji, to think that since the Hare Krishna mantra can counteract all sinful reactions, one may therefore go on with his sinful activities and then at the same time chant the Hare Krishna mantra to neutralize them is an offense at the lotus feet of Harinama. A person who commits sins expecting that the holy name will purify him does not become purified even by practicing austerities. And why not? His action is counted among the offenses to the holy name. Its only atonement is the atonement that removes offenses to the holy name. That is the only way it is removed. Vijayakumara, O Master, in this world no sin exists that is not destroyed by chanting the holy name. Why, then, does the holy name not destroy this sin? Why is it counted among the offenses to the holy name? Babaji, Baba, on the day when a living entity purely takes shelter of the holy name, from that day forward all his sinful reactions, either prarabdha, that have already begun to bring suffering, or aprarabdha, that will bring suffering in the future, are at once destroyed. Eventually the holy name gives him prema, pure love of God. A person who purely takes shelter of the holy name throws sinful desires far away. He does not even desire the benefits attained by performing material pious deeds. He throws talk of material piety and sin far away. Neither is he attracted to impersonal liberation. Thus a person who purely chants the holy name does not commit sins. However, if a person commits offenses while he chants the holy name, his chanting is namabhasa, a reflection of the holy name. It is not pure chanting of the holy name. In the stage of namabhasa, the chanter's past sins are all destroyed and at present he is not attracted to sinning. However, some remnant of past sinful habits remains and only gradually is destroyed. If because of past habits the chanter accidentally commits some sin, the namabhasa, reflection of the holy name, throws that sin far away. However, if a person who takes shelter of the holy name thinks, the chanting of the holy name destroys all sins. If one commit a sin, then the holy name will then destroy that sin. And if he then commits sins expecting to be forgiven, his sinful action is an offense to the holy name. Vijayakumara, now please explain the eighth offense and thus make us happy. Babaji, it is a great offense to consider the chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra to be equal to following varnasrama dharma, giving charity, performing religious ceremonies, following austere vows, practicing renunciation, and performing fire sacrifices, Astanga yoga, and other like deeds, which are all materialistic auspicious activities. These and the other pious deeds described in the scriptures are at all material activities. However, the holy name of the Lord is beyond the world of matter. The pious activities described here are all means to attain certain goals. The final goal is spiritual in nature. All these pious deeds are means. They are not goals. However, the holy name of Hari is a means during the period of sadhana bhakti, and a final goal when the devotee reaps the fruit of his spiritual activities. Therefore ordinary material pious activities are not equal to chanting the holy name of Lord Hari. A person who thinks ordinary material pious activities are equal to chanting the holy name of Lord Hari commits an offense to the holy name. Material pious deeds bring only very small and pathetic benefits. A person who prays that the holy name grant him these pathetic material benefits commits an offense to the holy name. And why not? Such a person thinks material pious deeds are equal to chanting the holy name. A person who knows that material pious deeds bring only small and pathetic results and who understands that the holy name of Lord Hari is perfectly spiritual has the knowledge called Abhidhya.sy 241 Anna, knowledge of how one makes spiritual advancement by engaging in devotional service. Vijayakumara, O Master, now understand that nothing is equal to the holy name of Lord Hari. Now please explain the ninth offense. My heart thirsts to hear of it. Babaji, the Vedas teach that the chanting of Lord Hari's holy name is the best of all spiritual activities. A person who has faith in unalloyed devotional service is naturally qualified to chant the holy name of Lord Hari. Persons who have no such faith are naturally averse to spiritual activities. When they hear the holy name, they are not attracted to it. To teach such persons about the holy name is an offense. Chanting the holy name of Lord Hari is the best of all spiritual activities. The holy name brings auspiciousness to everyone. Therefore the teaching is that it is best to chant the holy name and allow such persons to hear the chanting. However, without first seeing that the recipient is properly qualified, one should not give initiation into the chanting of the holy name. When you become a Paramabhagavata, great devotee of the Lord, then you will have transcendental potency. By the Lord's mercy you will have the power to give people faith in the holy name. To such persons you may teach the truth about the holy name of Lord Hari. As long as you remain a Madhyama Vaisnava, intermediate devotee of the Lord, you should avoid the faithless, the non-devotees, and the persons who hate the Lord. Vijayakumara, O Master, pushed by greed for fame and money, many spiritual masters initiate qualified persons in the chanting of Lord Hari's holy name. What is the status of these spiritual masters? Babaji, they are offenders to the holy name. Vijayakumara, please be merciful and explain the 10th offense. Babaji, a resident of the material world who is intoxicated with the idea, I am wealthy and glorious, have many servants and followers, and who on some rare occasions thinks favorably about renunciation or has a glimpse of spiritual understanding, or hears the glories of the holy name from Panditas, but does not earnestly love the holy name as he should, commits an offense to the holy name. To teach these persons, the Lord says in Sri Siksastaka, verse 2 Namnamakari Bahadha Nijasarvasaktis Tatrarpata Niyamita Smarane Na Kala Adadras Tava Kripa Bhagavan Mamapai Durdavam Idrasami Hajani Nanuraga. O my Lord, your holy name alone can render all benediction to living beings, and thus you have hundreds and millions of name like Krishna and Govinda. In these transcendental names you have invested all you transcendental energies. There are not even hard and fast rules for chanting these names. O my Lord, out of kindness you enable us to easily approach you by chanting your holy names, but I am so unfortunate that I have no attraction for them. Asterisk. Baba, avoid these 10 offenses and chant Lord Hari's holy name always. Then the holy name will quickly be merciful to you, give you prema, pure love of God, and turn you into a Paramabhagavata, a great devotee of the Lord. Vijayakumara, O Master, now see that the impersonalists, fruitive workers, and yogis are all offenders to the holy name. When many people gather together to chant the holy name, Sankirtana, is it right for a pure Vaisnava to join them? Babaji, if offenders to the holy name are prominent among the chanters, then it is not right for a true Vaisnava to join them in chanting. However, if the chanters are mostly pure Vaisnavas or Vaisnavas whose chanting is on the level of Namabhasa, the reflection of the holy name, then there is no harm. In truth it is good. That chanting brings spiritual happiness. Now it is late at night. Tomorrow you will hear more about Namabhasa. Their voices choked with love for the holy name, Vijayakumara and Vrajanatha offered prayers to the saintly Babaji, touched the dust from his feet, and, singing the song Hari Hare Nama, began walking to Bilvapaskarani. Chapter 25 Nityadharma O Sambandhabhidhita Prayahana, Pramayan Targatan Nama Paradhavikara, Eternal Religion and Sambandha Abhidhita and Prayahana, offenses to the holy name. The next evening, at dusk, Vijayakumara and Vrajanatha approached the saintly Babaji and offered Dandavat obeisances to him. When it was appropriate, Vijayakumara said, O Master, please be merciful and fully explain Namabhasa, the reflection of the holy name. We thirst to hear about the holy name. The saintly Babaji replied, You are very fortunate. To understand the holy name you should first understand three things: 1. Nama, the pure chanting of the holy name; 2. Namabhasa, the reflection of the holy name; and 3. Namaparadha, offenses to the holy name. Now we'll explain about Namabhasa. The reflection of the holy name is called Namabhasa. Vijayakula, what kind of reflection is it, and how many kinds of reflection are there? Babaji, the word abhasa has three definitions: 1. Kanti, light; 2. Chaya, shadow; and 3. Pratibimba, reflection. An effulgent object manifests light and also creates shadows. In this way the sun of the holy name manifests as Namachaya, the shadow of the holy name, and Namapratibimba, the reflection of the holy name. The wise speak of Bhakti Abhasa, the partial presence of devotional service; Bhavabhasa, the partial presence of ecstatic love of God; Namabhasa, the partial presence of the holy name; and Vaisnavabhasa, being a Vaisnava in part. Each of these abhasas is divided into two aspects: Pratibimba, reflection, and Chaya, shadow. Vijayakula, how are Bhakti Abhasa, Bhavabhasa, Namabhasa, and Vaisnavabhasa related to each other? Babaji, a Vaisnava chants the holy name of Lord Hari. If he chants the holy name with Bhakti Abhasa, then the holy name manifests before him as Namabhasa, and he himself is a Vaisnavabhasa. The words Bhava and Bhakti refer to the same thing. They are called by different names because one is contracted and the other expanded. Vijayakula, in what condition of life is one a Vaisnavabhasa? Babaji, in Srimad Bhagavatam, November 2, 47, it is said, Arkayam eva hareta jamyas radachate na tad bhaktasukani isu sa bhakta prakrita samrita a prakrita, or materialistic devotee does not purposefully study the sastra and try to understand the actual standard of pure devotional service. Consequently he does not shew proper respect to advanced devotees. He may, however, follow the regulative principles learned from his spiritual master or from his family who worships the deity. He is to be considered on the material platform, although he is trying to advance in devotional service. Such a person is a Bhaktipriya, neophyte devotee, or Bhaktabhasa, for he is a little enlightened by Vaisnava philosophy. The word Sraddha, faith, in this verse means Sraddhabhasa, the partial presence of faith. And why not? When faith is directed to the Lord alone and not to the Lord's devotees, such faith is called Chaya, shadow, or Pratibimba, reflection. That is the faith of ordinary materialistic people. It is not the spiritual faith of pure devotional service. Because of Bhaktabhasa, a person who is partially a devotee, has faith and worship that are material, prakrita, in nature. A Bhaktabhasa devotee is also called a Prakrita Bhakta or a Vaisnavabhasa. Lord Mahaprabhu said that Hiranyagovardhana was a Vaisnavapriya. The word Vaisnavapriya means a person who, wearing beads, tilaka markings and other things, looks like a true Vaisnava, although his chanting of the holy name is only Namabhasa. Such a person is not a true Vaisnava or a Sutta Vaisnava, pure Vaisnava. Vijayakula, if an impersonalist accepts the various outward markings of a Vaisnava and chants the holy name, is he then a Vaisnavabhasa? Babaji, no. They cannot be called Vaisnavabhasa. They are offenders. They should be called Vaisnavaparadi, offenders to the Vaisnavas. They who take shelter of Pratibimbanamabhasa, the reflection of the holy name, and Pratibimbanamabhasa, the reflection of ecstatic love for the Lord, may be called Vaisnavabhasa. But it is not right to call the great offenders by the name Vaisnava. They should be called something else. Vijayakula, O Master, please explain more clearly the nature of the pure chanting of the holy name, so we may understand it better. Of all material desires, Jaimanakarmadhyanavrta, free of impersonalism and fruitive work, and Anukulyabhava, favorable to Lord Krishna, then his chanting is pure chanting of the holy name. Here the word anyabhilasa does not refer to the desire to taste the transcendental bliss that comes when the spiritual holy name is openly manifested. Anyabhilasa here refers to the desire to attain impersonal liberation or freedom from sins as the result of one's chanting of the holy name. If these desires are present, then one's chanting of the holy name will not be pure. If one is not free from the desire to enjoy the so-called benefits obtained by jnana, impersonal speculation, and karma, fruitive work, then his chanting of the holy name will not be pure either. If one throws far away all feelings of enmity toward the Lord, and maintains only favorable emotions directed to the Lord, then one's chanting of the holy name will be pure. In this way you can see that when one's chanting is free of namaparadha, offenses to the holy name, and namabhasa, the partial manifestation of the holy name, then his chanting is sadhanama, the pure chanting of the holy name. Lord Gaurachandra, the purifier of the Kali Yuga, has described this pure chanting in the following words: Trinadapi Sunaisanatara Evasas Nana Amdninam Nadana Kirtaniya Sada Adhara. One should chant the holy name of the Lord in a humble state of mind, thinking oneself lower than the straw in the street. One should be more tolerant than a tree, devoid of all sense of false prestige, and ready to offer all respect to others. In such a state of mind one can chant the holy name of the Lord constantly. Vijayakumara, O Master, how are namabhasa and namapardada different? Babaji, namabhasa is not sadhanama, the pure chanting of the holy name. In one circumstance the chanting of the holy name is called namabhasa and in another circumstance it is called namaparadha. When out of bewilderment and foolishness one does not chant the holy name purely, his chanting is called namabhasa. On the other hand, when a rascal impersonalist who yearns to attain impersonal liberation chants the holy name, or when a hedonist who yearns after material sense pleasures chants the holy name, their impure chanting is called namadparadha, offense to the holy name. Have already described to you the 10 offenses. If a sincere person out of ignorance commits these offenses, his chanting is namabhasa. This should be understood. As long as one's chanting is namabhasa and does not have the nature of namaparadha, then one may hope that one day he will rise above namabhasa and attain sadhanama, the pure chanting of the holy name. As long as one is in the stage of namaparadha it will not be easy for him to chant the holy name purely. Have already explained how one becomes free from namaparadha, offenses to the holy name. Aside from that, there is no other method by which one can attain auspiciousness. Vijayakumara, what should a person whose chanting is namabhasa do to turn his namabhasa chanting into sadhanama, the pure chanting of the holy name? Babaji, by associating with pure devotees one quickly becomes attracted to pure devotional service. When the holy name dances on the tongue of such a person, that chanting is sadhanama, pure chanting of the holy name. However, such a person must scrupulously avoid the association of persons whose chanting is namaparadha. And why not? If he associates with them, he will not be able to chant the holy name purely. Association with saintly devotees is the only way for the individual soul to attain auspiciousness. For this reason Lord Gaurachandra, who is the master of our lives, taught Sanatana Goswami that association with saintly devotees is the root from which devotional service grows. When one associates with saintly devotees and avoids the association of non-devotees and women, he will be able to chant the holy name of Lord Krishna properly. Vijayakumara, O Master, does this mean that if a man does not renounce the association of his wife he will not be able to chant the holy name purely? Babaji, one should renounce association with women. When a householder Vaisnava associates with his wife and he lives Vaisnava household life in an unattached way, that is not what is meant here by association with women. When a man has a material attachment to a woman or a woman has a material attachment to a man, that is what is meant here by association with women. A householder may remain in family life, and if he is free from material attachment he can chant Lord Krishna's holy name purely and he can attain the final goal of life. Vijayakumara, O Master, what are the different kinds of namabhasa? Babaji, in Srimad Bhagavatam, June 2, 14, it is said, Sankatayam Parihajyam Va Stabham Helenam Eva Va Vakanthanatmagrahanam Asasagaharam Vijay. One who chants the holy name of the Lord is immediately freed from the reactions of unlimited sins, even if he chants indirectly, to indicate something else, jokingly, for musical entertainment, or even neglectfully. This is accepted by all the learned scholars of the scriptures. Asterisk. Vijayakumara, O Master, what does it mean to chant indirectly, Sankataya? Babaji, at the moment of his death Ajamila called for his son, who was named Narayana. By thus speaking the word Narayana, which is a name of Lord Krishna, Ajamila attained the benefit brought by chanting the Lord's name indirectly. The Mlekas use the words Harama, which mean pig, to show their horror and contempt. However, these words mean Harama. O Lord Rama. By chanting the Lord's holy name in this indirect way, the Mlekas become free from Yamaraja's grip. Namabhai Dasa, the glimpse of the holy name, brings liberation. That is the conclusion of all the scriptures. The holy names of Lord Mukunda, Krishna, are not different from the Lord himself. Therefore a person who says the word Mukunda touches Lord Mukunda directly. In this way he easily attains liberation. By following the path of impersonal speculation one attains liberation only after much difficulty. But by Namabhai Dasa, the glimpse of the holy name, everyone attains liberation very easily. Vijayakumara, O Master, many arrogant impersonalist scholars, Mlekas completely ignorant of the truth, and demons who stand opposed to all spiritual goals attained liberation by jokingly, parihajya, chanting the holy name. This I have read in many places in the scriptures. Please describe this joking chanting of the holy name. Babaji, when a person disrespectfully chants the holy name that is called stabha. As a Vaisnava chants the holy name aloud, a blasphemer may approach and say, "Hey, your Hari Kesta will bring everything to you." By thus chanting the holy name, even disrespectfully, the blasphemer will eventually attain liberation. That is the power of the holy name. Vijayakumara, what is chanting the holy name neglectfully, Helena? Babaji, that is chanting the holy name without honoring it. In the Prabhasakanda it is said, Madhuramadan Mangalam Mangalanam Sakalanigam Phalam Cit Svardapam Sakrod Api Parajitam Sradaya Helaya Va Biter Gavara Naramatram Tarayat Krishna Nama. Krishna's name is the sweetest of sweet things, the most auspicious of auspicious things, the transcendental fruit of the vine of all Vedic literature. O best of the Baitirgas, chanted even once, either with faith or contempt, it delivers the chanter. In this verse the word Sradaya means with respect and Helaya means without respect. The words Naramatran Tarayat mean that the holy name delivers even the Yavanas. Vijayakumara, is it not an offense to chant the holy name without showing respect? Babaji, if it is done because of a demonic nature it is an offense. But if it is done only because of ignorance, it is Namabhasa, a glimpse of the holy name. Vijayakumara, please explain what benefit Namabhasa brings and what benefit it does not bring. Babaji, sense pleasures, buddhi, liberation, muddhi, and the 18 yogic perfections are included among the benefits Namabhasa brings. However, pure love for Lord Krishna, Krishna Prema, which is the highest goal of life, is not granted by Namabhasa. If a person whose chanting is on the level of Namabhasa associates with a pure devotee, Suddhabhakta, then the chanter can come to the level of a Madhyama Vaisnava, intermediate devotee. From that status he can become further elevated, attain pure devotion, chant the holy name purely, and finally attain pure love for Lord Krishna, Krishna Prema. Vijayakumara, O Master, in this world there are many devotees who are on the platform of Vaisnavabhasa. They have the outward marks of a Vaisnava and they diligently chant the holy name although they're chanting on the level of Namabhasa. Even though they chant, after many days they still do not attain pure love for Lord Krishna, Krishna Prema. Why is that, Babaji? The reason is confidential. It is this: persons on the level of Bhakti Abhasa, a glimpse of devotional service, are certainly eligible eventually to attain pure devotional service. However, if such persons mistakenly think impure persons, persons who do not have unalloyed devotion to the Lord, to be great saints, and if by this bad association they eventually associate with impersonalists and other offenders, by that bad association they also become offenders to the pure Vaisnavas. In this way their path of gradual spiritual advancement becomes checked. Thus by bad association they come to accept the doctrines of the impersonalists or other offenders. In this way they wander far away from pure devotional service and eventually they become offenders. However, if, because of past pious deeds they are able to shun bad association and remain in the association of good devotees, then they eventually will become pure Vaisnavas. Vijayakumara, O Master, what result is obtained by namaparadha, offenses to the holy name? Babaji, even if they were multiplied millions of times, the 5 sins would not equal an offense to the holy name. You can very easily see the result reaped by offending the holy name. Vijayakumara, O Master, a person who offends the holy name certainly reaps an inauspicious result. Still, does he not also obtain a good result because he has spoken the syllables of the holy name? Babaji, the holy name fulfills the chanter's desires, whatever they are. However, to the offensive chanter the holy name will not give pure love for Lord Krishna, Krishna Prema. Eventually the offensive chanter must taste the result of his offenses. However, a person who, although he commits offenses to the holy name, regularly chants the holy name will attain the result of his chanting. After some time his chanting will become a great transcendental pious deed. As that transcendental pious deed grows greater and greater, he will attain the association of saintly devotees who devotedly chant the holy name in a pure way. Thus by always chanting the holy name, the offender eventually becomes free of his offenses to the holy name. By following this path even impersonalists gradually become sincere devotees of Lord Hari. Vijayakumara, by chanting the holy name only once a person is freed from all sins. Why, then, should one chant the holy name always? Babaji, offenders to the holy name have hearts and activities that are always impure. They are naturally averse to the Lord. They are never attracted to saintly persons, holy objects, or holy times. They are naturally attracted to evil persons, evil theories, and evil deeds. However, constant chanting of the holy name turns them away from evil persons and evil deeds. Free from bad association, they come to chant the holy name purely. The holy name then gives them the strength to proceed on the spiritual path. Vijayakumara, O Master, from your saintly mouth flows a nectar stream of the descriptions of the holy name, a stream that flows through the cave of our ears and into our hearts. Drinking from this stream makes us intoxicated with the nectar of love for the holy name. Now we understand the difference between nama, the pure chanting of the holy name, namabhasa, a glimpse of the holy name, and namaparadha, offensive chanting of the holy name. Now our lives are a success. Please tell us the conclusion of all this. We yearn to hear it. Babajt, in Jagadananda Panditas Prema Vivarta the conclusion is eloquently taught. Please listen to it. Asadusaraj by Krishna namana hi hoina maksara bahiraya bait tabu nama kabhu noi. O brother, the holy name of Lord Krishna does not come from a person who associates with non-devotees. The syllables of the holy name may come from him, but the true holy name does not. Kabhu namabhasa hoi satan nama aparadi sabhajanabi by Krishna Bhaktir bad sometimes a glimpse of the holy name, namabhasa _ comes from him. Always offenses to the holy name, namdaparadha, come from him. O my brother, please know that these are all obstacles to the path of devotion to Lord Krishna. Jati Karib Krishna Namazd Husangakor Buddhi Muddy Siddhi Banshadire Parihor. If you wish truly to chant the holy name of Lord Krishna, then stay in the association of devotees and keep far away from the desire for sense gratification, impersonal liberation, and yoga siddhis. Dasa aparadha tyajamana apaman and sakti bisaya bunja arolaha Krishna nam. Avoid the 10 offenses, remain aloof from praise and blame, perform your duties, and chant the holy name of Lord Krishna. Krishna Bhaktir Anukula Sabakaraha Swikar Krishna Bhaktir Pratikala Sabakoro Parihar always accept what is favorable to Lord Krishna's devotional service, and always reject what is not favorable to Lord Krishna's devotional service. Jainana Jogasesta Chata Ara Karmasang Market Abharajiatyaja Jait Diharang avoid impersonal speculation, yoga, and fruitive work. Avoid the pretended renunciation practiced by persons who are like monkeys. That so-called renunciation is only a funny comedy played on the stage of the material body. Krishna Amar Pale Rocks Jana Sarbakal Atmani Bedanadani Gupta Janjal always think, Krishna is my protector. By humbly surrendering to him you will be free of troubles. Sadhu Bhava Kasta Bhattajibarajaniasthu Bhaktarai Ip Krishnadala Nadia. It is very difficult for a conditioned soul to meet a great saint. That is why Lord Krishna came, in the form of a great devotee, to the land of Nadia. Gaurapada Israyakaraha Budhaiman Gaurabai Sadhu Guru Keba Akan. If you are wise, you will take shelter of Lord Gaura's feet. Where is there a saintly guru like Lord Gaura? Vairagi by Gramaya Katha Na Sunab Kane Gramaya Barda Na Kahib Jabe Milabane. O sannyasi brother, don't talk or hear gossip when you meet with others. Swapane ond koro by Sri Samhasan grhe Sri Chadi ya by Asayacha ban. O my sannyasi brother, even dreams do not talk to women. O my brother, please remember that he have left your wife at home, and now you live in the forest. Jadi kahaprane rakite Garanjara Sain Chota Harada Sira Hatha Thake Jena Main. If you wish to keep Lord Gauranga's love, then please keep in your mind the story of Chota Haridasa. Bala Nakbara Bala Na Parib Hirdayat Radha Krishna Sarbada Sabibi. Don't eat opulent food. Don't wear opulent clothing. In your heart always worship Radha and Krishna. Bada Haridsar Nitya Krishna Nama Balib Badain Astakala Radha Krishna Sabibi Kyofijabane. Like Haridasa Thakura, always chant the name of Lord Krishna. At every moment of the 8 parts of the day worship Radha and Krishna in the groves of Vrindavana forest. Grasthavirag Dunhi Bol Gorare Deka by Nama Bina Jena Dina Nahijay. To both householder and sannyasi, Lord Gauraraya says, my brother, do not pass your days without chanting the holy name Bahuanga Sadhain Bina Hi Praya and Krishna and Mdasre Sudakaraha Hiban. O my brother, there is no need to perform a great variety of many different devotional activities. You need only purely take shelter of Lord Krishna's holy name. Pass your life in that way. Badajib Kripakori Krishna Hala Nam Kalijib Diakori Krishna Hala Gauradam. Merciful to the conditioned souls, Lord Krishna has descended as his holy name. Merciful to the people in Kali Yuga, Lord Krishna has descended as fair-complexioned Lord Gaura. Ekanta Saralababe Baja Gaura Jantabi Tapabi. By Sri Krishna Karan sincerely worship Lord Gaura's devotees. O my brother, that is the way to attain Lord Krishna's feet. Gaura Jana Sangha Koro Gauranga Boliya Hare Krishna Nama Bolo Nasaya Nasaya. In the company of Lord Gaura's devotees, chant the names of Lord Gaura, chant the Hare Krishna mantra, and dance again and again. Asare Pabi by Nama Premadan Haha by Lat Prabhur Nadi 4Gaman. O my brother, in this way you will quickly attain the wealth of love for the holy name, a wealth that our Lord personally came to Nadia to deliver. Hearing Sri Jagadananda Pandita's Premavivarta from the mouth of the elderly saintly Babaji, Vijayakumara and Vrajanatha were overcome with spiritual love. For some moments the saintly Babaji fell unconscious. Then, placing his arms around Vijayakumara's and Vrajanatha's necks, he began to sing, Krishna Namadhar Kata Bal. How powerful is the holy name of Lord Krishna. Visaya Bazayanal Moras Sisha Sadajwal Rubitapta Marubhimi Sam Karnaranra Pathadia Hirdi Maj Prapsiya Barisaya Sudanupam. Ablaze with material desires, my heart has become like a desert scorched by the sun. But now something walks on the pathway of my ears. Now it enters my heart. It is like a peerless shower of nectar. Hidaya hate bolhiwara agret kale sabdarit nasanuk sankanth mora bangeswara arigia kamp karakara styra hate na per karan. That shower of nectar has now left my heart. Now it walks on my tongue. Assuming the form of a sound, it dances again and again. My voice is choked. My limbs tremble. My feet cannot stay still. Kaksthara Dihi Gurma _Pulakata Sabha Karma Bibarna Halakale Bar Murchita Hala Manpralayer 4GAMA and Babe Sarba Dihi Jara Jara torrential stream flows from my eyes. My body is covered with perspiration. The hairs of my body stand erect. I fall unconscious. I think the end of the world has come. My entire body is filled with ecstatic love. Kari Ada Yupadrab Sidbar Sudadrab More Dare Primarast Gurkiku Na Buyite Dil More Ta Bachala Kale More Sidavita Saba Hair. It greatly troubles me. It showers my heart with nectar. It plunges me into an ocean of love. Now do not understand anything. It has made me a madman. It has robbed all the wealth keep in my heart. Lenu Asroy Jara _Hina Bibahara Ta Ra Barnite Na Pari E Sakal Krishna Nama Akami Jahi Suki Hoya Si I Mora Sukra Sambal T. Take shelter of him, and this is the way he acts. I cannot tell it all. The holy name of Lord Krishna is independent. He acts as he likes. If he wishes, he makes me happy. He is the wealth of my happiness. Primera Kalikanam Adbuddha Razradam Hina Balakaraprakas is at by Kasai Pundeke Anijaraya Pagunsita Hari Laya Krishna Pa. The holy name is the budding flower of love. It is the resting place of wonderful nectar. It shows so much power. The budding flower begins to open. It shows a little of its beauty and virtue. Binding me with the ropes of Krishna, it steals my heart. Purna Bikazata Hana Braj More Jay Alana Deke Amor Swaria Pabilas More Siddhati Hadia Krishna Pase Rakji Yai Di Hirakayar Sarba Nas. When it opens fully, that flower carries me to Vraja. It shows me its own form and pastimes. It gives me a perfect spiritual body. It places me by Krishna's side. It completely destroys my material body. Krishna Nama Sintamani Akila Razrakani Nityamukhya Sudarasamoy Namara Balajata Sabala Yet Iha Hata Tabimora Sukra Udoi. The holy name of Lord Krishna is a Sintamani jewel. It is the spring from which all nectar flows. It is eternally liberated. It is pure and sweet. If I can die plagued by the troubles brought by the holy name, then I will be happy. Again and again he sang the glories of the holy name. In this way half the night passed. Then he stopped. Taking permission from their spiritual master, Vijayakumara and Vrajanatha, now plunged in the nectar of the holy name, returned to their own place. Chapter 26 Rasavikara Aramha. The discussion of Rasa begins. Vijayakumara did not come for almost a month. Knowing the desire of Vrajanatha and Vijayakumara, Vrajanatha's grandmother arranged, with the help of a matchmaker, for a suitable bride. Hearing this news, Vijayakumara sent his brother to Bilvapaskarani to perform his nephew's auspicious wedding ceremony. The auspicious day of the auspicious ceremony came. Hearing all about the wedding, one day Vijayakumara came there. His heart was restless for spiritual advancement. He would not talk of material things. Vrajanatha said to him, "Uncle, why is your heart not peaceful today? Tell me confidentially. By your order now wear the shackles of household life. Please tell me what you are thinking about your own self." Vijayakumara replied, "Baba, have decided that at least once should see Jagannatha Puri. In a few days will leave with a group of pilgrims for Jagannatha Puri. Come, let us go to our spiritual master and I will ask his permission." After lunch, Vrajanatha and Vijayakumara went to Sri Mayapura, told everything to saintly Raghunatha Dasa Babaji, and asked his permission to go on pilgrimage to Jagannatha Puri. With great happiness the saintly Babaji said that nowadays in Jagannatha Puri, at Jagannatha Misra's home, where Lord Mahaprabhu stayed, resides S11 Vakresvara Pandita's disciple Sri Gopalaguru Gosvami, whose saintly feet Vijayakumara should see, and whose teachings he should devotedly hear, and around whose neck now rest the teachings of Sri Svartipa Damodara Gosvami. When Vrajanatha and Vijayakumara returned, Vrajanatha declared that he also wished to go to Jagannatha Puri. Vijayakumara was very glad to hear this. When they both explained all this, it was finally decided that Vrajanatha's grandmother would accompany them. The month of Jyestha, May-June, had not yet come when the pilgrims left their homes and entered the path to Jagannatha Puri. Walking and walking, after some days they came to Dantana and then Jalsvara. Eventually they saw the deity Sri Kesarakara Gopinatha. Then they came to Sri Virajakestra. After performing the Nabhigaya Cry ritual, they bathed in the Vaitarani river, and then went to Cuttack, where they saw the deity of Sri Gopala. Then they saw a deity of Lord Siva in a mango grove. Finally they came to Jagannatha Puri. There the Panditas arranged lodgings for each of the pilgrims. Vijayakumara, Vrajanatha, and Vrajanatha's grandmother all stayed at the home of Harakandi Sahi. They circumambulated the holy place, bathed in the sea, saw the 5 famous holy places, and honored the prasadam foods offered to the Lord. 3 or 4 days passed in this way. Then, in the temple Vijayakumara and Vrajanatha saw a picture of Lord Mahaprabhu as well as his footprints and fingerprints. Overcome with love, that very day they went to the home of Kasi Misra. In Kasi Misra's home they saw the stone Gambhira room and they also saw Lord Mahaprabhu's sandals and other things. On one side was the temple of Sri Radhakanta, and on the other side was the room of Sri Gopalaguru Gosvami. Their voices choked with the happiness of spiritual love, Vijayakumara and Vrajanatha feel, before Gopalaguru Gosvami's feet. Gopalaguru Gosvami mercifully glanced at them, embraced them, and asked, "Who are you?" When Vijayakumara and Vrajanatha told about themselves, tears flowed from the eyes of Gopalaguru Gosvami. When he heard the word Sri Navadvipa, he said, "I am fortunate, for today I have seen 2 residents of the holy abode. Please tell me, how are Raghunatha Dasa and Gaurakanda Dasa and the other Vaisnavas in Sri Mayapura these days?" Whenever I think of Raghunatha Dasa Babaji I also remember my Sikh Guru, Srila Raghunatha Dasa Gosvami. Then Gopalaguru Gosvami called for his disciple Sri Dhyanakandra and said to him, "These 2 great souls should be given prasadam." Going to Dhyanakandra's room, Vrajanatha and Vijayakumara honored Mahaprasadam. After honoring Mahaprasadam, the 3 devotees talked about many things. Learning that Vijayakumara was a scholar of Srimad Bhagavatam and Vrajanatha was a scholar of many scriptures, Dhyanakandra Gosvami became very happy. He approached Gopalaguru Gosvami and told him all about it. Gopalaguru Gosvami mercifully said, "These 2 persons are the great treasure of my heart. Please bring them to see me every day that they stay in Jagannatha Puri." At that time Vijayakumara and Vrajanatha said, "O Master, Raghunatha Dasa Babaji Mahasaya of Sri Mayapura has been very merciful to us. He ordered us to take instruction at your feet." Gopalaguru Gosvami said, "Raghunatha Dasa Babaji is very learned. You should carefully follow whatever advice he gives. If you wish to study something he has not yet taught you, then you may come tomorrow at midday, honor the Lord's lunch prasadam, and then ask questions." After accepting Gopalaguru's invitation, the 2 devotees returned to Harakandi Sahi's home. The next day, at the appointed time, the 2 devotees went to the temple of Sri Radhakanta, honored prasadam, and then placed some questions before Gopalaguru Gosvami's feet. They said, "O Master, we wish to understand the transcendental rasas, relationships with Lord Krishna. By hearing the description of the rasas of devotional service to Lord Krishna from your holy mouth our lives will become successful. You are the foremost spiritual master of Lord Nime Pandita Sampradaya. You stay in Lord Mahaprabhu's home, and you have accepted the seat given by Sri Svarapa Damodara Gosvami. You are the spiritual master of the entire world. When we hear from your mouth about the transcendental rasas, whatever little we have learned about the transcendental science will finally bear its proper fruit." Taking these 2 disciples to a secluded place, he happily said, "May Nime Pandita, who is the son of Sri Sasi Devi, and who, descending to this world in the land of Sri Mayapura, mercifully delivered the people of Bengal and Orissa, grant transcendental bliss to us. May Sri Svarapa Damodara Gosvami, who pleased Lord Mahaprabhu by describing to him the sweet mellows of Madhura Rasa, appear in our hearts. May Vakresvara Pandita, whose dancing made Nime Pandita into his submissive servant, and who purified Devananda Pandita, grant auspiciousness to you. The rasas cannot be compared to anything else. When the moon of the Supreme Lord's transcendental pastimes directly rises, then the activities of pure devotional service become bhaktirasa, the mellows of devotional service. Vrajanatha, what pious deeds must one have performed in the past in order that one may attain rasa? Gosvami cannot answer this question with only a brief explanation. Will explain elaborately. Then you will understand. From your spiritual master you have heard about Krishnarati, attachment to Krishna, which is also called stayabhava, steady ecstasy. When that ecstatic love increases, it becomes Krishnabhakti rasa, the mellows of devotional service to Lord Krishna. Vrajanatha, please describe stayabhava, steady ecstasy, and samagri, the ingredients of rasa. Have already heard my spiritual master explain what is bhava. I did not hear from him how these things combine to become rasa. Gosvami, generally, bhava bhakti, ecstatic devotional service, and Krishnarati, attraction to Lord Krishna, appear because of transcendental pious deeds performed in this life or a previous life. In this way one attains a condition of life that is filled with bliss. There are 4 kinds of samagris, ingredients of rasa. They are, 1. Vibhava, special symptoms or causes of ecstasy, 2. Anubhava, subsequent ecstasy, 3. Satvikabhava, constitutional or existential ecstasy, and 4. Vyabhikarabhava, aggressive ecstasy, or Safakaribhava, continuously existing ecstatic symptoms. Let me begin by explaining these different samagris, ingredients of rasa. Vibhava, which causes one to taste the sweetness of attraction to Krishna, is of 2 kinds, 1. Alambana, basic, and 2. Udapana, impelling. Alambana is itself of 2 kinds, 1. Visaya, the object of love, and 2. Asraya, the reservoir of love. The object of love is the Visaya alambana, and the person who possesses the love is the Asraya alambana. Thus the person who is the object of attachment or love is the Rati Visaya, and the person who is attached or who loves is the Rati Asraya. Thus a devotee who in his heart loves Lord Krishna is the Rati Asraya, and Lord Krishna, who is the object of his devotee's love, is the Rati Visaya. Vrajanatha, have understood that Vibhava is divided into Alambana and Udapana. Further, Alambana is of 2 kinds, Visaya and Asraya. Lord Krishna is the Visaya and the devotee is the Asraya. This I desire to know, is there any situation where Lord Krishna himself is the Rati Asraya, a person who loves someone? Gosvami, yes. When Lord Krishna loves his devotee, then Krishna is the Rati Asraya and the devotee is the Rati Visaya. Vrajanatha, from my spiritual master have heard the description of Lord Krishna's 64 qualities. Please tell me what more may be said about Lord Krishna. Gosvami, Lord Krishna is perfect and complete. He has all transcendental qualities and virtues. When he is in Dvaraka he is perfect. When he is in Mathura he is more perfect. When he is in Gokula he is most perfect. His transcendental qualities are manifested in this way in different degrees. In his different pastimes Lord Krishna appears as Dhirodata, Dhiralalita, Dhiraprasantat, and Dhiradata. In these 4 ways Lord Krishna is a hero. Vrajanatha, what is Dhirodata? Gosvami, as a Dhirodata hero Lord Krishna is very grave, gentle, forgiving, merciful, humble, and virtuous in many ways. Vrajanatha, what is Dhiralalita? Gosvami, as a Dhiralalita hero Lord Krishna is naturally very finny, always in full youthfulness, expert in joking, free from all anxieties, and domesticated and very submissive to his lovers. Vrajanatha, what is Dhiraprasantat? Gosvami, as a Dhiraprasantat hero Lord Krishna is very peaceful, forbearing, considerate, and obliging. Vrajanatha, what is Dhiradata? Gosvami, as a Dhiradata hero Lord Krishna is very envious, proud, easily angered, restless, and complacent. Vrajanatha, many of these qualities you have described contradict each other. How is that possible? Gosvami, Lord Krishna possesses all powers and opulences without any limit. Therefore, by his inconceivable potencies, it is entirely possible that he possess many mutually contradictory qualities. This is described in the following words of the Karma Purana, as Tilas Kananas Kava Stylo News Kava Sarveda Avarna Sarveda Proktam Syamo Raktan Talokana. He is not great and he is not small. He is the greatest and he is the smallest. He has no color. His color is dark and the corners of his eyes are red. Aisvarya Yagdad Bhagavan Virad Hart Hob Hidayat Tath Api Dosa Paramana Evahar Yakatha Fikana Gund Virada Api At Samahar Yasamantata. Because he has all powers and opulences, the Supreme Personality of Godhead possesses contradictory qualities. Even so, there is no fault in this. His contradictory qualities are glorious. In the Mahabharata Purana it is said, Sarvnitya Sasvatasi Adhastasya Paramatmana Hanapadanarahitana Eva Prakriti Yak Vasit. All the forms of the Supreme Personality of Godhead are eternal and everlasting. Nothing can be given to improve them, for they are perfect. Nothing can be taken from them. They are not material. Paramananda Sandahajidnamatra Ca Sarveda Sarv Sarvagunau Purna Sarvadosavivarjita. They are full of transcendental bliss and knowledge. They are filled with all virtues and free from all faults. In the Vaisnava Tantra it is said, Astadasamahadosirahita Bhagavatana Sarvais Varyamai Satyabhihandanandarayapini. The form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is eternal, full of knowledge, bliss, power, and opulence, and free of the 18 faults. The 18 great faults are described in these words of the Vaisnava Yamala, Mohastandra Baitramo Ruksarasata Kama Ulbanalalata Matamatsuri Himsa Ketaparis Ramau Isatyam Kradha Adkanksa Isankavayavavitrama Visamatvam Parapeksa Dosa Istadasadata. The 18 faults are illusion, fatigue, errors, roughness, material lust, restlessness, pride, envy, violence, disgrace, exhaustion, untruth, anger, hankering, dependence, desire to lord over the universe, seeing duality, and cheating. Asterisk. The forms of the Lord's incarnations are all perfect. The form of Lord Krishna, who is the source of all incarnations, is supremely perfect. Aside from what has already been said, Lord Krishna possesses the 8 qualities of a great personality: 1 decorated, 2 enjoying, 3 pleasing, plus dependable, 5 steady, 6 predominating, 7 a meticulous dresser, and 8 a magnanimous personality. It is said that a person is great if he is decorated with the qualities of being very merciful toward the unfortunate, very powerful, superior, chivalrous, enthusiastic, expert, and truthful. When a person is always happy and is accustomed to speak smilingly, he is considered to be in the mode of enjoyment. When one's characteristics are very sweet and desirable, his personality is called pleasing. Any person who is reliable in all circumstances is called dependable. A person who is not disturbed even in a situation of reverses is called steady. A person who can affect the mind of everyone is called predominating. A person who is fond of dressing himself is called lalita, or a meticulous dresser. Persons who can give themselves to anyone are called magnanimous. Although Krishna is independent of everyone, out of his causeless mercy he is dependent upon Gargat Rsi for religious instruction. For learning the military art he is dependent upon Satyaki, and for good counsel he is dependent upon his friend Uddhava. Vrajanatha, now I have learned how Lord Krishna is the hero of rasas. Now please describe the devotees who are qualified for the rasas and who have attained Vibhava. Gosvamti, a person who in his heart has ecstatic love, bhava, for Lord Krishna is considered a devotee situated in the rasas. The 26 qualities of Lord Krishna that begin with truthfulness and end with shyness are all present in the devotees of Lord Krishna. Vrajanatha, what are the different kinds of devotees qualified to participate in the rasas? Gosvami, the devotees of Krishna can be classified into 2 groups, 1 sadhaka, those who are cultivating devotional service in order to enter into the transcendental kingdom, and 2. Siddha, those who are already in the perfectional stage of devotional service. Vrajanatha, who are the sadhakas. Gosvami, a person who has attained the stage of attraction for Krishna and who is not freed from the material impasse, but who has qualified himself to enter into the kingdom of God is called sadhaka. Sadhaka means one who is cultivating devotion in Krishna consciousness. The description of such a devotee is found in the 11th canto, 2nd chapter, verse 46, of Srimad Bhagavatam Vrajanatha, O Master, are not the devotees described in Srimad Bhagavatam November 2nd, 47 also qualified for the rasas? Gosvamti, if one has not obtained the mercy of a pure devotee and become a pure devotee himself, then he cannot be considered a sadhaka. An example of a sadhaka cultivating devotional service is Bilvamangala Thakura. Vrajanatha, who are the Siddha devotees. Gosvami, when a devotee is never tired of executing devotional service and is always engaged in Krishna-conscious activities, constantly relishing the transcendental mellows in relationship with Krishna, he is called perfect, Siddha. There are 2 kinds of perfect devotees, one they who attained perfection, Asamprapta Siddha, and 2. They who were always perfect, Nitya Siddha. Vrajanatha, who are the Samprapta Siddha devotees. Gosvami, the perfectional stage can be achieved, Samprapta Siddha, in 2 ways. One may achieve the stage of perfection by gradual progress in devotional service, Sadhana Siddha, or one may become perfect by the causeless mercy of Krishna, even though he has not executed all the details of devotional service, Kripa Siddha. Vrajanatha, who are the Nitya Siddha devotees. Gosvami, Srila Ripa Gosvami writes, Bhaktirasamrita Sindhu 2.1.290 Atmakoti Gunam Krsne Pramanam Paramam Gata Nityananda Guna Sarv Nitya Siddhadmyakandavat persons who have achieved eternal, blissful life exactly on the level of Sri Krishna and who are able to attract Lord Krishna by their transcendental loving service, and who love Lord Krishna millions of times more than they love themselves, are called eternally perfect, Nitya Siddha. In the Padma Purana, Uttarakanda it is said, Yatha Samitra Bharata Yatha Sarakar Sandayatath Tina Eva Jayant Nijalokat Yadarkaya Punas Tina Eva Gakanti Tat Padam Sasvatam Param Na Karmabandhanam Janma Vaisnavanam Ca Vidyate just as Lord Ramakandra descends along with Lakshmana, an incarnation of Sankarsana, and Bharata, an expansion of Pradyumna, so the members of the Yadu dynasty and the cowherd men of Vrindavana also descend with Lord Krishna in order to join in the transcendental pastimes of the Lord. When the Supreme Lord returns to his eternal abode, his associates return with him to their respective places. As such, these ever-liberated Vaisnavas are not bound by the material laws of birth and death. Asterisk. Vrajanatha, O Master, now I can understand the Alambana part of Vibhava. Please explain the Udapana part. Gosvamti, some things that give impetus, Udapana, or stimulation to ecstatic love of Krishna are his transcendental qualities, his uncommon activities, his smiling features, high apparel and garlands, his flute, his buffalo horn, his leg bells, his conch shell, his footprints, his places of pastimes, such as Vrindavana, his favorite plant, Tulasi, his devotee, and the periodical occasions for remembering him. One such occasion for remembrance is Ekadasi Vrajanatha. As far as Krishna's transcendental qualities are concerned, they can be divided into 3 groups: qualities pertaining to his transcendental body, qualities pertaining to his transcendental speech, and qualities pertaining to his transcendental mind. Krishna's age is considered in 3 periods: Kamara, Paganda, and Kaisara. These are described in the following words: Bhaktirasamrita Sindhu 2.1.309 Kamaram Payakamabdantam Pagandam Dasamavadi Azodastak Ca Kaisoram Yavanam Syat Tath Param. Krishna's age is considered in 3 periods: from his appearance day to the end of his 5th year is called Kamara, from the beginning of the 6th year up to the end of the 10th year is called Paganda, and from the 11th to the end of the 15th year is called Kaisara. After the beginning of the 16th year, Krishna is called Yavana, or a youth, and this continues with no change. Asterisk. Krishna's Kaisara age may be divided in three parts. Among his many transcendental qualities manifested in this age, his handsomeness is very prominent. Lord Krishna's limbs are graceful and appropriately shaped. This feature is called Saundarya, handsomeness. Lord Krishna's is dressed in exquisite garments, and decorated with ornaments, and his hair is also decorated. All this is called prasadhana, decoration. There are three kinds of flutes used by Krishna. One is called Venu, one is called Murali, and the third is called Vamsi. Venu is very small, not more than 6 inches long, with 6 holes for whistling. Murali is about 18 inches long with a hole at the end and 4 holes on the body of the flute. This kind of flute produces a very enchanting sound. The Vamsi flute is about 15 inches long, with 9 holes on its body. The right turning conch shell Krishna holds in his hand is called Pankajanya. All these udapanas increases the devotee's attraction and love for Krishna and fill the devotee with bliss. The result is that rati, attraction, and stayabhava, continuous ecstasy, turn into rasa, the transcendental mellows of a personal relationship with Krishna. Come again tomorrow and we'll describe anubhava and other things. The two devotees then took their leave of the Gosvami's feet. Again and again thinking about the rasas, Vijayakumara and Vrajanatha happily saw the Siddhabakula tree and other holy places in Lord Jagannatha's temple. Finally they returned to their lodgings. Chapter 27 Rasavikara. The rasas. After the next day's Nunarati, the two devotees thirsting to understand about rasa honored prasadam and then went to the Sri Radhakanta temple. $1 I Gopalaguru Gosvami honored Mahaprasadam and waited for the two inquisitive devotees. Nearby $17 Dhyanakandra Gosvami was writing a book about the path of devotional service. The features of Gopalaguru Gosvami were very wonderful. He was dressed as a sannyasi. He wore Vaisnavatilaka. The holy name of Lord Hari was written on the various limbs of his body. On his neck were 4 strands of tulasi beads. His hands were always on his japa beads. He was wrapped in meditation, his 2 eyes half closed. From time to time he was decorated with a stream of tears. From time to time he would call out, O Gauranga! O Nityananda! His body was a little large. His complexion was dark and splendid. He sat on a banana bark seat. At a little distance were wooden sandals and a coconut shell pitcher of water. Vijayakumara and Vrajanatha were both learned in many scriptures, were sincere Vaisnavas and were residents of Sri Navadvipa. For these 3 reasons everyone at the temple carefully honored them. Vijayakumara and Vrajanatha offered Dandavat obeisances to Gopalaguru Gosvami, and he respectfully embraced them. In the course of time Vrajanatha humbly introduced the topic of rasas. The Gosvami carefully said, Today we'll teach you about anubhava and other topics related to the rasas. The 4 samagris, ingredients of rasa, are vibhava, special symptoms or causes of ecstasy, anubhava, subsequent ecstasy, satvikabhava, constitutional or existential ecstasy, and vyabhikaribhava, aggressive ecstasy. Yesterday I explained about vibhava. Today I will begin the explanation of anubhava. Please listen. When one is attracted, rati, to Krishna, that is called vibhava. When, as a result of that attraction, ecstatic love, bhava, appears in the heart, the result is called udbhasvara. The bodily symptoms manifested by a devotee in expressing that ecstatic love for Krishna are called anubhava. Practical examples of anubhava are as follows: dancing, rolling on the ground, singing very loudly, stretching the bidi, crying loudly, yawning, breathing very heavily, neglecting the presence of others, drooling, laughing like a madman, wheeling the head, and belching. Vrajanatha, how is it possible that these unusual external symptoms can increase the sweet taste of the rasas of sthayi bhava? When the devotee relishes the rasas in his heart, that taste is manifested externally as these anubhavas. Why, then, should these anubhavas be considered a samagri separate and distinct from the taste of rasas in the heart? Gosvami, Baba, you have learned the Nyasastra very well. Till this day have not seen anyone raise such a subtle point of logic. When studied the rasas also asked this question of Srila Pandita Gosvami. By my spiritual master's mercy my doubt was thrown far away. The secret is this: when the heart is agitated by the ecstatic feelings of vibhava, many extraordinary and wonderful feels, vayasitraya, are manifested. These feelings blossom in many different ways in the heart. When these feelings blossom in the heart, they eventually bear fruits of ecstatic symptoms that are manifested in the external body. These fruits are called udbasvara. The fruits of ecstatic symptoms are manifested as dancing and in many other ways also. Thus, when the heart dances, then the body dances also. When the heart sings, then the tongue sings also. In this way you should understand it. Thus the ecstatic symptoms called udbasvara are the root from which all this comes. However, the anubhavas do increase the vibhavas within the heart. In this way the udbasvaras are manifest in the body. Thus the sthayi bhava and vibhava in the heart manifests the anubhavas, and the anubhavas in turn also have an effect upon the heart. Because the anubhavas have this effect, they are considered separate samagris, ingredients of rasa. When there are singing, yawning, and other like activities, the symptoms are called siddha, and when there is dancing and other like activities they are called kasepana. There are other ecstatic symptoms, such as blossoming of the body, the flowing of blood, and expansion and contraction of the body's joints. However, because these symptoms are very rare, I will not describe them further. However, when he assumed the form of a tortoise and manifested other unusual activities, these symptoms were present on the body of our master, Lord Nimai-Pandita. Still, these symptoms are not seen on the body of a sadhaka devotee. After hearing these confidential explanations from Gopala Guru Gosvami, the two inquiring devotees were silent for a long time. Then, touching the dust of his feet, they asked, "O Master, what are the sattvika bhavas?" Gosvami, when a devotee is always intensely affected by love for Krishna in a direct relationship with him or even a little apart from him, his status is called sattvika bhava, existential ecstatic love. The symptoms originating from such existential ecstatic love are divided into three headings, namely moist, snigdha, burnt, digdha, and dried up, ruksa. Vrajanatha, what is moist sattvika bhava? Gosvami, moist sattvika bhava is divided into two, direct and indirect. When the heart is directly attracted to Lord Krishna, that is called mukhya snigdha sattvika bhava, direct moistened existential ecstatic love. Being stunned and perspiring are some of the symptoms of mukhya sattvika bhava. When the heart is attracted to Lord Krishna indirectly, that is called ganasnigdha sattvika bhava, indirect moistened existential ecstatic love. Changing of bodily colors and faltering of the voice are the two symptoms of ganasnigdha sattvika bhava. Aside from direct and indirect moistened existential ecstatic love, digdha sattvika bhava, burnt existential ecstatic love, may also enter the heart. Trembling of the body is the symptom of digdha sattvika bhava. When a non-devotee is filled with wonder and bliss by hearing the description of the great wonder that is Lord Krishna's sweetness, the ecstatic symptoms are called ruksa, dried up. Standing of the hairs on the body is the symptom of ruksa sattvika bhava. Vrajanatha, how is sattvika bhava created? Gosvami, when the sadhaka devotee's vital force of life is in contact with the various external elements, agitation and transformation result. From this agitation the various ecstatic symptoms, such as becoming stunned, are manifested. Vrajanatha, what are the different ecstatic symptoms manifested? Gosvami, there are 8 symptoms of sattvika bhava, existential ecstatic love, becoming stunned, perspiring, standing of the hairs on the body, faltering of the voice, trembling of the body, changing of bodily colors, shedding of tears, and devastation. When the vital forces is in contact with the 5 material elements, different kinds of ecstatic symptoms are manifested. When the vital force of life is in contact with the earth, one is stunned. When the same force comes into contact with water, there is shedding of tears. When the same force comes into contact with fire, there is perspiration. When the force comes into contact with sky, there is complete devastation. And when that force comes into contact with air, there is trembling, failing of the voice, and standing of the hairs on the body. In this way the different ecstatic symptoms are manifested. These symptoms are sometimes manifested internally and sometimes externally. Sometimes they are called bhavas and sometimes they are called anubhavas. All the anubhavas are manifested externally only. This is not said of the sattvika bhavas. For example, in dancing or other like activities, the bhava, ecstatic love, is not manifested directly. The bhava is rather manifested by the intelligence or the heart. Therefore the various external symptoms of ecstasy, such as becoming stunned, are considered anubhavas, and are not sattvika-bhavas. Therefore the anubhavas and sattvika-bhavas are different from each other. Vrajanatha, I desire to understand why the ecstatic symptoms, such as becoming stunned, are manifested. Gosvamti, joy, fear, wonder, lamentation, and hatred create an emptiness in the heart that manifests the ecstatic symptom of becoming stunned. Joy, fear, anger, and other emotions combine to moisten the body and thus manifest the ecstatic symptom of perspiration. Wonder, joy, eagerness, fear, and other emotions combine to manifest the ecstatic symptom of the body's hairs standing up. Lamentation, wonder, anger, joy, fear, and other emotions bring the ecstatic symptom of faltering of the voice. Fear, anger, joy, and other emotions bring the ecstatic symptom of trembling of the body. Lamentation, anger, fear, and other emotions bring the ecstatic symptom of changing of bodily colors. Joy, anger, lamentation, and other emotions bring the ecstatic symptom of shedding tears. When they are produced from joy, the tears are cold, and when they are produced from anger and other like emotions, the tears are hot. Happiness and unhappiness combine to make one fall unconscious and attain other like conditions of life, conditions that are the ecstatic symptom called devastation. These transcendental ecstatic symptoms gradually develop, and in the course of such development they are sometimes called smoky, sometimes called blazing, sometimes called shining, and sometimes called intensely shining. These are the four kinds. In dried up sattvika-bhava the symptoms are smoky. In moistened sattvika-bhava the ecstatic love rises higher and higher. Real love, rati, for Lord Krishna produces all bliss and wonder. When there is only the semblance of love, rati abhasa, the symptoms are dried up. Then there is no wonder. Vrajanatha, O Master, the ecstatic love of sattvika-bhava brings all good fortune. However, to attain material benefits many people may make a show of these ecstatic emotions, as if they were acting in a drama. What is the position of these people? Gosvami, genuine sattvika-bhava is manifested from genuine pure devotional service. The ecstatic love, bhava, felt by true Vaisnavas is genuine. Aside from this genuine bhava, the other so-called bhavas are divided into four groups: Ratyabhasa, Sattvabhasa, Nisattva, and Pratipa. Vrajanatha, what is Ratyabhasa? Gosvami, when they hear the descriptions of Lord Krishna, the impersonalism or the sannyasi followers of Sankaracharya, manifest Ratyabhasa. Vrajanatha, what is Sattvabhasa? Gosvami, when they hear about Lord Krishna, persons who are naturally soft-hearted may manifest the semblance of joy, wonder, and other ecstatic emotions. The Mimamsaka philosophers and ordinary women many manifest this when they hear about Lord Krishna. Vrajanatha, what is Nisattva-bhavabhasa? Gosvami, some wicked-hearted persons exhibit artificial ecstatic symptoms as a sort of dramatic show. In this way they shed tears and perform other actions. These actions are called nisattva. In this way some hard-hearted persons put on an artificial show of crying in ecstatic love. These persons are wicked at heart. Vrajanatha, what is Pratipa? Gosvami, one who acts as Krishna's enemy manifests the semblance of the ecstatic emotions like anger and fear. This is called pratipabhavavasa. Vrajanatha, O Master, now I have understood Vibhava, Anubhava, and Satvikabhava, and I have also understood the difference between Satvikabhava and Anubhava. Now please explain Vyabhikaribhava. Gosvami, there are 33 Vyabhikaras. These 33 bhavas work to increase the sthāyi bhavas. That is why they are called Vyabhikari. They are manifested in the words, limbs, and thoughts. They are also called Sikari bhava. They are like waves in the nectar ocean of sthāyi bhava, waves that rise from, and then again disappear into the ocean of sthāyi bhava. The 33 Vyabhikari bhavas are, disappointment, lamentation, humility, guilt, fatigue, intoxication, pride, doubt, apprehension, intense emotion, madness, forgetfulness, disease, confusion, death, laziness, inertness, bashfulness, concealment, remembrance, argumentativeness, anxiety, thoughtfulness, endurance, happiness, eagerness, violence, haughtiness, envy, impudence, dizziness, sleepiness, and alertness. Some of the SA.SY 242 Karabhavas are independent, Svatantra, and others are dependent on something else, Paratantra. The Paratantra Sankari Bhavas are of two kinds, superior and inferior. The superior Saifakari Bhavas are themselves of two kinds, direct and indirect. The Svatantra Saifakari Bhavas are of three kinds, Ratistinya, without attachment to Krishna, Ratiasparsa, with a touch of attachment to Krishna, and Ratigandha, with the scent of attachment to Krishna. If these bhavas are directed to the wrong object, they are of two kinds, pratikilya, unfavorable, and anasatya, improper. All these bhavas are manifested in four different conditions, 1. Utpatti, growth, 2. Sandhi, union, 3. Savalya, variety, and 3. Santi, peace. Vrajanatha, Bhava Utpatti is easy to understand. What is Bhava Sandhi? Gosvamt, when two like or unlike emotions meet, that is called Sandhi. Desirable laziness and undesirable laziness may both appear simultaneously. This is an example of the meeting of like emotions. Joy and fear may also appear simultaneously. That is an example of the meeting of unlike emotions. Vrajanatha, what is Bhavasavalya? Gosvami, when two emotions clash, that is called Bhavasavalya. When he heard about Krishna, Kathunsa became simultaneously angry and fearful. That is an example of Bhavasavalya. Vrajanatha, what is Bhavasanti? Gosvami, when an intense emotion suddenly disappears, that is called Santi. When they could not see Krishna, the boys of Vraja became anxious, but when they heard the sound of Krishna's flute from afar, their anxiety was at once pacified. This is an example of the pacification of happiness. Vrajanatha, if anything else remains to be known about this topic, then please explain it. Gosvamti, to these 33 Vyabhikari Bhavas may be added the one primary, Mukhya, Sthāyi Bhava, and the 7 secondary, Gana, Sthāyi Bhavas. In this way there are 41 bhavas that produce ecstatic symptoms on the body and the senses. The activities of the mind are the origin of these bhavas. Vrajanatha, what are the various bhavas produced in this way? Gosvami, they produce the 8 sattvika bhavas, the vibhavas, and the anubhavas. Vrajanatha, are all these part of the original nature? Gosvami, no. Some are part of the original nature and others come from outside the original nature. The Sthāyi Bhava is part of the devotee's original nature, but the Vyabhikari Bhavas mostly come from outside the original nature. Vrajanatha, do all devotees possess the same bhavas? Gosvami, no. The devotees have different natures. That is because the nature of the mind and heart is different in each devotee. According to the condition of the heart, the bhava is more or less exalted. The heart may be exalted, lowly, or in an intermediate state. The bhavas are manifested according to the condition of the heart. However, nectar is always liquid, and therefore a devotee's heart is naturally soft and liquid, for it is like nectar. Today we will end here. Tomorrow we'll describe Sai Baba. Vijayakumara and Vrajanatha offered Dandavat obeisances and took their leave. Chapter 28 Rasavikara. The Rasas. Vrajanatha, O Master, I see that Vibhava, Anubhava, Satvikabhava, and Vyabhikaribhava are all bhavas. What is Sai Bhava? Goes Yamt, the one bhava that controls all the other bhavas, both obstructed and unobstructed, and that is the monarch even of Lord Krishna himself, is called Sai Bhava. When Krishnarati, attraction to Krishna, takes shelter of a devotee's heart, that attraction is called Sai Bhava. Look, among the samagris is Vibhava, and included within Vibhava is Alambana. However, there is another bhava, a bhava independent of all these others, a bhava that is the origin and the helper of the rasas, a bhava that becomes both the enjoyer, asvadana, and the object of enjoyment, asvadya. Please think deeply about this and try to understand how Sai Bhava is different from the other bhavas. Sai Bhava is divided into primary Gmukurati, and secondary Ganarati. Vrajanatha, what is primary Sai Bhava? Gosvami, in the description of Bhava Bhakti you have already heard about Suddhasattvarati. That is the same as Mukurati. Vrajanatha, when read the Alankara Sastras, books of rhetoric, the love that I understood there was all material. It was very different. The spiritual love that is now described is very different from that material love. Now I understand that only when a person is pure in heart will he attain the nectar, rasa, of love for the Supreme Lord. The so-called love written about by the authors of the Alankara Sastras is only the love that appears in the material bodies and material minds of souls imprisoned in the material world. Now can understand the other kind of love, the love you have described in your explanation of the rasas. This pure spiritual love is the be-all and end-all of the pure liberated souls. By the mercy of the Hladani Sakti, this pure love is sometimes experienced even by the conditioned souls imprisoned in the material world. Now I wish to understand the different kinds of pure spiritual love, Sudarati. Seeing Vrajanatha's clear grasp of the spiritual truth, Gopalaguru Gosvami, shedding tears of happiness, embraced him and said, I am very fortunate to have a disciple like you. Please listen. Mukurati is of two kinds, Svartha, for the sake of one's own self, and Parartha, for the sake of the beloved. Vrajanatha, what is the nature of Svartha Mukhyatati? Gosvami, when no obstacles stop the bhava, avirata bhava, then Svartha Mukurati increases. However, when obstacles do stop the bhava, viradabhava, then Svartha Mukurati diminishes. Vrajanatha, what is the nature of Parartha Mukurati? Gosvami, whether obstacles are present or not, Parartha Mukurati contracts of its own accord. Aside from these two, there is also another kind of Mukurati. Vrajanatha, what is it like? Please tell. Gosvami, this is Sutta Mukurati, pure love. It is divided into 5 rasas, Santa, neutrality, Daisya, servitude, Sakya, friendship, Vatsalya, parenthood, and Madhura, conjugal love. As sunlight is divided into different colors when it passes through a prism or other like object, so Sai Bhava assumes different features according to the different kinds of persons who contain it. Vrajanatha, please describe this Sudarati, pure love. Gosvami, Sudarati is of 3 kinds, Samanya, ordinary, Svakha, clear, and Santa, peaceful. Samanyarati is the love the people in general feel for Lord Krishna. When Mukurati is manifested in different ways in the different kinds of devotees, as light assumes different colors as it passes through colored glass, that kind of Mukurati is called Svakha, clear. In this way some devotees offer prayers to Krishna and call him master, others joke with Krishna and call HLM friend, still others protect Krishna and call him son, still others, overcome with bliss, call Krishna their beloved, and still others meditate on Krishna and call him the super soul. A devotee in Santarati, neutrality, meditates with a peaceful mind on the unchanging Supreme. Suttaratai is of two kinds, Kevala, unmixed, and Sankula, mixed. Among the residents of Braja, Rasala, and Sridhama are examples of devotees whose love for Krishna is of one kind only, unmixed with even the slightest scent of any other kind of rasa. Their pure love, Suttaratai, is called Kevala, unmixed. Other devotees, such as Uddhava and Bhima, have love that is a mixture of different rasas. Their pure love, Suttaratai, is called Sankula, mixed. Brajanatha, formerly thought there was not Santaratai in Braja. Now I see it is slightly present there also. When they consider the different kinds of ratai, love, books of material rhetoric, Jadolankara, do not accept Santaratai as a genuine kind of love. Here it is seen that Santaratai must be accepted as one kind of love for the Supreme. Now please describe Dejiratai, love in the rasa of servitorship. Gosvamai, when the devotee thinks, Krishna is the master, and am his servant, he loves Krishna in the Deji rasa. When he is attached to Krishna in this way, a devotee is not attracted to or pleased by anything outside this rasa of servitorship. Brajanatha, what are the qualities of Sakuratai, love in friendship? Gosvamai, when a devotee is firmly convinced that Krishna is his equal, his love for Krishna is called Sakuratai. In Sakuratai there are joking, laughing, and other like activities. Brajanatha, please describe the nature of Vatsalyaratai, parental love. Gosvamai, the kindly love that his elders give to Krishna is called Vatsalyaratai. Embracing and fondling Krishna, performing auspicious rituals for his benefit, pronouncing blessings upon him, and affectionately touching his chin are some of the activities of Vatsalyaratai. Brajanatha, now kindly describe the qualities of Madhuraratai, conjugal love for Krishna. Gosvamai, the 8 kinds of pleasing activities, beginning with remembering Krishna and gazing at Krishna, that are performed in the deer-eyed gopis' love for Krishna are called the activities of Prayadakov, or Madhuraratai, sweet love. Included in these activities are sidelong glances, moving the eyebrows, speaking sweet words, and speaking joking words. Beginning with Santa and extending up to Madhuraratai, the devotee's love, relish, and bliss increase more and more. Thus I have briefly described the 5 kinds of Mukuratai, primary rasas. Brajanatha, now please describe the secondary, Gana, spiritual rasas. Gosvamai, the secondary rasas, Ganabhava, which are part of Alambana, are laughter, astonishment, chivalry, lamentation, anger, dread, and ghastliness. In the first 6 of these rasas the devotee always meditates on Krishna. When the devotee attains pure love, Suttaratai, then he finds the material body and material activities to be very distasteful. He is horrified by them. That is the 7th rasa, ghastliness. Although these 7 rasas are different from pure love, Suttaratai, because they are in contact with Parathamukuratai, the primary rasas, therefore these 7 secondary emotions are included among the rasas, and the word Ratai-kov is used to describe them. For some devotees one or more of these secondary rasas remain a permanent part of their relationship with Krishna. But this is not true for every devotee by any means. For most devotees these secondary rasas are manifested only temporarily. In some situations one or more of these secondary rasas become so strong that they eclipse the natural primary rasas. Brajanatha, in material rhetoric, Alankara, 8 rasas, beginning with conjugal love, laughter, and compassion, are described. Can understand how these material rasas look beautiful only from the point of view of pathetic material heroes and heroines. These material rasas have no bearing on the spiritual rasas of Braja, which are the activities of the pure spirit soul, and thus have nothing to do with the activities of the material mind. The great devotees have divided Sthai Bhavaratai into 5 primary and 7 secondary rasas. This is proper. Now please kindly describe Hajiratai, the rasa of laughter. Gosvamai, certain unusual words, appearances, or activities cause laughter to appear in the heart. In laughter the eyes may open wide, and the nostrils, lips, and cheeks may tremble. This laughter is produced by Sankakabhavarati directed toward Lord Krishna. Vrajanatha, what is the rasa of astonishment, Vismayarati? Gosvamai, when one sees something extraordinary, astonishment is manifested in his heart. Some of the symptoms of astonishment are, opening the eyes wide, speaking words of praise, and standing up of the body's hairs. Vrajanatha, what is the rasa of chivalry, Utsaharati? Gosvamai, when the heart is determined to perform the noble deeds that are glorified by great saints, that is called chivalry. Promptness, impatience, and enthusiasm are among the symptoms of chivalry. Vrajanatha, what is the rasa of anger, Krodharati? Gosvamai, when actions of an enemy make the heart burst into flames, that is called anger. Harshness, knitting the eyebrows, and redness in the eyes are among the symptoms of anger. Vrajanatha, what is the rasa of dread? Gosvamai, when the sight of horrible things makes the heart wish to flee, that is called dread. Hiding oneself, dryness of the heart, and fleeing away are among the symptoms of dread. Vrajanatha, what is the rasa of ghastliness? Gosvamai, when one is averse to abominable things, that is called ghastliness. Spitting, curling the lips, and speaking harsh criticisms are among the symptoms of ghastliness. When this emotion is in relation to Lord Krishna, then it is considered under the spiritual rasas. Otherwise it is merely another material emotion. Vrajanatha, how many bhavas, emotions, are present in bhakti rasa, the mellows of devotional service? Gosvamti, Sthayi bhava has 8 bhavas, Sayakari bhava has 33 bhavas, and Sattvika bhava has 8 bhavas. Combined together there are 49 bhavas. When these bhavas are manifested from the 3 modes of nature and are thus material, they are causes of material happiness and material suffering. When these bhavas help one attain Krishna, they are spiritual, beyond the material modes, and filled with bliss, and what seems to be sorrow in them is actually spiritual happiness. Srila Gosvami explains that Lord Krishna and Krishna's dear devotees are the 2 alambanas, or resting places, and therefore the causes of the rasas of spiritual love, rati. The ecstatic symptoms that begin with being stunned are counted among the effects of rati, and the ecstatic symptoms that begin with lamentation help the progress of rati. When the rasas are awakened, these ecstatic symptoms are no longer called cause, effect, and helper. Then they are called vibhava. Because these activities then have an especially sweet taste, the Panditas call them vibhava. When dancing and other activities increase the sweetness of vibhava, the vibhava is called anubhava. Spiritual, sattvika, activities bring spiritual results. Thus these actions are called sattvika bhava. When these vibhavas bring renunciation and other like emotions, the bhava is called saifakari bhava. Readers attracted to poems, plays, and other books describing Lord Krishna know that the vibhavas are causes of devotional service. In truth these activities of rati, pure love, are inconceivable. They are very great pastimes of devotional service. In Mahabharata and other scriptures it is said that these activities of devotional service are very exalted. They are beyond the touch of ordinary, material logic. In the Mahabharata it is written that these bhavas are beyond the understanding of the material mind, and therefore material logic cannot be employed to understand them. Whatever is beyond the world of matter cannot be understood by the material mind. One who attains sweet love for Lord Krishna's form and other features attains vibhava. This vibhava does not remain static. It spontaneously increases, growing greater and greater. Rati, love for Krishna, enables one to directly perceive Lord Krishna, who is the resting place of transcendental sweetness and other virtues. On the other hand, when he directly sees Lord Krishna's form and other features, the devotee loves Lord Krishna more and more. In this way vibhava, anubhava, satvikabhava, and vyabhikaribhava all increase rati, and rati increases them. Vrajanatha, what is the difference between love for Krishna, Krishna rati, and material love, Visaya rati? Please kindly explain. Gosvami, material love is part of the material world. Love for Krishna is beyond the material world, and it is also the origin of many wonderful things. Material love is pleasant when the beloved is present and unpleasant when the beloved is absent. When a person loves Krishna, and Krishna is present, then the lover experiences the taste of a certain kind of rasa, the rasa of samagasukha, the happiness of enjoying with Krishna. However, when Krishna is absent, the lover experiences the rasa of vipralamha, separation, which itself produces a specific kind of wonderful transcendental bliss. In answer to one of Lord Mahaprabhu's questions, Ramananda Raya described, Sri Caitanya Charitamrita Madhya 8.194, the wonderful bliss the devotee feels in separation from Krishna, a bliss he called Vivarta. Therefore what seems here to be suffering is in truth the highest spiritual bliss. Vrajanatha, material logicians say that the rasas are unimportant. They are only a small portion of what exists. What is the answer to that claim? Gosvami, it is true that the material rasas are unimportant. And why not? In the material rasas, material ingredients, samagri, may nourish the material stayabhava, permanent emotions. However, these are only material rasas. They are not spiritual. In the state of spiritual perfection, the spiritual rasas are eternal, complete, and self-manifest. However, to an inexperienced devotee the spiritual rasas may seem to be material. When the lover is separated from the beloved, the material rasas of love do not remain indefinitely. The spiritual rasa of love in separation is much more beautiful and glorious than its material counterpart. The great potency Hladani Sakti brings transcendental bliss to the rasa of spiritual love in separation. That is why the rasa of spiritual love in separation is blissful and why it is beyond the power of material logic to understand. Therefore it is said to be inconceivable. Vrajanatha, how many kinds of spiritual rasas are there? Gosvamti, even though the primary rasas are 5, they are still considered as one. Therefore, adding the 7 secondary rasas, there are 8 rasas altogether. Vrajanatha, please recite the names of these 8 rasas. The result of my hearing your words is that my desire to hear grows stronger and stronger. Gosvami, Srila Gosvami explains, Bhaktirasamrita Sindhu 2.5.115-116 Mukyas 2 Pavakadha Santa Pradapriya Ca Vatsala Madhura Siddhi Amija Ayayatha Purvamanutama. The 5 primary rasas, each more exalted than the preceding one, are neutrality, servitorship, friendship, parenthood, and conjugal love. Hajiodpiditas tatha virakarano radra ityapi bayanika sa bibhisa iti gon ca saptata. The 7 secondary rasas are laughter, astonishment, chivalry, lamentation, anger, dread, and ghastliness. Vrajanatha, in the context of the spiritual rasas, what is the proper definition of the word bhava? Gosvami, considering the truth in their spiritually purified hearts, great panditas have written many books about rasa, rasasastras, and in these books they have defined the word bhava. Have already explained that rasa is of 2 kinds, one sinthyabhava, bhava that can be understood by the material mind, and 2. Asinthyabhava, bhava that is inconceivable, beyond the understanding of the material mind. Material logic can be used to understand sinthyabhava. And why not? The emotions that arise in the heart of a conditioned soul imprisoned in the material world are all material in nature. The conditioned soul's material ideas and emotions about the Supreme Lord are also understandable by the material mind. However, true ideas and emotions directed to the Supreme Lord are inconceivable, beyond the power of the material mind to understand. And why not? The Supreme Lord is far beyond the touch of matter. Because the Supreme Lord is inconceivable, it is not good to think there can be no bhavas, emotions, in relation to Him. All emotions are possible in relation to the Supreme Lord. But they are inconceivable, beyond the material mind's understanding. In your heart remain wrapped in meditation on one of the inconceivable rasas in relation to the Lord. Meditate on the appropriate sthayi bhava and samagris. Then the eternal and perfect spiritual rasa will be manifest to you. Vrajanatha, O Master, what does being wrapped in meditation mean? Gosvamti, Baba, contaminated by matter, you have wandered in the circle of karma for many births. Meditation is of two kinds, previous meditation, praktani, and present meditation, adhunika. By staying in the material world, your originally pure heart and pure thoughts have both become contaminated. However, by associating with saintly devotees and by performing spiritual pious activities, one can throw far away the contaminated material thoughts and regain his original, natural, spiritual meditation. When this spiritual meditation becomes strong, the inconceivable truth appears in his heart. That is the meaning of being wrapped in meditation. Vrajanatha, who is qualified to understand the spiritual rasas? That I would like to know, Gosvami, a person who, by constant meditation in this way, finds that the inconceivable spiritual truth is manifested in his heart, is alone qualified to understand the spiritual rasas. No one else is qualified. Srila Ripa Gosvami explains, Bhaktirasamrita Sindhu 2.5.132 Vyatitya Bhavanavartma Yas Kamatkriti Bharabhithirti Sattva Javal Badam Svadate Sa Raso Mata. When one transcends the status of ecstatic love and thus becomes situated on the highest platform of pure goodness, one is understood to have cleansed the heart of all material contamination. In that pure stage of life, one can taste this nectar, and this tasting capacity is technically called rasa, or transcendental mood. Asterisk. Vrajanatha, who is not qualified to thus taste the nectar of the transcendental rasa. As it is an offense to give the holy name to an unqualified person, so it must also be an offense to explain the rasas to an unqualified person. O Master, please be merciful and explain this point to poor and fallen people like myself. Gosvami, renunciation that has nothing to do with pure devotional service is called falgavarajya, false renunciation. Persons who are in the fire of false renunciation, the dry speculative habit, and who neglect devotional service are in a lamentable situation. Persons who are attached to the ritualistic ceremonies recommended in the Vedas and to the impersonal Brahman cannot relish the transcendental pleasure of devotional service. Therefore, devotees who have already tasted the nectar of devotion should be very careful to protect devotional service from such dry speculators, formal ritual elevationists, and impersonal salvationists. Devotees should protect their valuable jewel of spiritual love from the clutches of thieves and burglars. In other words, a pure devotee should not describe devotional service and its different analytical aspects to speculators and false renouncers. Vrajanatha, I have become very fortunate. I will always honor the order that comes from your saintly mouth. Vijayakumara, O Master, I maintain my family by reading and lecturing on Srimad Bhagavatam. Srimad Bhagavatam is a book describing the rasas of devotional service. If man reads and explains Srimad Bhagavatam to the people in general in order to earn money, does he commit an offense? Gosvami, ah. Srimad Bhagavatam is the crest jewel of all scriptures. It is the mature ripened fruit of the tree of Vedic knowledge. In Srimad Bhagavatam, 1.1.3, it is said, Muhur aho razika bhavai bhavyuka. Copyright expert and thoughtful men, relish Srimad Bhagavatam. The meaning of these words is that only the expert and thoughtful, who know how to relish the transcendental rasas, are qualified to taste the nectar of Srimad Bhagavatam. No one else is qualified. Baba, give up this profession. You are a person who likes to drink the nectar of the transcendental rasas. Don't commit an offense to the rasas. In the Vedas, Taittiriya Upanishad 2.7, it is said, Raso Vaisa, the Supreme Lord is Rasa. This means that the rasas are Lord Krishna himself. There are many other books you could teach to maintain your material body. Teach some other book for that purpose. You should not read Srimad Bhagavatam to the people in general in order to earn money. If you find a person qualified to taste the spiritual rasas, then with great bliss you may read Srimad Bhagavatam to him, but do not accept any salary or any dakshina, donation. Vrajanatha, O Master, today you have saved me from a great offense. What will come from the offense I have already committed? Gosvamai, that offense will not stay. With an honest heart surrender to the rasas and take shelter of them. They will certainly forgive you. You need not worry. Vrajanatha, O Master, if need be I will accept a very lowly profession. But I will not describe the rasas to an unqualified person, and will not accept money for teaching about the rasas. Gosvamai, Baba, you are very fortunate. Lord Krishna has accepted you as his own devotee. If this were not so, then how could you be so sincere and dedicated to devotional service? Lord Gaura has given all his potencies to you. Chapter 29 Rasavikara. The Rasas Vrajanatha and Vijayakumara decided to stay in Jagannathapuri for Caturmasya. After hearing about the rasas from the mouth of Sri Gopalaguru Gosvamai, they both decided to follow the path of worshipping the Lord according to the rasas. Hearing from him the glories of observing Caturmasya, Vrajanatha's grandmother accepted his suggestion to stay in Jagannathapuri. Every morning and evening they would all see Lord Jagannatha. They bathed in Narandrasaravara, and they saw all there was to see in Jagannathapuri. With devotion they saw Lord Jagannatha as he was being served. When he learned of their decision, Sri Gopalaguru was very happy. He said, O Vrajanatha, O Vijayakumara, love you as a father loves his sons. Am not happy to be separated from you. If you stay here for many days, then I will be happy. It is easy to find a sincere spiritual master, but it is not so easy to find a sincere disciple. Vrajanatha humbly asked, O Master, please explain the features of the different rasas. We will consider ourselves fortunate to hear about them from you. Gosvamti, your proposal is excellent. Please hear the words Lord Gaurakandra will place in my mouth. First is Dalarantharasa, neutrality. In this rasa the stayabhava is Dalarantaratai. The happiness the yogis find in the impersonal Brahman is very slight. The happiness attained in a relationship with the Supreme Person is much greater than that impersonal happiness. The cause of that personal happiness is the direct perception of the Supreme Personality of Godhead's spiritual form. The alambana, object of worship, in Santarasa is the four-armed form of Lord Narayana. This form of the Lord manifests qualities like supreme power and opulence. In this way the Visaya and Anubhava are manifested in alambana. Peaceful persons situated in Santarasa are the Asraya of Santaratai. Atmaramas and persons who have faith in the Supreme Personality of Godhead are qualified for Santarasa. The four sages headed by Sanaka and Sanandana are prominent among the Atmaramas. These four sages are Boisaniasis. At first they were attached to the impersonal Brahman. Later they became attracted to the sweetness of the form of the Supreme Person. Then they began to worship the Lord's spiritual form. Persons who are austere and renounced, but who have not yet thrown far away the desire for impersonal liberation, are eligible for S4 Antarasa. Hearing the important Upanishads, living in a secluded place, meditating, searching for the truth, study, seeing the universal form, associating with persons engaged in devotional service mixed with impersonal speculation, Jnanamisra Bhakti, and studying the Upanishads with others of equal scholarship are the uttapanas that inspire this rasa. The fragrance of tulasi offered to the Supreme Lord's lotus feet, the sound of the conch shell, sacred mountains, sacred forests, sacred places, the Ganges, being free of material desires, and the awareness that time will eventually destroy everything material, are also uttapanas that inspire Dalarantharasa. Vrajanatha, what are the anubhavas of this rasa? Gosvamti, staring at the tip of the nose, acting like an avadhita, looking for a distance of 4 hands as one walks, assuming the Jnanamudra, joining the forefinger and thumb, not hating the enemies of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, being slightly inclined to the devotees dear to the Lord, being attracted to the soul's liberation and the end of his residence in the material world, being neutral and aloof, being free of false ego, material possessiveness and material pride, and feeling a sort of cool-tempered love for the Supreme are included among the anubhavas of Santarasa. Yawning, swelling of the limbs, teaching about devotional service, bowing down before Lord Hari, and offering prayers to Lord Hari are also included among these anubhavas. Vrajanatha, what are the sattvika ecstatic symptoms in Dalar and Tarasa? Gosvamai, devastation, except the aspect of falling to the ground, and being stunned are included among the many ecstatic symptoms in this rasa. There are no passionate, dipta, ecstatic symptoms in this rasa. Vrajanatha, what are the sankari bhavas in this rasa? Gosvamai, lamentation, patience, joy, thoughtfulness, remembrance, melancholy, eagerness, anxiety, and argumentativeness are seen among the sankari bhavas of Santarasa. Vrajanatha, how many are the different kinds of Santarati? Gosvamti, Stai bhava Santarati is of two kinds, one sama, equipoised, and two Sandra, intense. In sama Santarati is manifested as Amprajyata Samadhi, where the activities of the body are filled with awareness of the Supreme Lord's presence. In Sandra Santarati is manifested Nirvikalpa Samadhi, where all ignorance is destroyed and the direct manifestation of the Supreme Lord's form brings intense bliss. On the basis of these two kinds of Santarati, there may also be divisions of Parikshya, indirect, and Saksatkararayapa, direct. Santarati. Sukadeva Gosvami and Bilvamangalati. Akara are examples of two persons who renounced Santarasa and became expert in tasting the bliss of the rasas of direct devotional service. The great scholar Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya is also an example of that. Vrajanatha, the books of material rhetoric, Alankara, do not accept Santarasa. Why is that? Gosvami, peacefulness is far away from all materialistic activities. When spiritual activities are performed, then the peacefulness of Santarasa gradually become manifested. In this way the spiritual rasas become manifested. The Supreme Lord himself declared, "Faith in me brings peacefulness." Look, how can one attain faith in the Lord without first being situated in Santarati? Therefore, at the beginning of spiritual life one must first accept Santarasa. Vrajanatha, now understand Santa Bhakti Rasa. Now please explain, one by one, the Vibhavas and other aspects of Dajirasa, servitorship. Dajirasa is also called Pradabhakti Rasa by the Panditas. Dajirasa is of two kinds, one Anugrahayapatra Dajya, the object of mercy, and two Lalyapatra Dajya, the object of affection. Pradarasa is also divided in these two kinds, one Samramaprada, with pride, and two Gauravaprada, with submission. Gosvami, what is Samramaprada? Vrajanatha, persons who are proud to be servants of Krishna have Samramaprada for Krishna, the son of Nanda. When this rasa develops it is called Samramaprada. In this rasa Krishna and Krishna's servants are both the Alambanas. Gosvami, what form does Krishna manifest in this rasa? Vrajanatha, in Gokula Samramaprada, Krishna has two arms. In the other parts of this rasa he sometimes has two arms and sometimes four arms. In Gokula Krishna is a cowherd boy, has two arms, holds the flute, and is decorated with a peacock feather and other ornaments. When he is manifested outside of Gokula, Krishna is decorated with jewels and his feature is that of Aishvarya, power and opulence. Srila Rapa Gosvami, Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 3.2.11-15, explains, Brahmenda Koti Dhamai Karomakipakrapambadhit Avasinti Mahasaktis Sarvasidhini Savita Avatara Valabhijam Satdamarama HRD Guna Isvara Paramarati Aksarvajya Sudres Davrata Samrdiman Kasamasila Saranagata Palakadaksina Satyavakano Daksas Sarvasubhankara Pratapi Dharmakas Dastrakaksar Bhaktisartama Vadanayas Tejasayukta Kradajana Kirta Samsraya Varian Balavan Premavajya Ityadabhir Gunau Udas Katar Vidasv. Esa Svlambano Hare Krishna possesses the following qualities, 1. Many millions of universes come the pores of his body, 2. He is an ocean of mercy, 3. He has inconceivable potencies, 4. He is served by all mystic powers, 5. He is the seed from which all incarnations have come, 6. His transcendental qualities attract the hearts of the liberated souls. 7. He is the supreme controller. 8. He is the supreme object of worship. 9. He knows everything. 10. He is determined. 11. He has all wealth. 12. He is tolerant and forgiving. 13. He protects the surrendered souls. 14. He is happy. 15. He is truthful. 16. He is expert. 17. He brings all auspiciousness. 18. He is powerful. 19. He is religious. 20. He sees through the eyes of the scriptures. 21. He is the best friend of the devotee. 22. He is generous. 23. He is glorious. 24. He is grateful. 25. He is the resting place of fame. 26. He is the best. 27. He is powerful. 28. He is controlled by love. In this way Lord Hari is the alambana, the object of love, for his 4 kinds of servants. Vrajanatha, what are these 4 kinds of servants? Gosvamai, the devotees who have taken shelter of Dejirasa are of 4 kinds, 1 Prasrita, who humbly look down when they stand before their master, 2. Ajyanavarti, who humbly carry out their master's orders, 3. Visvastigho have full faith in their master, and 4. Prabhujian and Amrabudhai, who are humble and very conscious of their master's superiority. These 4 are also called, 1 Adhikrita, they who are qualified, 2. Ashrita, they who have taken shelter, 3. Parisata, associates, and 4. Anugata, followers. Vrajanatha, who are the Adhikrita servants. Gosvamai, Brahma, Siva, Indra, and the other demigods and demigoddesses are Adhikrita servants and maidservants. By fulfilling various duties in the material world, they eventually become qualified, Adhikrita, to serve the Supreme Lord directly. Vrajanatha, who are the Ashrita servants. Gosvamai, the 3 kinds of Ashrita servants are, 1. Saranagata, surrendered souls, 2. Jaiva philosophers, and 3. Sevanasthajintant on serving. Kaliya and the kings imprisoned by Jarasandha are counted among the Saranagata servants. Saunaka and the other sages who have rejected the desire for impersonal liberation and taken shelter of Lord Hari are counted among the Jnani servants. Because they were attached to worshipping the Lord from the very beginning of their lives, Kandradvaha, Harihara, Bahulasva, Ikshvaku, and Pundarika are counted among both the Sevanastha and Saranajata servants. Vrajanatha, O Master, who are the Parisata servants. Gosvamai, Adava, Darika, Satyaki, Sritadeva, Satrajit, Nanda, this is another Nanda, not Lord Krishna's father, Upananda and Bhadra are counted among the Parisata servants. Although these persons give advice to Lord Krishna, at the appropriate times they also serve him. Among the Kauravas, Bhisma, Pariksit, Vijara and others are counted among the Parisata servants. Among them all, Uddhava, who is filled with pure love, Prema, is the best. Vrajanatha, who are the Anuga devotees. Gosvamai, the Anugata devotees, whose hearts are always eager to serve the Lord, are of 2 kinds, 1 the servants who stay in Dvaraka, and 2 the devotees who stay in Vraja. Sukabdra, Mandala, Stamha and Sudamba are included among the Anuga devotees in Dvaraka. Raktika, Patrika, Patri, Madhukantha, Madhavrata, Rasala, Suvalasa, Premakandha, Makarandaka, Ananda, Kandrahasa, Payata, Bakula, Rasada, and Sarada are included among the Anuga servants in Vraja. Raktika is the best of the Anuga servants in Vraja. The Parisata servants are of 3 kinds, 1 Dhyarya, leaders, 2. Dhira, philosophers, and 3. Vira, heroes. The Ashrita servants are also of 3 kinds, 1. Nitya Siddha, eternally perfect, 2. Siddha, perfect, and 3. Sadhaka, aspiring for perfection. Vrajanatha, what are the uttapanas of Dejirasa? Gosvamai, the sound of Krishna's flute, the sound of his buffalo horn bugle, his smiling glance, hearing the narration of his glories, his lotus footprints, his bodily limbs splendid like a new monsoon cloud, and the fragrance of his transcendental body. Vrajanatha, what are the anubhavas of this rasa? Gosvamai, to perform one's duties in every situation, to follow orders, to be free of envy, to make friendship with devotees sincerely surrendered to Lord Krishna, and to have faith in Lord Krishna are included among the extraordinary anubhavas of this rasa. Dancing, all the udbasvaras, respect for Lord Krishna's personal friends, and renunciation of everything outside the realm of Krishna consciousness are also included among these anubhavas. Vrajanatha, what are the sattvika vikaras, ecstatic symptoms, of these three aspects of Apridharasa, Dejirasa? Gosvamai, in this rasa are many sattvika bhavas, among which being stunned is the most prominent. Vrajanatha, what are the vyabhikaras in this rasa? Gosvamai, joy, pride, determination, remorse, melancholy, humility, anxiety, remembrance, misgivings, thoughtfulness, eagerness, fickleness, argumentativeness, passion, shyness, being stunned, illusion, madness, concealment, awakening, dream, exhaustion, disease, and death are the vyabhikaras of this rasa. Arrogance, fatigue, fear, forgetfulness, ferocity, anger, envy, and sleep are not present among the vyabhikaras in this rasa. When he meets the Lord, the devotee manifests joy, pride, and peacefulness. When he is separated from the Lord, the devotee manifests withering away, disease, and death. The 18 bhavas that begin with remorse are seen in all circumstances, whether the devotee meets the Lord or is separated from him. Vrajanatha, I wish to know what are the sthai bhavas of Pridharasa. Gosvamai, the sthai bhava of this rasa is the love, priti, that appears in the heart when the heart is filled with awe and trembles at the thought of Master. In Santarasa, attraction to the Supreme is the only sthai bhava. In Dejirasa, affection combined with the possessive idea that the Lord is mine is the sthaya bhava. This respectful affection gradually grows stronger and stronger until it becomes pure affection, prema, love, sneha, and intense love, raga. When it is free from fear and awe, and when it is deep-rooted, this respectful affection, samramapriti, becomes pure affection, prema. When that pure affection becomes intense, the heart melts and the pure affection, prema, is called love, sneha. In this condition of sneha, the devotee cannot bear even a moment's separation from the Lord. When this love, sneha, increases to the point where the devotee finds that even his sorrows bring happiness, the love becomes intense love, raga. At this point the devotee wishes to do whatever pleases Krishna, even if the devotee loses his own life in the process. Adhikrita and Ashrita servants experience love up to the stage of prema. The Parisada servants experience love up to the stage of sneha. Pariksit, Darika, Uddhava, and the Anuga servants in Vraja experience love up to the stage of raga. When raga is manifested, then a small portion of Sakyarasa, friendship, inevitably comes with it. Panditas say that in this rasa meeting with Krishna is called yoga and separation from Krishna is called ayaga. Ayaga is of two kinds, one utkanthita, filled with longings, and 2. Vyaga, tragic. Yoga is of 3 kinds, 1 siddhi, perfection, 2. Tusti, happiness, and 3. Sthiti, residence. Siddhi is to see Krishna after longing to meet him. Tusti is to see Krishna after a long separation. Sthiti is to live in the same place with Krishna. Vrajanatha, I understand samramapriti, respectful affection. Now please explain Gauravapriti, love mixed with pride.